what happened? What happened under Biden with Nord Stream 2?
You tell me. What do you think Biden did to the Nord Stream 2?
So he approved it, right? Which gave Germany, it made them kind of suckling off the teat of Russia, right? And then he bombs it.
Okay, can you prove that we bombed it?
Well, I for months leading up to it, they said if it happens, it's us. The day after it happens, they said, "Oh, no idea." It was also bombed miles underneath the sea. I think that's a little bit instigating. That's both allowing the thing to happen and then creating an action that causes a response.
Okay, you know what's really bad? Invading a sovereign nation and like raping their women and children and executing them and kicking them into ditches. That's pretty bad.
Russia knows a lot about that. Yeah, they've had that happen to them for a long time.
Ukraine. That's what happened to Ukraine.
No, I'm saying Russia has gone through that shit too. It's not
From
exclusive.
Who are they? Who'd they go through that with?
The Germans?
Okay, but we're talking about right now. We're talking about current day history. We're talking about what's not good in 2024.
These conflicts stem from World War II. The Cold War, it honestly should have never been happening.
So you don't want us to look like a tough nation. You don't want us to look like we hold our ground, that people have to pay the price for attacking sovereign nations. You want us to be isolationist?
I think if we make a promise to a country like we did with Berlin and Russia and the USSR, and we told them we're not going to expand NATO, and then for the last 40 years we've been kind of fucking on that idea.
We didn't have an agreement to not expand NATO.
Verbally, it was 100%.
A verbal agreement? What about the written agreement called the Budapest Memorandum? Have you heard of that?
No, hit me with it.
You've never... Oh, God. So, in 1994, we convinced Ukraine to give up their nuclear arms. Ukraine used to be the capital of Russia. Kiev used to be the capital of USSR. So, they had a bunch of nukes. We said, hey, you give those up, bub. You don't need those. You're a brand new country. So they gave them up. I think they gave them to Belarus. And we said, in return, we'll protect you if anyone tries to invade you. What's happening right now?
After years of prodding along Russia, it's not like this is out of nowhere, and it's a fucked up world, but you got to take responsibility for that shit happening.
We do. We're taking responsibility, and we're holding our end of the agreement, and we're defending Ukraine.
We are now 76 days out from a new president, and they're allowing long-range missiles to be fired from Ukraine into Russia.
God forbid. You know that Trump increased drone strikes by 450%. He pulled us out of the Turkish-Kurdish war, caused 80,000 people to die. Moved the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem and Israel, caused tensions between Palestine and Israel. Wrote the Abraham Accords.
Escalated. The Abraham Accords were pretty much brought peace to the nations around there.
How's that going for them right now?
You have no idea. I honestly, can I just say something? Because you have, as someone with a history degree, specifically focused on Western civilization, you have no idea what you're talking about. I mean that respectfully.
All right, hit me with it.
You don't even know. You don't know what the Budapest Memorandum is, but truly, we have been at war with Russia, right? Like there are KGB agents. I was just on a live Monday morning with Factual Matter where the topic was the rise of Russian propaganda on the right. Like, it's very obvious to me you haven't heard this because you are spewing Russian propaganda, right? And you think this started with Hold on. You think this started with World War II? That is an unintelligent thing to say. Even Putin himself, when Putin spews propaganda, goes back to the 1600s. So this is just something you heard somewhere, which is not true, right? There's been territory. It goes back. I'm not done. I'm not done talking. You're interrupting me. No, the words you said were he just called me a bitch.
Yeah, you can't put words in my mouth. Don't be.
He's literally just called me a bitch. Yeah. So, anyways. Then you, out of your own mouth, you said this started in World War II. It absolutely did not. But furthermore, I'm just quoting a Russian KGB agent. I could cite a source and I can read it to you. But what the KGB agent said is we have been at war with Russia. Russia has seen themselves at war with the US. Warfare looks different now, right? We know, we have proof. There are 1,000-page Senate Judiciary reports proving that Russia has been interfering in our elections, undermining U.S. elections. This has been going on for years. We have been in a proxy war with Russia. That's the nicest way to put it. When we were at war with Syria, who was involved in that? Russia, right? Like, this has been going on and on and on. And you're saying, well, like, it's just something that happened. It's not something that happened. In Russia's mind, we have been at war with them, right? And when we have actual written agreements, like the Budapest Memorandum, which actually says, hey, if you de-escalate, if you get rid of your nukes, we will protect you, right? And again, I just want to point out, we are at war with Russia. Out of KGB agents' mouths, not out of the US's mouth. They are undermining our elections, interfering with our elections. We have been in a cyber war with them. So then to say that somehow we just need to let them what? We need to let them undermine our elections, spread propaganda, be in a cyber war with us, send spies here to act as unregistered foreign agents on U.S. soil, constantly escalate, attack people we have written agreements with, and we're supposed to do nothing?
All right, I apologize for the B word. These things are true, but you ignore the context of the fact that it has been poked and prodded. And also, I'm not saying it started. I'm saying this shit has been going on. And the modern context of the Cold War, the arms race, has been going on. The main, with U.S. and Russia as the main people, has been going on since around that time. I don't think I'm wrong in saying that. But also,
It's very short-sighted.
I was just saying a thing, though. You know what I mean? I'm bringing it back to it. It's a historical fucking thing. Yes, bring it back to 1600s if you want, or whatever you want. But also, it's fully instigated by Americans. It's been something that's been going on. I think it's both. No, hold on. I think it's both of us are in a bad position, and I think both people should fucking chill out. I think it needs to be brought to a time of peace. Denuclearization is 100% needed for major countries. It's a thing that people want. It's the people at the top who are forcing big wars.
You're right. And we made a nuclear peace deal, and who else would ever honor a nuclear peace deal with us if we break this one? That's why we need to protect Ukraine.
It's
and
not
somehow your entire party doesn't know about this. Somehow your entire party doesn't know. That's what's chilling. That's what's weird.
No, but it's irrelevant when Putin he announces today, he changes his policy that if he is striked by non-nuclear countries that are supported by nuclear countries, it is grounds for him to start a nuclear war.
Yeah, based on the rules they wrote, sure, okay, but we wrote down rules and said, hey, you're not supposed to, to invade sovereign nations, and that's what they did. They're acting like victims.
Rules written, and we didn't follow
this. It's crazy. I promise you, Nemo. If I have a friend on the app named Nemo, it's kind of weird. I feel like I'm talking. It's like you're the first person besides the actual Nemo I know. I feel like I'm talking to someone I know. If Ukraine had rolled tanks over into Russia, I'd be with you, Nemo. I'd be like, you know what? This is ridiculous. But it's Putin, right? All Putin needs to do is roll his tanks on home, right? He is the aggressor. And I agree with you about denuclearization. I don't want to be involved in conflicts. I am left of left. I hate that we continue to build up our military. I hate all of it. But all I'm saying is what I'm against is authoritarian aggression, right? Putin is the aggressor in this situation. He's invading sovereign territory. If it was the other way around, I'd be with you. I'd be like, Ukraine needs to get out of Russia, right? But I don't know if you know
something then.
Well, wait, let me just say one more thing, because I just don't think you understand this. The reason that
I'm
Putin
listening
did
to
it
you,
when he
lady.
did, yeah, well, let me just say the reason Putin did this when he did is because he used to be running Ukraine, right? Like maybe it wasn't technically part of Russia, but he had a puppet government in there, right? Like he was running it through corruption. He had when Poroshenko was president. When Poroshenko was displaced and Zelensky came in, Zelensky's like, we're not playing ball with you anymore, right? The reason we wouldn't let Ukraine in NATO, a big part, was because they were so corrupt. Ukraine used to be Putin. Like if we had let Ukraine in NATO, we'd be letting Putin in NATO. And when Zelensky came in and started cleaning house, it's the same thing you hear about Viktor Shokin, like with all the Hunter Biden stuff. And they're like, oh, Viktor Shokin was another corrupt Russian operative who was laundering money. And other NATO countries are like, this guy needs to go. Like he's corrupt, right? So as Zelensky started getting rid of Russian sympathizers and operatives, Putin got angrier and angrier because he was losing control and losing his access to a deep port, like he's been cut off now from the northern waterway. He wants access to the water. It's a deep water port. No, I agree, but I'm just giving you more context.
But let me say something.
So the reason, let me just finish. I'm almost done. You're not listening. Let me just land the plane. Let me land the plane. So my point is, Putin was in control of Ukraine for many, many years, right? And then when he started slipping, that's when the control was slipping and all of his people started being forced out, then he invaded. That's why he did it, because he lost control, and he did all that stuff with Crimea. Okay, now I'm done.
You're just forgetting things. You're forgetting about. I think
you didn't. You don't know anything about this. I gave you all that context for free. So what you meant was, thank you for telling me something I didn't know.
Just chill. You think, of course he's mad. The Ukrainian government is being replaced with American CIA placed operatives, people who are put in by American instilled.
Yes, we wanted the Russian assets out. Yes, we helped Zelensky get elected.
You guys know how the CIA operates in other countries. They take out full politicians and they instill people who they can do whatever they want. They will do whatever they want, and they have done. That's one aggressive act, right? And then Nord Stream 2. You allow them to create a massive GDP uptick by supplying Germany with 70% of their energy, and then you bomb that same thing. You blow it up. You say for months, years, if anyone's going to do it.
Unless you have proof that the U.S. did that, you don't have proof the U.S. did that. So you can't use that in a debate.
Tell me what country would go 15 miles
There's about 7 countries that have the capabilities to do this. I actually debated on it once.
You can't just say it didn't happen.
I'm just telling you, unless you want to provide us classified document proof that happened, stop using it in a debate. You have no proof the U.S.
They spoke about it. They spoke about it. Just because they're not.
Okay, then Nemo, say I feel like. Say I feel like this happened. That's what you
heard them speak on the fact that they were going to bomb the pipeline.
Okay, so just say I really feel like it happened.
I heard them speak on committing.
Okay, so again, there's no proof that the U.S. was responsible for Nord Stream 2 having a couple holes in it.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, there you go. That's your aggressive act. Who else would do it in this time? It leads to massive, massive money going to Ukraine. Money that 10% of it sees the front lines at this point.
You don't know a way to substantiate that.
I can't pull them out of my ass.
Just saying things. Well, let me tell you, Putin invaded. Listen, again, my problem is authoritarian aggression. I totally am in agreement with you. We need to demilitarize. We need to not be an aggressor. I don't approve of the United States being an authoritarian aggressor. But what has happened now, Putin entered sovereign territory of another country. Now he went and got troops from another country. He shipped North Korean troops to the front lines who are now involved in combat. Every time he now has involved another country. He's involved another continent in this war. And you're like, oh, we're firing long-range missiles. They're firing them at North Korean troops who have entered the fray. We have 2 continents now involved in a war. And you're saying, hey, how dare Ukraine defend themselves?
with 76 days left, both parties talking on peace terms, you're going to allow ballistic missiles to be shot deep into Russia. I think that's
If this is the will of the Ukraine government, then it doesn't. They're not in peace talks, are they? Like, if they're in peace talks, they would be doing peace talks.
These are NATO service members firing the missiles, and it's not even Joe Biden.
Putin shipped thousands. He went and got another fighting force. He involved another country in this war. He brought troops from another country, from another enemy of the U.S.
Yeah, they're
to
running
the
out of people.
front lines to unalive Ukrainians. No, but I'm answering your point in the debate. Your claim was they're in peace talks. If I'm in peace talks, do I ship thousands of soldiers? Do I bring another country into war to the front lines to unalive Ukrainians? That's not peace talks. But I'm just explaining to you. So that is not true. So again, that is not true.
Well, you're just seeing the point wrong. That was before the election happened. Trump has clearly talked on this issue. He's the only one out of the two candidates who would talk on wanting to end the war. What's his quote? He said, "I want people to stop dying. I want to end the war."
He does not care.
That
about
is
people
so
dying.
delusional.
Yeah.
Okay, where's your evidence on that? You asked me for evidence on my.
Okay,
No,
because Trump rolled back.
Kamala has talked on the war.
Yeah, Trump has rolled back regulations that gave transparency in the U.S. government and how many civilian casualties are involved in things like drone strikes. Because Trump increased drone strikes so much, by 500% almost, that he was killing so many civilians that he didn't want the public to know. So he rolled back the regulation so that we can't see how many civilians he killed. You don't care.
We have these numbers.
You don't have these numbers on civilian deaths.
No.
Okay, so where's this 500% increase coming from?
Do you want me to cite a source?
Yeah.
Like, you can look this up. This has something to do with the CIA, right? It has to do with intel, like drone strikes that happen. Look,
under Donald Trump, drone strikes far exceed Obama's. Drone strikes growing. Trump has pushed ahead of drone strikes, putting U.S. Why Pakistanis are terrified Trump will be drone strikes. Trump's drone surge.
Headlines.
Trump increased
Here, I
drone
got it.
strikes
Here,
by
I got it.
Okay.
Trump revokes Obama rule. Here we go. Trump revokes Obama rule on reporting drone strike deaths. President Trump has revoked a policy set by his predecessor requiring U.S. intelligence officials. And this is like the CIA. You're trying to say like Trump somehow is not using the CIA to do awful things. That required U.S. intelligence officials to publish the number of civilians killed in drone strikes outside of war zones.
He also pulled out of the Turkish-Kurdish conflict, which 80,000 people died. Like, he is notoriously careless.
What website
He also carpet bombed Syria, which you like no new wars guy. Like, I once saw an interview during the Syrian war of a child being like, "Look, mom, it's cloudy," and they ask her like, "Why is your kid excited it's cloudy?" And she goes, "Oh, because when it's cloudy, the drones can't see to unalive people, so my kid can go outside and play."
How is the global climate today compared to 4 years ago? We'll go 5
years ago. People were dying thousands a day. Like, do you understand? Can you count? Do you understand? The 4 years ago, we were in 4 years ago. That's 4 years ago, horrific things were happening. Nemo.
Yeah, we had a 9/11 every day.
All right. In terms of global politics and global wars going on, how were we during his term compared to today?
Pretty much the same. Are you aware of the things that happened during Trump's presidency? Or are we going to have to teach you that too?
Are you aware of shit happening during this presidency?
Yes,
bro?
it's the same, just about.
It's worse.
Okay, why? Why do you say that?
Because a massive global conflict involving 13 countries and NATO-backed countries, NATO countries, and then you have Palestine, Israel, you have Iran.
We were in Afghanistan, weren't we? As a country, we were in Afghanistan, still engaged in when Trump was in office. We also had the Donbass region getting cleaned up by Putin while Trump was in office. We also we had all sorts of stuff happening that you just don't know about, and that's okay. Because Trump is running on politics. He's running on geopolitics, so you guys know like 5% of what's going on, just enough to be
Do you
mad.
know what's going on in Africa when Trump was president?
You cannot tell me that Afghanistan is on this. Afghanistan 4 years ago during Trump's presidency is at the same level of turmoil.
Oh, he has
as
no idea.
Gaza.
Okay, Nemo,
God.
how many people
And how is
died
it-
in the?
how are the
let's
in
teach.
Afghanistan?
Well, let's
How are
address
the
it, Nemo, because
9-year-olds?
this way
How
you
are the
won't
9-year-old
embarrass yourself
girls?
on the next live. Hey, let me help you, Nemo.
What's
How
their
many?
age of
How
consent
many?
for girls
How
in
many U.S.
Afghanistan?
soldiers? How many U.S. soldiers died when Biden was president in Afghanistan?
What's
Do you
the
know?
age of consent in Afghanistan?
How
for
many? And how
girls?
many died under Trump? Let me help you out, Nemo. More died under Trump. Many more.
About 4 times or 5 times more.
How many
Yeah.
people have died in wars globally?
Okay, so yeah, if you're asking about Afghanistan, you're not gonna. That's not the line of logic you want to go down.
What line of logic? I don't see your point.
Trump butchered the Afghan pullout so bad. Every single person that he's worked with, like
He was
in
not
arm's
in
reach,
charge
every
during
single
that.
person, General Milley, even his 5 secretaries of defense that he very shamefully went through, all say he's unfit for presidency. He doesn't know what he's doing on the world stage. He gets laughed at. People like Putin and Kim Jong-un
Biden
play
was
him
not
like a
for
puppet. They
5
stroke his ego a little bit, and he'll roll over and do whatever they want.
Biden was in office 7 months before Afghanistan withdrawal.
And
Oh,
who,
you're so okay,
who
but that was my
negotiated that?
point.
Before Afghanistan withdrawal.
And
Oh,
who,
you're so okay,
who
but that was my
negotiated that?
point. So
Trump
it was
and
Trump's
who
plan.
threw his negotiation out of the window in return for a quicker withdrawal.
You're wrong. He
No,
had to
that's
delay
not
the
what
withdrawal.
happened.
How
It's
are
not
you
wrong.
so confused? The withdrawal was supposed to be
It's
a
the
May
exact
1st,
opposite.
and Biden pushed
Yeah,
to
you have no
August.
idea.
So what are you talking about,
Delayed
man?
over a longer period of time.
No,
Biden
you
put
just said it was
back
a quicker
and had it all
withdrawal.
done.
So you were wrong. And here's the better
No, it's
point.
not. You're
right?
literally- it's not wrong. No, it's not.
Oh, well, I'm going to explain it to you. So it was Trump's withdrawal plan, and they didn't. It was not quicker. They had to push it back because it was such a messed up plan. And what happened was Trump tried to not actually deal with the Afghan government. Trump negotiated with a T group. Right?
And
With
look
the
at-
Taliban.
they literally
No, I'm
control
not
the
done
country.
talking, Nemo. You can
You
learn
can't keep doing
something.
this.
You could
Stop,
actually
man.
learn something here. Again, Trump negotiated with a T group with the Taliban, never
Which is
brought
the
in the
group in
Afghan
power in
government. I'm
Afghanistan
not
now.
done. I'm not done. Then
A
he let a
terrorist
bunch
that
of
is fully
Taliban
control.
out of prison, and while doing that, let a bunch of ISIS out of prison. What happened? The 13 people that were unalived during the pullout. Are you aware that those were prisoners let out of prison, right, by the Taliban, and it was a T group. You know what?
ISIS-K,
Bomb.
yeah. Yeah, so-
and that's how that happened. And 65 people were unalived. 65 soldiers were unalived under Trump. Under Trump's presidency
This
in
is from
Afghanistan.
our our government. What she just said is on here. It says that Trump he negotiated and did direct talks without consulting our allies or partners in the allied Afghan government at the negotiation table, and then he emboldened the Taliban by publicly considering inviting them to Camp David on the anniversary of 9/11. And then it shows that he released 5,000 prisoners, and we only had 2,500 soldiers in troops in Afghanistan. And if you think about it, that's twice as many troops as we had. Taliban, us. And then the Taliban took over the government in 2 weeks. And the guy that Trump released took over the government.
This is saying as part of the deal in 2021. When was this?
This was all done in
Agreed to withdraw by
2020.
2021. As
So-
part
It's
of
almost
the
like
deal.
I just said all this.
So 2021, May 1st was the date that Trump negotiated with the terrorists for us to pull out. And then he left office and then didn't give us a peaceful transfer of power, didn't shake hands on the way out. We were just like, what do we do? We didn't negotiate with these Taliban. So we were like, hey guys, can we push it back a few months? Please don't kill us. Trump didn't tell us what's going on. And they said, okay.
Earlier than the day he had picked out.
No, it says right here,
it's
May
not.
1st.
It's the opposite.
May 2021. The United States agreed to withdraw all U.S. forces. That was Trump's agreement. We withdrew in August.
In August of 2021.
Yeah.
It was still butchered. It was botched. It was changed up.
Okay,
It was
so you
Trump's
were wrong.
deal.
But most
But,
importantly, you were wrong. So
The
you're
talks
just
with,
pivoting.
but the talks with the Taliban never did happen and led to what the Taliban controlling the country fully.
May I make a request? Could we move the white so I could see the comments just for a while? I
Yeah,
feel
sorry.
like I just no. I'm just asking because we read it. So okay, sorry. I like.
So is it
seeing the
bad to
comments.
speak to the Taliban when that shit happens? Is that what happens when you don't
You're
speak
supposed
to them?
imagine withdrawing from a country and ignoring the government of the country you're in and just talking to the Taliban, who you're releasing from prison.
Okay, where is that government now? Are they in
They're
control of the country?
they're gone because of what Trump did.
He was not in office. It cannot
Yes,
be
he
because
was.
of him. No, he
You-
wasn't.
I can't believe how little you know about this and how you.
What are you not
continue to
saying?
say
Yeah, I
it.
don't feel how you
We've
feel so
corrected
confident.
you on everything you've said.
This is
It's
this
another
is what
example.
happened.
Like that, what happened with the Afghan government is the same thing you're wrong about with the Abraham Accords. Trump did not bring the Palestinians, the people that would have to be part of actual peace talks, never brought them to the table. He negotiates with everyone but the people who are actually involved.
And
that's what the Abraham Accords were.
Look
Did
where
he
it
talk
got
to the
them. Look where it got
Palestinians?
Afghanistan.
It got them nowhere. Same way in Afghanistan.
them
He
worse.
just
What's
meets
the
with some
80%
random
in
group of
Afghanistan
people
now?
who weren't in control of the government. Someone's saying check Nemo's page. Nemo, is there a bunch of weird stuff on your TikTok page?
Shut the fuck up. God damn.
Well, that's what someone in the comments said. I'm just reading the comments.
I would probably think it's
And
yours.
please
I am
stop,
a
please stop,
20-year-old
please stop
kid.
swearing. Please stop swearing at me.
Don't
Like first you
insinuate
called
that
me
I'm
a
pedo or
bitch,
something.
and now you told me to shut. No. Someone said check Nemo's page. That's what it said in the comments.
Chad's
and I
got
just
it.
asked.
Okay.
I don't know. I fully see how Biden handled that shit in leading to Afghanistan running the country, or Taliban running Afghanistan, leading to age of consent being lowered to 9, women not being allowed to talk to each other. Is there not a disconnect there for you guys? Do you like is that not?
So we're supposed to just hate them
valid
so much
point in- yeah.
that we don't care because they're culturally different.
That's one of the biggest fallacies.
No,
this
no, no.
is
I'm
that's
saying
one of the that's one of
speaking to them
yeah
is a good
misogyny.
thing.
Oh no, that's
Speaking to-
exactly. By the way, that's the same false logic they use with Palestinians. Well, they're Muslims, and Muslims don't treat women well, so we should be able to unalive them.
Whoa,
No,
what are you
it's
talking
about
What are you talking about? No,
Yes, that's
this
the
is not what
logic
I'm
you
saying.
just used. That's
No,
ridiculous.
I'm saying we should have had talks with the Taliban. We should have not let them grip power of fucking Afghanistan. We were there for 20 years, and now the age of consent is lower than when we were there. What is that? You're
Dang.
telling me that's a success?
That's completely
It's
random,
almost
but
like-
we can almost say that Trump
Yeah.
is responsible for that because he
You
released
can't.
5,000 Taliban
He's
prisoners
the
who
one
took over
that-
the government.
Nima, he's the one that negotiated with the people you're now complaining
And
that
then they
created that
stopped.
age of consent. So Nemo,
And then
if
they
you care
stopped.
about women, Nemo, if you care about women and you care about the age of consent being lower, then you should say, wow, Trump should not have negotiated with a T group that wasn't in power. That would
Yeah.
be the response.
Well,
That's
we
a complete
cut-
line
we
of
cut
logic.
The negotiations, right? Biden cut the negotiations, and then what did it lead to?
You have
Isn't
no
that
idea
better?
what you're saying.
Is it better?
He cut negotiations. Is that what you said?
No, he didn't. You have no idea what you're talking about.
I do know what I'm talking about. These things happen.
You don't. You really don't.
Listen, we've had you for 30 minutes. You have one more thing you want to say before I switch you out?
God bless fucking Donald Trump. If we can make it to January 20th without nuclear war happening, I'll be so goddamn grateful. You guys will see it'll be a nice 4 years of peace, love, unity, prosperity, absolute global domination on the economical side. It'll be a beautiful time if you guys will just take it and enjoy it.
Sure. All right, man. Thank you.
Yeah. God bless.
And he really believes that. Like knows no actual facts about it.
Hello. I was actually hoping to speak to him a little bit. I didn't think you guys were going to drop him.
Sorry, man. Did you want to say something real quick?
I was going to say when it comes to the Afghanistan thing, I get that both administrations played parts in certain aspects of it, but I wouldn't blame either of them for the downfall of what ended up happening. It was something that the guys on the ground were saying at the very beginning was going to be a failure. I mean, that was something that we saw coming, but the politicians and the higher ups essentially said, "No, no, no, stick it out. It'll work around." Like there was no way that either administration could have saved what happened. I mean, even at the end, we were still. This is not a joke. We were still teaching people, like police officers and people in the Afghan National Army. We had entire three ring binders that were like an inch and a half thick of that you can't just SA women on a traffic stop because they're alone. Like that was the writing was on the wall a long time ago. I wouldn't blame either administration single handedly. Both of them played a part in certain roles, but the whole thing of I'm going to blame Justice Administration or Justice Administration is a shows a very lack of understanding of the nuance and the intricacies of everything that was going on in Afghanistan.
Sure, but when Trump goes around, this is the messaging that they're giving y'all. So like, Biden is so bad. This is all Biden's fault. Biden killed the 13 soldiers. Yada yada yada. It's just such a bad idea. And then we dig in and we find details that a lot of this is attributed to Trump. It's not all, but like maybe
Like even the
95%.
pullout, I wouldn't even blame Biden on that or even Trump because I'd say that was on the generals because the generals were the ones who changed the pullout plan at the last minute to change which airbase we were going to pull out of. Kabul was supposed to close beforehand. We weren't supposed to pull out of Kabul, and then there was the stuff that was going on the ground where the military higher ups told the Biden administration, no, 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 we can work with the Taliban. It'll be fine. And the Biden administration listened to that because, they're your military advisors. You should be able to trust their judgment on that.
Yeah,
And it ended up screwing us over. Like, hell, the guys that did their judgment on that.
yeah.
And it ended up screwing us over. Like, hell, the guys that did the bombing, there was Marine scouts who were on the watchtowers who spotted those guys 3 days prior and had multiple times requested permission to take those exact guys out and were denied because they were told, no, 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 we got to show faith. We don't think they're going to do anything. And like there was so many failures all the way around with literally everything that happened, especially for the last few years.
That makes sense to me. That part makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't know. I just don't like that Trump's been campaigning on this. Like no one knows about any single soldier that was unalive during Trump's administration, even though he had 65. And
Yeah,
and
65.
Trump focuses on the 13 that died under Biden's administration, and he didn't even he didn't receive our dead soldiers when they came home after the first time. He didn't
I don't
care.
like the tokenizing of the military too. The military supports Trump. It's like, well, yeah, there is a lot of military members that support Trump. There's a lot of active duty guys. It's about 50-50. I'd say the breakdown based on
I think it's like
external anonymous polls.
I think 20%, 20 to 30 are liberal.
Yeah, there's like 20 to 30% usually on the officer side that are more liberal, but the support doesn't necessarily break down and match up with the who's liberal and who's conservative. It's about 50-50 when it comes to who supports who. But I don't like to think of, well, Trump cares about the military. Like, this is a man that openly made fun of POWs, openly made fun of people who've been unalived in war, openly called for the execution of a four-star general. Like, this is a guy that doesn't give two shits about us. So, like, you can support him, that's fine, but don't tokenize and be like, oh, he loves the military. He doesn't.
Yeah.
He doesn't give a shit about us.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Well, thanks, man. Thanks for coming up.
Yeah, no problem. If you guys ever, just side note, if you guys ever talk about Ukraine stuff, I can come help out with that stuff too. I did 10 years in the Marine Corps, but then I also voluntarily went over and trained Ukrainian soldiers when I got out. So
Wow.
I've been involved in stuff with Ukraine since 2008. So
Thanks for your
I love
service.
smacking around people who don't know a damn thing about what's going on over there.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Okay. Have fun with whatever you got, whatever guests are coming up next.
All right. I will do, man. Have a good one.
Bye bye.
Brett Cross raid. Thank you so much for the raid, Brett Cross. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'll have to check out who Brett Cross is.
Entire Chinatown is now streaming.
Willis, there's something going on in Chinatown. A pattern
who
of
is-
incidents I don't yet understand.
Slaughter Amalekite infants, but you know that he.
Ooh, Parker's debating religion. What was I just looking up? I already forgot.
Brett Cross, I think.
Oh yeah.
You, right? Ew.
Dope. Following him back. Nice. Nice, Brett Cross. Thank you. Who's Brett Cross? Yeah, I'm sorry. I gave you a follow. Thank you so much, Brett. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter, hop in the box. Let's debate. We'll go to the next guest real quick, guys. Hello?
Hey, what's going on, man?
What's up, bro? Are you a Trump supporter?
No, I was the one that sent the raid here to you, bud.
Oh my god. What's up, dude? I didn't even see your name. I'm in
Not
zombie
much,
mode.
man. Hey, I feel you. I've been following you for a while, dude, and I know a lot of people that you know that are up here and everything. I lost my son in the Uvalde shooting, so
Oh my god. I've heard
yeah,
about you.
I
Yes.
advocate, proper common sense firearm reform and everything like that. So, yeah, wanted to raid you, brother.
Dude, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, absolutely. I do got to get off here, but I just wanted to say much love. I follow you both. So if you ever get anybody that is talking to that's my area of expertise. So
Absolutely. Yeah. I would love
I
yeah.
think I saw you on Fax's live one day, and you spoke so beautifully. I just want to say, do you follow me? I
I
don't know if you
do.
do or not. It
I
says
do.
I'm following you. I don't know if you follow me, but
It says friends with the arrows
oh,
on
it does?
mine.
Okay. What the? Okay, never mind. Well, then maybe I'm wrong. But I saw you speak on. I just want to say on Fact Still Matters live one time, and I wasn't up there or anything, but it like literally brought tears to my eyes. Like, I just love the work you're doing. Like, keep fighting the good fight and like turning your pain into activism. Like, it's inspiring. And like, I believe you have a podcast with what? I'm sorry.
Bend
What's
out
his?
arrow.
God, I know, and yeah, amazing. Just thank you for all you do.
Well, I'm glad that you listened. That is awesome. Yeah, we what we try to do with that podcast, and I don't want to take up too much time because I know how fun it is arguing with MAGA. But what we do is we try to give voices. So the NRA had the saying, you got to take it from our cold dead hands. So our podcast and radio show is called Cold Dead Hands because these are the stories. We interview people like myself and others who have lost their children, lost their family members to firearm violence, giving them a voice because in this space that we're in, you can do a 30-minute interview with somebody and they clip 30 seconds and then that's what they put out for the clicks and everything like that. So we like telling everybody stories. So
That's cool.
But I do appreciate y'all. Much love. I do got to run, but I would love to come up here one time and help argue with you,
Absolutely.
brother.
Yeah, you're welcome anytime.
All right. Much love, guys. I'm going to bounce.
All right, man. Have a good night.
Have a great night.
You too.
Thanks again. All right. Hell yeah, chat. Chat, tap the screen. Let's get to 200K and welcome again. Bright Cross Ray. That's so awesome. So cool to connect with people like that. Do. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter, hop in the box. In the box. We've only got a few left. Hello?
Hey, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I don't think Mello is here. Or halfway here.
Oh, what happened?
Yes. Yeah. I saw that the one buddy that just joined talking about the unalivings at schools and stuff. I just wanted that's what really wanted to come up and get your guys' perspective on. Like, what do you think we can do better to protect our children? What do you think?
Well, I mean, listen, I think we can have a debate about 2A and stuff, but like, I'll say this. I think a positive thing, I think that both sides are signaling they have an appetite to do is hold parents accountable, right? Like, I think that, like, who was the first one? The Crumbly parents in Michigan were tried and held accountable for, like, what, I'm not exactly sure what their final charges were, but that was in a blue state. So I was like, I don't know if that will catch on. But like, I did the last real school unalivings was the 14-year-old boy in Georgia. And I actually there's a Washington Post exclusive article on that. It's specifically on that child's history. I invite everyone to read that. If you understand the abuse that little 14-year-old boy boy was put through, you will understand how he could probably have done something like that and got his hands on a gun. Like in the situation where, hey, a year before, that little boy was meeting with the FBI with the dad, and the dad's like, "Oh no, don't worry, he has no access." So when I saw in that, that's pretty rural place, rural county, and immediately like a DA charged the father. I think that is something. With 2A, there's always going to be debates and arguments, but I think that's the message we need to be sending, especially with these young children. If your guns aren't stored, if your child gets a hold of one and commits a heinous act, you will be held responsible.
Okay, so in your opinion, that parents should need to be more responsible with their weaponry.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a fair point.
I think we could all get behind things like safe storage laws, red flag laws, like universal background checks. Like these are things that the right is so scared to even push the needle in the tiniest bit, like our direction, and that's we need to figure out. Like we can't even talk about this with people getting triggered and having like fight or flight. They're like, nope, don't touch my guns. Like don't even try. Like that's infringement. Don't even, like, here in Texas, you can just roll into a store, no matter who you are, and grab one. And if you can't, you can go to a gun show and grab one with no matter who you are. Same day.
Pickles, I'm with you. I'm with you. Yeah. So you said you're from Texas? Is that? Okay. So with the whole thing with me, I'm from West Virginia. I'm very red state as well. I could go. I tried to purchase one. My girlfriend talked me out of it. But I tried to purchase one. I had to go through the background, the background, the ID, all this, that, and the third. So yes, there are things that you have to go through. But yes, I do agree with you that it needs to be stronger. But it's like all states, not just the conservative states, like all states. So
gun violence is higher in red states.
I agree.
And specific, and it's more, and just to be clear, it's like, that's why it's interesting when people mention Chicago. If you actually look, and Ben Dowdero is Brett Cross's podcast partner, speaks to this a lot. Like, it's rural. If you look where gun violence is concentrated, it's in rural areas. It's higher in rural areas. So urban versus rural, it's higher in rural areas, and then red versus blue, higher in red states.
So it's not higher in cities.
No, you would think it was, but it is not. There's a map, like a heat map of it. You can look up the pickles.
No, I'm going to take your word for it, because I'm going to take your word for it. I'm not going to. I'm not up here to fact check.
No, it's like per capita. It's higher in rural areas. Yeah.
But back to schools though. Like, do you guys think that we should strengthen our schools, or are you guys just totally against it?
I used to be a teacher. No, if this is like an arm the teachers moment, absolutely not. Like I was when
it's not. If
I broke it, yeah, no. So teachers aren't qualified, and actually there's studies done what I don't think it's helpful to arm the teachers or what I mean. I don't. Or look at Uvalde, but too bad Brett Cross isn't here. I'm sure he could speak to it beautifully. These are trained people. We had SWAT team standing there refusing to go inside the building. We had trained people. Same in Parkland. Trained armed guy refused to go in. People freeze in emergency situation. Oh, Brett is here. Someone's saying Brett is here. Okay, well, if he wants to come up.
Oh, here he is.
He could really beautifully speak to it.
Awesome. Hello. I left and then somebody was like, yeah, they're talking to a
perfect.
Yeah. So so we're talking about what armed guards in front of schools.
Yeah.
Well, no. I was just talking. I just asked a question about do you think we should strengthen our schools, or how they felt about it? That's all I asked.
So what do you mean by strengthening schools? Are you talking about metal detectors and cops being there and everything like that? What is strengthening schools to you?
Okay, well, in reference, okay, so I voted for Trump and Vance, and Vance was talking about hardening our schools. So when I mean, it sounds crazy, but it's the world we live in, man.
Let's make our schools prisons, right? Like, let's do that because our kids don't deserve to grow up in a school that isn't a prison, right? We already know that
Well, no, not
there's
prisons,
this.
sir.
Yeah. So let me ask you something. Do prisons have armed guards?
Yes.
Do prisons have metal detectors?
Yes.
Do prisons have locked down doors?
Yes.
So tell me and I can go in even further. Do the mills and prisons and schools suck?
Yes.
Right. So tell me one thing that is different. Can you get an education in a prison?
Yes.
Right. So tell me why we should make our kids go to prison. Why do we want to regulate our children but not be the adults and regulate ourselves?
Okay. Sir, I don't know if you missed the conversation. I respect you. I'm sorry for your loss, and I just want to start off by that. Sorry for your loss, and all that stuff. Like, but no parent should have to go through that.
I appreciate that.
But I just want to say that I'm on your side, man. Like, I want to protect our children, but like, I don't know how else I don't know how you fight pew pew violence without pew pews. Like, I don't know how you do it.
Right. The same way that firefighters use fire to undo fire, right?
So that's a bad argument.
Exactly. That's my point.
But how long were armed officers outside of Uvalde, Brett?
Yeah, there were 376
I agree. That
officers
was a
that sat
travesty.
outside for 77 minutes.
77 minutes. So
Yeah,
you're
that was a
saying we need more
travesty.
weapons, but they don't do anything. They were there. They
I
didn't
agree.
do
I
anything.
agree. Like, that was absolutely unacceptable.
So
Like,
what
I'm
you're
with you.
saying with the like arming people, arming guards, and everything like that, arming people, it doesn't prevent it. It's not a proactive measure. It's a reactive measure. We can look at any school mass unaliving, right? The one that just happened recently in Georgia. 4 people were unalived, and then the cops stepped up, right? It didn't prevent 4 deaths, right? This is reactive. So we have to be proactive in these measures. We have to regulate ourselves as adults. And we know that an assault weapons ban, universal background checks, red flag laws, safe storage laws, all of these things are proven to help. They do not violate the Second Amendment, and they would save lives. And we know this not just because of the statistics, but if you think about what happened to my son, the perpetrator that did this turned 18, went and bought a DDM full, turned around 2 days later and went and unalived 21 people, injuring 17 others. Had we had an assault weapons ban, he would not have been able to do that. And before we say that, oh, well, they'll get it illegally or whatever like that, he tried for 2 years to purchase firearms illegally, but was not able to.
Okay, all right. So, sir, I just want to say, like, don't we already have red flag laws? Like, didn't the FBI have a red flag on the guy in
Nope.
Georgia, and then like let it slide, and then
Nope.
he ended up doing it anyway?
Nope. So I
Yes, he
know
did.
Texas. Nope. Texas doesn't have red flag laws. First of all, Georgia doesn't have red flag laws because if they had,
Yeah,
then
I'm
the
talking
FBI
about
would have. Then the FBI would have been able to go in and take the weapon. But
Take
since
the
there are
yeah,
no,
red flag means they can take the weapons. They just went and talked. And and if you read into what happened in Georgia, it's even worse than that because you could tell. I mean, you could tell Georgia's a place where they don't like red flag laws because they played it off as a joke. Like they were just like, "Oh, I don't really know why we're here," kind of thing. Like just checking in.
But Felice, like they had leads on this guy, and like they had like reasonable cause to like investigate.
I could tell you all about it. It's not leads. It was their own family members multiple times. No, and it's worse than you even think. This was a 14-year-old kid who a week before begged and begged, please get me help. I need help. I need to get out of this situation. Please let me go to this inpatient mental health place. This kid for years begged somebody for help and no one listened. That was the absolute last resort. But a year prior, the FBI interviewed the child and the dad. And the dad's like, oh, yeah, he doesn't have access to loaded ones. And they're just like, okay, just checking, and left. Red flag means you can confiscate.
It was nonsense. Like, they didn't even do anything, really. Like,
awesome.
Yes,
so you
but
advocate
you're
for
not
red flag laws. Right, so we should have red flag laws so they could have taken the firearms.
Yes. Okay, we should have red flag laws. Yeah, we should
So
increase them. We already have red flag laws, but we should make them better.
And across all the states.
Yes, I agree with you. I agree with you. Yes, but like when it comes to the schools and stuff, man, like it's the world we live in, man. Like that's just where we're at, and it's
It's the
sad. And
country, not the world. It's the country we live
yeah, yeah,
in.
the country.
This
Yes,
is only happening here. This does
yeah,
not happen
yeah,
anywhere
yeah.
else.
I used it. That was a poor choice of words on my end. Yeah, I meant to say, just United States.
Because
But isn't
yeah.
that telling that this is a just here problem? In the developed world, this is happening nowhere else.
Yes.
So, and not just that, right? Um, so you're saying that, oh, this is just the country that we live in and everything like that. So what are we supposed to do? Just throw our hands up and say, oh, criminals are going to criminal, so let's not do nothing.
No. That's not what I'm saying, sir. If I was
Criminals are going to criminal, so let's not do nothing.
no. That's not what I'm saying, sir. If I was able to finish, like it's the country we live in. Like we have to protect our schools. We have to do a better job, and like we can't just keep allowing people to
Cool.
walk right through the doors of our schools and
Let me
unalive our
ask you
children.
something. Let me ask you something. Had the person who unalived my son, had he not had access to a firearm, would my son be here or no?
Yes, I think he would
Right.
be.
Right. So it is access problems. It is access to firearms. That is the problem.
Yeah, Brett, where do you live at, sir? I'm sorry, I don't mean to get
You
off topic. Where do you live at?
you Uvalde.
Okay, so you live in Texas. Okay,
Yeah.
so yeah, Texas does have it's very it's probably like my state where you go in, because I relatively do agree with, uh, I if the government can have one, then the citizens should have one.
So hold on,
I
because
just
now
think it
this
should be
leads to
harder. I
something
think it should
else.
be harder.
Well, I agree, but now what you're saying is, oh, if the government has one, then we should have one, right? So now you're going to say that we have the Second Amendment right to fight off a tyrannical government. Is that
No,
what you're
I
getting at?
wasn't even going to the Second Amendment. I wasn't even going there.
But that's what you're saying, sir.
I mean,
Which
yeah,
you have,
technically,
I mean,
yes.
well, there's two things. Like, so first of all, you should just know that you will never see them coming. The most delusional thing that white men in this country say nowadays is, "Oh, I'm gonna take my weapons and I'm gonna fight, stand up to the government." You would all be unalived by drones. You would never have a chance. That you have to know
No,
that
I'm
that's
not
a
saying that.
delusional statement.
I'm not
You
going to
are
stand up
never.
against the fucking military.
Yeah. So that's well. I'm just saying because that's what you. But that's the line of logic you were just on, and that is the most delusional thing. If it doesn't matter how many weapons you guys have, there is no chance. You will not. There's not. You're not going to be shooting at men. There's going to come rain down upon you from the sky, and you will be God. So the whole
Yeah,
and the
yes.
point of a militia, like we need a trained militia. You know what that was about? Those were slave patrols, right? That's what it was about. That's what 2A was about. It was the right of people in the South who wanted to go find their runaway slaves and shoot them in the leg.
But yeah. But man, like, so when it
A
comes to the school,
well-regulated militia, no, but well-regulated. They didn't have the weapons at their home,
we keep
right? They
getting off
had to
topic.
keep them somewhere else. Okay, so I'm just telling you where your argument is coming from. A well-regulated militia that was developed in the South during slavery, so they could chase down runaway slaves and unalive them.
Okay, you're accurate, but I'm just saying that when it comes to the schools, though, like you can't just allow just people to walk in here with, like, even if you get rid of the weapon, like you don't support it at all, or you make it stronger, stronger regulations and stuff on stuff, like people are still gonna like hate is hate,
Right.
or crime
So
is crime.
right. So if crazy people are going to do these things, right? I want to know how many massive nunchuckings there are and how many fatalities there have been.
So that's not fair,
Well
sir.
said. Well said.
Well, I'm saying because
I've
if
long said if you hate someone and want to unalive them, we should all have to stab someone. Do you know what I'm saying? Because that's deeply personal. It takes a lot more.
I
It's
mean,
a
I'm
lot
kind of on
easy.
your side
It's a
here, but you
lot
guys are like
easier to
attacking
pull a
me.
trigger. It's a lot easier to pull a trigger than it is. You know what I'm saying? Or to unalive someone with nunchucks. That's a great example. Those are two different things, and it's the same thing with the difference between an AR or
Okay,
or
sir.
something like it
Okay, I
and a
got you.
non-automatic.
I got you, sir. So you want to say like mass nunchucking? So if we just outlawed nunchucks, like, do you think that people would go for the nunchucks or out like the outlawed nunchucks or the outlawed AR? Like, what do you
So
think?
here's the dynamic you're talking about. So in the UK last year there were 144 stabbings, and if you imagine one of those people, instead of having a knife, if they had an AR, how many more people do you think would have died?
Shit, probably triple them out.
Yeah. So that's what we're talking about. There's a higher yield of violence when they
like
the bigger the
Pickles,
weapon.
Pickles, I'm on your side, man. Like, it's not that I don't want to like I'm not trying to disagree with you guys. I'm just saying that like I'm trying to look at it from the other side too, where it's like, you get rid of it, but like somehow they're gonna get it anyway.
Cool. So since
Black market or something like that.
1934, we had the NFA, the National Firearms Act, right? And it outlawed fully automatic weapons. Do you know how many mass unalivings there have been with fully automatic weapons since 1934?
Like since then?
Yeah, since then.
Since that year?
Yep, 90 years.
I couldn't tell you, man. I don't. I don't.
There's
I don't
been
know the number.
three. There's been three, two of which were done by cops, by the way. Just a little information. So tell me, did people run out and buy fully autos after they were banned and then reclassified in 1986, or did people like start obeying the law? Just curious.
This is how I see it playing out. So, like, Australia banned their guns, right? And then they did a buyback program. And now, if you want a gun in Australia, it's like 30 grand on the black market. If you think about it here, it would probably be way less. There's more here, but
but there's still access to it though.
But think about this. So you're one of those people who were able to purchase an AR while they were illegal. And they let you grandfather it in. You get to hold on to it. You pass it down to your kids. And if you sell it, that's illegal. And you're registered to this gun, so you would never sell it, right? So, like, just imagine how hard it would actually really be if we did ban guns and you really wanted to get one. There is a barrier to entry. If you want to do something heinous, you're going to have to go through some real trouble as opposed to going to the local firearm shop and just buying one right there.
Yeah. Okay, Pickles. I'm with you, but like, how do you you just scratch the serial number off and then just get rid of it for like $200? I want it off my hands.
Yeah, but you probably want to keep it.
There's more than
Supply and
to it than
demand.
just that.
Why would you get rid of it for $200? My guy?
You would sell it for a lot more. Whole lot more.
Yeah, you would. But like, if you're gonna sell it illegally, then you would want it off your hands and scratch your number off, get rid of it. $500, whatever. Like,
sell it for 30,000.
The price up of it.
You know how hard it is. You know how hard it is to scratch off the serial number. So like, even people will take like MIG welders and like try to weld over it, and they'll still get an X-ray machine and they can read it. It's very hard.
Right. Yeah. Okay. It's very
hard.
By
the way, quick question.
That's how it works, though, Pickles. You know this.
Quick question: Pickles, if you are a crime syndicate in Australia, right? Are you going to spend $30,000 for a weapon and then let one of your little cronies go and rob a liquor store with it? With that investment?
Like, dude, most of your crime happens like they don't even have it. Like, the gun can't even be traced back to the person that owns it.
They have barrel signatures, don't they?
They do, yes. But mostly when it's really identified is with the serial number. That's how you identify it. Most of the time, not all the time, but most of the time.
So I want to ask a general question. So you're against firearm violence, especially that in schools, right?
Yes.
So why did you vote for a guy that told Perry Iowa to get over it? Why did you vote for the vice president who says this is just a fact of life? Should my son not being here be a fact of life?
I disagree with part of that argument. So your son should still be here, but it goes back to my point about saying that's just the world we live in. So like that's why I wanted to.
That's the world that you and people of your ilk want us to live in, because we're not doing anything about firearm violence.
No, sir.
If we address firearm
violence,
violence
for your child,
right? But if we address firearm violence, then it no longer has to be the country that we live in. I mean, the boy Charlie Kirk done said that children dying in schools, that is the price for freedom. Like, this is the group of people that you have associate yourself with via
Yeah,
your vote.
no, that's not true, sir. That is not true. Because I'm allowed to have views and still vote for Donald Trump. Like in my opinion, think I voted for Donald Trump for school safety and JD Vance.
Well, my God, you didn't study up on school safety.
Like, sir, like how
Yeah.
do we make schools safe without more
We
officers,
regulate
more resource
firearms.
officers, hardening our
We
schools?
regulate. We make harder to access firearms. I mean, that's a literal fact.
That's not
I
gonna
just
fucking
said.
work, man.
Yes, it does. It did work. We had look. I just sent Pickles this graph. This is, you can't see can you move it a little over outside of where Brett is? Because you got to see the last part of it. Like, this is in the blue was when we actually did ban. Well, you can't see the last. You can't see it. You move other way. Keep going. Keep going. You can't see the last part.
Hold on, let me
Can you
do
move
this.
move it up? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's we're way up. I saw it. I just saw it.
Yeah, but we did briefly have an assault weapons ban. Now, it wasn't all encompassing. It didn't cover everything. Like,
School shootings went up under Joe
you got to
Biden.
make it smaller because the end. Yeah, there you go. There you go. That's good. Yeah, so you can see in the blue, right there, from 1984 to 1994, 125
Yes.
deaths, assault weapons ban. They go down. Assault weapons ban ends 296. Now there's a huge. We've romanticized ARs at this point. There's been a huge spike in purchases of ARs, and it's gone up after that. This does not have to be our reality, and we're not talking about, let's say, people that I don't know, quote unquote, deserve this. These are the most innocent people in our society. If not for children, Tyler, if you won't take a stand for innocent children who want to go to their elementary school,
I've been
who
speaking
will you
on
take a
taking a
stand
stand
for?
for quite a while
No,
now.
stop saying I'm on your side. I hear you. You're not on our side. You're absolutely not on our side.
Yes, I
You've never
am.
been on our side.
Yes, I
no,
am.
So, but Tyler, listen, you're trying to do the friendly thing, but ultimately, let me just tell you, children are being unalived. If we won't do something for children, and let me just not speak about the actual unalivings, because I think we all know that's horrific. And if we can't take a stand for children, who are we in this world? But just there are psychological studies. The psychological effect of these drills children are going through, of when trying to go to school and have a normal day and then have to get under their desk and think, is this a drill or is this it? Is this it? Am I going to be unalive today? The psychological effect on children is unbelievably damaging. If you will not say, hey, I don't really care about adults. We're all fallible. We don't really deserve much. But for children, it's on you, Tyler. It's on everybody who will not say,
don't
let's
put
change
that
the
on me.
laws.
Don't put
Well,
that.
you voted
do not
for
put that on
Trump.
me.
You voted for Trump, so I will put it on you.
No,
like,
no,
I'm
that's
just
not
saying,
fair.
at what point do we take responsibility and say enough's enough? Not the children. Not the children.
Yeah. I've been saying it. So I'm saying I'm with you guys on the gun reform. I'm with you. I'm counter offering, like, counteracting your argument by saying that I don't believe that it's gonna officially end it. I think it's still gonna happen.
So
Yes,
nothing will end
hold
it.
on. Even at even if it happens, even at a lower rate, it still happens. So, like, it defeats the purpose. Like, I don't see the future.
Oh, so we
I
shouldn't
can't-
save any children. We shouldn't save any children,
Yeah,
right?
no,
Because-
we should.
one child is too many. But let me just say, we can't lower instances of crime to zero. You are correct. But what we can do is we can see these numbers and say, hey, this is a pandemic, is what we have here.
Yes, it is. I agree
Pew
with
pew violence is an actual pandemic. Surgeon generals are considering it that. So what we can do is we can use our tools. We can concentrate tax dollars and legislation towards lessening the problem. And if not for children, Tyler, if you won't take a stand for children, who will you take a stand for? To say it's going to happen anyways, so let them be unalived. It sounds very wrong.
I took a stand for children to protect our schools.
Real quick, I got to bounce, but I want to ask you one question, Tyler. Do you have kids?
What was that? I'm sorry.
Do you have kids?
No.
Okay, so I want to tell you something that I had to do. I had to think long and hard after my son was unalive, and I had to figure out what was his favorite cartoon character. And the reason I did that was so I knew what to put on his casket. So the moment that you realize and you start to think which one of your children or family members that you're willing to lose and what cartoon character you'll put on their casket, that is when you will start thinking differently. Because that was one of the hardest decisions I've ever had to make in my life. By the way, my son loves Spider-Man. I have a full half sleeve of Spider-Man because of my son. I don't want any other parent having to decide what to put on their child's casket. I don't want any other parent to have to wake up like I do, because the first 5 seconds of every day is the hardest for me, because I wake up wishing that I hadn't. Okay. And not in a way that I want to self-delete or anything like that, but living without my child is one of the hardest things ever. Okay. And I don't want people to experience that. Why do you? We have to stand up to gun violence. We have to stand up to these people who, instead of trying to save our children, wore AR pens after my son was unalived. AR pens, right? The same people that say, oh, it's not a firearm problem, it's a mental health problem, but then vote against mental health. Because if we keep mental health stigmatized and don't address it, then we don't have to admit that there's a firearm problem. Children are dying. We have to do something about it.
I agree. I agree with you, sir. And again, I'm sorry for your loss, sir. Like, I couldn't imagine. I'm not a parent yet. I wish I was, but yeah, I'm sorry for your loss, sir.
So I'm going to say this. I have a bunch of kids. I appreciate that, and I'm going to say this right now. With the gun laws the way they are in this country, I do not advise you having children. And I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm not trying to be
Well said.
anything. I have 8 kids. I've lost 2 kids. I lost one at birth, and then I lost one to firearm violence. Okay. If I could go back, and I love my kids dearly, they are the number one thing to me, everything else be damned. But if I could go back, I wouldn't have kids so that they did not have to lose their brother, so that my son didn't have to lose his life. Because these are things that, you hear about the parents sometimes that do these things, because we have to stand up and we have to fight. But I want to let you know that my son had a brother the same age, right? They were in the same class or same school. They were 4 classes down. One son didn't go to school that day, and that is the only reason why he is still alive. So I could have lost 2, but 1 is more than enough. So let's fight firearm violence. Let's vote against people who think that we should just get over it, who think that it's just a fact of life. We got to vote against people. And I know this is too late, but I'm still irritated by it. Let's vote against people that are against the Constitution as well. Let's vote to actually make the U.S. great, because it never was great to begin with. But you voted to go back to taking everything to the states, to the Confederacy, to where gun laws and people's bodily autonomy is given back to the states. You voted for a guy who makes a Bible to put into schools because he cares about children, but he doesn't want to see them alive. He just wants to see them read the Bible. And the Bible that he is helping put in these schools only has the Bill of Rights, which takes away BIPOC rights and women's rights as well. This is who you voted for. You didn't vote for children. And I'm not saying that to disparage you. I'm saying that to hopefully make sure that you understand your actions, because every action has an equal and opposite reaction. And this is the equal and opposite reaction that you are getting now, is going against people's rights. And my son's right to life is not superseded by your right to own a firearm. And with that, I love y'all guys. I got to bounce, but much love.
Yo, much love, man.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Brett.
Thank you again. And yeah, you're welcome back anytime. Thank you so much for sharing everything.
Got you. Much love.
Yeah. Wow.
Am I allowed to go? I mean, can I just say, I just want to send a prayer, to his family, him, everybody involved. Nobody deserves to go through that kind of thing. So, prayers, for his family and for him, and hopefully he can, find peace and feel peace, and that's all I'm going to say about that.
Alrighty. Well, thanks for coming up, dude. I hope you have a good day.
Yeah, thanks, Pickles. Thank you.
Alrighty. Or good night. I just woke up, chat, so my day just started. Thank you, John.
Every time I get on live, I want to say good morning, no matter what time it is.
Thank you,
I don't
John
know how
P, for
Brett
the
can even do this.
Thank you, John P, for the $50. Thank you so much. It was like an hour
Same
ago.
thing.
Really?
Thanks, John.
Jeez,
Yeah,
John,
thanks,
thank you.
John. I was gonna say that. Thank you, John.
Yeah, I
You're
didn't
my
want to say it
hero.
in the middle of the
Literally.
conversation, but yeah. Thank you, guys. Thank you for all the support.
That was heavy AF. Like, oh my god. Brett
Whoa.
is a strong man. And like that's all I'm saying. If we won't do it for innocence, the most innocent among us, our only hope, right? Like we're like the birth rate is going down. It's more children are unaliving like in childbirth. More women are, right? And then we're basically setting these kids up to go to school and possibly be unalived. If we won't protect them, who will we protect?
Hello?
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Hey,
Yes, I am.
Alrighty. What do you like about
I
Trump?
would like to continue that conversation that we were having about the guns. So what I would say is if you guys are all about banning guns, why don't we also ban cars? Considering 17 times as many children die every year from car
I love this
gun
argument.
Okay.
Because basically they're driving a giant missile. I mean, a car is a deadly weapon.
Yeah.
You hit someone with your car, it's assault with a deadly weapon. So therefore, if it's a deadly weapon, why, and you know, the AR specifically only amounts to 3% of gun deaths per year. At the same time, there's 3 to 5 million defensive uses of firearms. So I would argue they actually
let's
save
ban
more
cars.
lives.
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with banning cars. Do you know why we don't ban cars? Do you have any idea? Do you have any idea like how the automotive lobby works? Do you know most countries there are way fewer cars on the road. People don't have cars. I've lived all over the world. People don't have cars. That's a very rare thing. It's actually because of the automotive lobby, right? We have plan after plan for a high-speed light rail system, right? You know what else we should be banning? Planes. It's super inefficient. We should have a high-speed light rail system, and that's how we should be getting around the U.S. It is much safer and much more cost-effective. But because we allow money, right, big money, lobbies, right, into politics, that's why we can't get a high-speed light rail system approved. I agree. I don't like cars either, but that's an asinine argument because transportation is actually a public necessity. I would like to see it be a high-speed light rail system like other sane developed countries use. It's much safer, much more efficient, much more cost-effective, but that's money in politics.
Well, I didn't come here to talk about infrastructure, which is what that would be.
Okay, well, I'm answering your question. Why not? You asked me. You wanted to ask some ridiculous logic. Well, there you go.
No, that's not
why.
ridiculous.
Do you think?
You do anything to save the lives of children, and that's 17.
No, I answered your
times
question, and
the
you don't
amount
like
of
that
death.
I had an answer. You brought it up.
It's not a
sir.
very good answer.
So are you
Actually, it was the perfect answer, and you're
talking
upset.
about gun violence
okay?
here.
So again, I answered your question.
I want you to
Okay.
realize. I want you to realize that this is a compromise. If we ban ARs, this is us getting rid of the dynamic that you saw outside of Uvalde, right? So like 300 officers, one kid. We want to get rid of that dynamic. That's hard to police. It's hard for society to handle those things. On the other end, you're saying that 3% is not enough for us to take action, for us to bring this to one of the. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So 3% of deaths. You're saying this is a non-issue. I want to talk about how you feel about migrants and how many deaths they cause, because last year they caused 29 deaths out of the 17,000 murders. But this is all you guys care about.
Pause. Stay on topic here. We're talking specifically
you're minimizing.
about guns.
I know.
Not talking. No,
we're talking about death counts. Talking about death rates, right?
Migrants. We're not talking about migrants. We are talking specifically about gun rights.
No, you can't just say I'm following a line of logic.
You
can't just negate my argument.
Change the topic mid-argument.
This isn't the topic. You're talking about 3%. You're talking about death rates,
3%,
and I'm saying if we
I
follow
said
your
of
logic, you wouldn't
gun
care about
deaths.
the border.
Of gun deaths, 3% are long guns. So that includes snipers, hunting rifles, lever action rifles, shotguns. ARs makes up less than 3%. Okay? So looking at it from that perspective, you want to ban one gun, which that specific type of gun isn't used in that many.
But it's very like, have you seen a police officer react to someone just holding an AR in public? Have you seen how that happens?
I've open carried my AR in public.
Okay, have you seen how it happens? Have you been approached by police?
How embarrassing.
No. They
What
didn't
are you
approach us.
carrying
Why?
your
Because
AR
we're law-abiding citizens. At
This
a
is
public
embarrassing.
protest, we're allowed to carry an AR.
Okay.
It's What's embarrassing is the nonsense you're spewing, okay? What's embarrassing is how
I'm the only
you guys
one that
wanna
made a cogent point.
You did not make a cogent
Well,
point.
let
You
me try
changed
another
the
point with you.
topic to
Hey, more.
infrastructure.
Let me go again. Let's ban sugar. More people are being unalived by sugar. Your argument makes no sense. I
Whatever
think you
saves
can
the
reason
kids,
through
right?
it
That was
yourself.
your
Okay, so
comment.
we're gonna
Whatever
ban
saves the
sugar
kids.
too.
Okay, great.
Right? We're gonna ban sugar too.
Okay,
Your
great.
argument makes no sense. I could name
Your
hundreds
argument
of
was
things.
anything
This is
for the
this
kids,
is
right?
not logical. This is not logical.
Exactly. What you're saying is the same
listen,
logic.
we have an epidemic of children in this country being unalived in their schools. This only happens here. We know this is because of access to weapons. We can choose to do something about it, and you're saying you
let's
are literally
break the
up here
numbers
saying
down.
Ben
break
came
the
up here
numbers
to
down.
say I want children to be unalived because I want to carry my AR in public at protests.
And how many children did I
Cool
unalive
story,
at that
Ben. Thank you
protest?
for
Zero,
sharing
bud.
with. Thank you for sharing that with us.
Okay. Let's break the numbers down. How many people are in the United States?
350 million.
Okay, how many children die per year from school shootings?
I don't know, but I think it's like 40,000 from gun violence.
40,000.
Too many.
So what is that as a percentage of how many children are in the U.S.?
It's probably very small.
It's not an epidemic. An epidemic would be a mass issue.
He's saying
epidemic would be a
he's
mass
saying
issue.
that
Therefore,
he's saying that it's just a
epidemic.
few kids that are being unalived. I hope Brett is not here. How awful. Hey guys, it's just a few kids who are being massacred. Ben wants you to know.
No, you're missing the entire point. Is it's actually
You
very
guys know
rare.
Ben's.
It's
I'm
actually
that was
very
your line of
rare.
logic. You
Hold
just
on.
did a line of
Okay, well,
logic
if you
saying
would
it's
just
only a
let
few
other
kids
people
being
talk instead of
massacred.
yapping all the time, this conversation might go smoother.
Ben, I want you to say something for
You're
me real quick.
talking.
Say Cynthia, thank you for the $100.
Cynthia, thank you for the $100. You're awesome.
All right, that was to kick you.
Thank you, Cynthia. What a hero. Cynthia, my literal hero. Wow, Cynthia.
W.
Literally
it actually
saving
says,
the day.
Don't mention my name. I'm so sorry.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh my God. And I said it like 20. Okay.
Sorry.
Shh, don't say it. Don't type it.
Don't type it.
Stop typing it.
It was Samantha. So Samantha.
W. Samantha.
Jeez Louise. Thank you so much, though. Holy fuck.
It's just a few kids that are being massacred, and it's really fun to carry my AR at protests. I feel like a man when I hold it in public.
Hello?
Good evening.
What's up, man? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, sir.
Jesus, you look like you could teach me how to Kamehameha. What do you like about Trump?
I liked the 4 years then when he did run the country from 16 to 20. I just think he'd be the best person for the job, just like you think Kamala was the best person for the job. It's our right as an American to vote we decide on who we like.
I get it. But here's what I'd ask you. You're talking about like how he ran the country, how the economy was back then. Can you tell me like your favorite thing that maybe he did that helped the economy?
Low gas prices, low food prices.
Well, I mean, like, how did he do that?
I don't know. If I knew that, I'd be president.
So that's the thing. No one knows because he didn't really do much. Like, he wrote a tax bill. Like, it was every 10 years we write a tax bill, and that fell in his lap. So he wrote that. That's just about the only thing he did. Just about the only thing. So if Trump touting that his economy was like so great during his term, when there's really nothing to attribute to him, he was just kind of golfing. Like Obama did some great stuff, and the economy was like roaring when he left. But like,
it was.
Yes, the economy. In fact, I'll show you all the metrics right here. So when Trump came into office, this is what the employment looked like. You see how it's just like stays on the same trajectory? There's no bumps or anything. And that red dotted line on the left, that's where he passed the 2017 tax cut. So we don't really see a change in trajectory on that for employment. And for unemployment, you see how it kind of like decelerates almost. So Obama set us up, like all of Obama's legislation was doing this. There's nothing that really Trump implemented. Same thing with wages. Wages, in fact, they dipped when he passed his corporate tax rate cut. I don't know why, but that's what happened. And the stock market didn't do much either.
I worked for the Federal Bureau of Prisons for 21 years, and he took away 3 years of my pay raises. Obama did.
Obama did?
I didn't have a pay raise in 3 years because of him.
It's not because of him.
Jesus Christ. John with $100.
It was because of...
Jesus, thank you so much, John. W. John's in the comment. I'm sorry to cut you off, bro.
Oh, that's all right.
Oh my gosh, John! I think we might have to date after this. Thanks, John. John.
Holy crap!
I'm like almost gonna be able to pay my rent this month. This is the best moment of my life.
I'm sorry, man, if we interrupted you. Go ahead.
No, I really don't have much more to say other than I want to chime in on the issue of gun control also, because I am a pew pew owner of several and ARs that I have because it's an enjoyment that we enjoy going out. And as far as unaliving children, why aren't the school districts doing something to protect our children more if this is an issue? And you do realize that 98% pew-pew deaths are occurred because of suicide.
It's like 60. It's like 60%.
Pardon me?
It's like 60%.
No, it's more than that.
Suicide.
No, I think it's a lot higher than that.
What amount of gun deaths in U.S. are suicide? 54.
It's even lower.
Indeed, being a federal law enforcement officer for 21 years, I also protect the public because I am LEOSA qualified, which means I can carry, and I could also participate in any type of crime or anything that occurs. So I mean, there's good and bad to everything. There's good and bad to a vehicle. You know, my mom was taken from us in 1989 from a drunk driver. So
but your argument was, why don't the school districts do something? That's what we were talking about. If you've been listening, there were 300 officers outside of Uvalde armed for 77 minutes. The same thing happened at Parkland. There were there's armed resource officer who would not go in the building. People freeze, right? You can't force. They stood there while children were being massacred and did nothing.
Ma'am, that happens. Timothy McVeigh and Terry
What?
They're building with cow shit. All right. If they're going to do something and they want to cause a catastrophe, they're going to do it regardless.
Your question was, why don't the school districts do something? And I told you there were over 300 officers standing outside with weapons. There were 300 officers. No, but but we're not talking about with Timothy McVeigh. Your thing was, why didn't the school districts do something? They did. They called the proper authorities. There were over 300 officers like yourself armed and standing outside for 77 minutes.
I don't believe that.
Wait, if I showed you, would you?
It's 300. It's 100% true.
The school districts provide the protection.
It's 100% true. It's 100% true. So again, for 77 minutes,
oh my God,
370 officers stood outside and did nothing.
That's not a resolution, though, to the problem. All right? You could resolve the problem by having armed police officers inside.
They had them.
Inside these schools. Inside, man.
They had them. They have them. The same thing happened. There was a police officer at Parkland inside. He left and hid.
And apparently he wasn't doing
You do not know what you're talking about. You can't fight or flight. Hey, as someone who's been diagnosed with PTSD, you don't know how you respond in a crisis. You can't. We didn't know. Listen, these are trained police officers who have training to be in a crisis situation, who for 77 minutes stood there while children were being massacred. A mom ran past them and ran into the school and saved her child and brought her child out while 370 armed officers stood there.
Whose fault is that? They weren't doing their job properly then, am I correct?
They were.
Well, apparently they weren't.
That's how you do your job there. That's what their job entailed. Who was fired?
Pardon me?
Did anyone get fired?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't think so.
Well, they should have been.
They prayed about it. I know that.
They should have been fired. If that kind of a situation, and you have somebody that's armed to protect our children, and they didn't do their job, then they should have been fired. Not only fired, they should be prosecuted.
Here's the thing, like, we will never have this under control until we handle it on both ends. Like there's no dynamic where we're going to arm a school to the teeth and there will be zero deaths when somebody tries to do something. There's no world, but there is a world where we can prevent someone from even trying. And we can do that by moving the needle just a little bit. Red flag laws, raising the age to 21 to buy something like that, or doing outlawing ARs, or even just classifying ARs to where you would have to have like a super special license and not just be a weird 18-year-old kid.
That's kind of an issue just because it's an AR. Every kind of weapon, if you know anything about weapons, are semi-automatics.
No, but they're not all high caliber, high velocity, high capacity. They're not. They can't shoot through 2 fucking walls.
Oh, come on, man. And how many of this, how often has this happened?
How long has the gun epidemic been happening?
How many have these incidents have been slowly rising? It's happening more than it ever has. You can show that graph.
This all could have been prevented.
We briefly had an assault weapons ban that wasn't perfect, right? It didn't ban all assault weapons or anything, but we had a brief assault weapons ban, and what happened was the instances were lowered, and then that went away. It just lapsed. We didn't renew it, and then they have steadily raised. This is the graph showing that.
Yeah,
by the way.
See the gray area? That's when we did the assault weapons ban. Everyone lived. Everyone was okay. I mean, some people died, but you guys made it.
Question in regards to pew pews. All right, you're in your home with your family, and you have 2 men that break into your house, and they're both carrying. What are you gonna do? Beat them with a fucking baseball bat?
No, you use a handgun or a shotgun instead of like killing 3 of your neighbors.
What's the problem then with handguns? Then what's the problem with pew pews? I mean, They're there for a reason. They're there to protect my family. I know that. And I'm out to protect you and your family if need be.
Yeah, but you don't need an AR
Well,
for that.
thank you. That's great. But there are studies that, yeah, you don't need an AR for that. And there are studies that show that that's not how it goes down. Like you said, you had training. Studies show you might fare better, but the average person who tries to protect themselves with a pew pew, I mean, you're a police officer, you must know that it doesn't go well. It actually doesn't work because people freeze, people are untrained, people fumble around. Like it doesn't happen.
It's for enjoyment, though, man. Don't you understand that? It's enjoyment.
But
So
you
it's
you
a
were
luxury.
talking about home invasions.
have
Home
an
home
AR.
invasions aren't a luxury. I was talking about home
Go
invasions.
doing something like that. Everybody that has an AR doesn't have intentions to go out and do this. So you're gonna take away something from everybody because of a select few idiots that have mental issues instead of addressing the problem with mental health. So you're going to talk about taking something away from somebody.
No.
You guys do claim it's mental health all the time, but in every instance we've given you guys a chance to do the mental health thing, you've instead just cut mental health. Like here in Texas, they cut mental health funding by like 200 million or something, like something crazy after saying the problem was mental health. They don't care. And you guys are cutting taxes everywhere. There's never going to be a program in the future where you guys create a mental health program. Let's be real.
Why are you saying me? Why are you saying you
Okay,
guys?
the right. The Republicans.
You think every Republican feels that way?
That's your party's position on this. Yes.
Every Democrat supports what you're saying?
No,
Right?
yeah, Jerry, we can look at the votes. We can pull it up. Every time we try to fund mental health, every time the Democrats propose universal health care, allowing people to be able to go to therapy or get help or get medication, it is the Republican Party. They say personal responsibility, not my problem. So the same party. No, Jerry, it's true though. So if you care about mental health, then you would vote, then you will vote Democratic. You will vote progressive. It is that is a progressive issue. Jerry, if you're saying I care about mental health, then you have to vote progressive.
12 out of 16 years, the Democrat ran the White House.
What is it when 20?
It's such an issue and it was easily to be resolved. Why didn't they do it?
You know, we've had it 12 out of the 20 years too, right? Like every single recession that we've been in the last 9 recessions have been under Republican rule. You guys crashed the economy. That's why you guys don't get in charge of it very often.
Why haven't they done it? Why does it always fall on the Republican when something isn't right? You always have a way of blaming a Republican instead of saying, "Hey, it's both parties."
I don't know, but it usually just is the case that Republicans fuck things up.
It's both parties, buddy.
I mean, you can call us out when that happens, but every time we call y'all out, you're just like, it's both sides. I don't actually get examples from y'all.
On mental health, it's not both sides though. Like we on funding healthcare so people can get help. A trash panda, how cool! I've never seen that. That was funny. I've never seen that one. Sorry, I love a trash panda. Yeah, it is. When we talk, if you're gonna say the solution for pew pew violence is let's get everyone the mental health care they need, well, then you have to understand that it is also the Republicans that vote that down.
Wow. I think that is more of an issue than it can be resolved overnight. And all of us as Americans, not the Republicans and Democrats, need to address this situation. And I've brought it up with our school board. I know that I was one of the parents that attended the meeting to have proper protection for our children. And we never had an issue here in Pennsylvania because at least in the school districts that I know of anyhow, that have proper protection within them. When you enter into our schools, you can't even go in the front doors until you're properly screened. And then when you do enter in, you better have a good reason to call ahead. And they have police officers within the office and then within the school protecting our children. So
They
That's
have the same. They have the same thing in
right there.
Texas. They have the same thing all around. I used to be a teacher. If you're under the impression that Pennsylvania is the only place there are armed school resource officers, my high school had metal detectors. That's not true.
Yeah,
This
so
is
did mine.
that same thing you described is going on all around the country.
I'm in Texas. We had metal detectors. We had school officers. It still happens.
Listen, it's a problem. All right. I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'm just saying that you can't take an issue out on everybody and say, we'll take this away from everybody. That's just like saying, take the cars away from everyone.
But the thing
If
is,
the driver behind the wheel that goes out irresponsible and does harm to somebody, then you're not going to take it all out on
so
everybody's vehicle.
there's utility for car, but for AR, you said it yourself. It's a luxury. It's not you. I mean, like hunting with it is a mess. You don't need to hunt with it, and like self defense, it's like overkill. Like we've seen more bad come out of it than good. And if we can compromise, and maybe people who already have them can be grandfathered in or something. Sure, and I think that would even work.
And
It'd still be
I
just
looked
as
up
effective.
ceasefire. I looked up ceasefirepennsylvania.org. Pennsylvania's averaging a mass unaliving every 10 days.
I'm sorry. What did you say? They what?
You can look it up on ceasefirepa.org. They're averaging a mass unaliving every 10 days. Just maybe, I guess
Yeah,
they've
I'm sure.
avoided schools.
Schools.
Okay, well, so I'm just saying it is happening where you are.
Not in the schools.
Okay, so as long as the children or people are unalived outside of schools, it's fine. Like, if I'm just telling you that it is a problem where you are as well. How about like synagogues are fine then?
There's no other country on earth that has to deal with this.
You do know what the Constitution also says about us being the main reason that we have the right to carry firearms is against a corrupt government also. So you take the pew-pews away from the American people. What do you have to go against your government? Now you're going full control.
We don't stand a chance. Like, I think that's a pipe dream, right? Like, they would just drone strike you.
Do you realize how many pew-pew owners there are in the United States?
Yeah, there's 400 million guns.
Yeah.
But that doesn't matter. Like, they would just drone strike us. But it doesn't say in the Constitution that it's for a going up against the government. That's not in there.
If you read it correctly, it talks about a militia, and we are the militia. We the people are the militia.
So militia just for
we
no
have the
reason
right.
was put in there, not instead of civilian.
What was that again? You're breaking up.
So instead of putting civilian in there for no reason at all, they said militia.
Again, you keep breaking up. I don't know if it's my signal or yours.
I can hear you, Pickles. So.
I said, why do you think they used the word militia?
Because it's a group of people that group together for a good cause.
So would they be
That they believe in, I should say.
a group of people like citizens in the United States, or just like a select group of people that are regulated?
And you're included in it.
See, that's what I don't get. Like, you're just conflating militia with everybody. I'm not in a militia. Are you? I'm not a militia.
If you consider yourself an American
I
patriot,
think there's a chance he is.
you are.
I'm not part of any militias, bro.
You're a part. Yes, you are. Regardless, if you consider yourself an American patriot, then guess what? You are.
A militia is a military force that is raised from civil population to supplement a regular army in an emergency.
Do you have the amendments in front of you? Why don't you read them?
A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Ratification, Second Amendment was ratified in 1791.
There you go.
So when it says arms, are they talking about nukes, tanks?
You could interpret it any way you want, I guess.
Well, not really, right? Because we can't have those things. Why can't we have those?
Why can't we have what?
Nukes and tanks.
What the hell would you want a freaking nuke in a tank for?
Self-defense, for fun.
Oh, come on, man.
For fun, for leisure.
It's for fun. It's a luxury. I just like to hang out in my tank, just like you like your ARs. Don't judge me. It's just fun.
You're getting way off the handle now.
I'm just testing your logic. I'm Iron Manning your logic.
We were talking about guns. Now all of a sudden you're talking about tanks.
Well, we're talking about the right to bear arms and what an arm is, and all of a sudden an arm is magically anything an AR and below.
So why are you so against it? You have one?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
I don't believe you do.
I can't show it to you, but I've got one in reach and I got another one 5 feet behind me.
Okay, so then why are you so against them?
Because they're killing children.
No, they're not killing children.
It's the number one cause of child death in America.
Do you know there's more black on black crimes in Chicago that occur weekly than what you're talking about as far as what's happening to children? You're acting like
Chicago's number 21 on the list. They are not even the highest. Every red state beats Illinois just about. There's 8 states in the top 10, and for violence, for gun violence, 8 of them are red.
You know, I came up here to try to talk sense to you people, but you don't want to listen.
I think we're having a decent conversation.
I think you have a mind of your own, and you're not going to listen anyhow. So, just to let you know, I have your back. If you ever need help or assistance, and I'm there, I'll be there to help you.
Appreciate it.
Have a good evening.
Got my
All right,
6.
you too.
Have a good evening, Jer Bear.
Master Roshi.
I got your
Chat.
6 too, Pickles.
Appreciate you. Facts in the house.
Facts.
Facts in the house.
Oh, he was here and he's gone. He's not here anymore though. Did he leave? He was here. We were so close. He's like, you have a mind of your own. Are we not supposed to?
Yellow.
Oh,
Yeah,
there
what's
he
going
is.
on, man?
He's here.
What's up, bro? Are you a Trump supporter?
Nah, man, you know, I used to come up here and troll, man. I don't know if you remember me, man, but, man, I just wanted to say, man, you know, I just can't wait till, you know, they realize what they had voted for, man.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah.
I hear you driving,
can't
Chris.
wait,
I appreciate you, bro.
What you mean? I ain't driving.
I hear you driving, bro.
Oh, my.
I hear you driving.
Oh. Man, bro. I get off. All right, you can keep going.
All right, man. Take it easy.
Oh wait, I have something to read. Euphoria said, "You look pretty today." Thank you. That made my day. Thank you so much. Oh, and tell Pickles he looks pretty today too.
Aww.
Thank you so much. Pickles, you look pretty today. I should have not said someone told me to say it, and just say it weirdly and see.
Jess, thank you for the $1. And thank you to thank you to Jasmine for $3 and $7, and Stephanie, thank you for the $5. Thank you guys so much. Right. Let's get the next one. Chat, tap the screen. Let's get 250K. Stay on the FYP. Hello?
Hello. Hey, I'm sorry. I had to come up because I'm hearing these Republicans talk real stupid. Like they gotta know the saying, make it make sense. Y'all are speaking facts, and they're trying to disclaim y'all facts. Like this crazy. And I see this with all Trumpians. they sit there and they be like, well, I voted for him because of, but they can't never really give a great, a straightforward answer. They can't never dismiss they lie about what they say or whatever. Like, bruh, this shit is crazy. Sorry for cussing, but I want one Trumper that can actually sit here and tell me how Trump is gonna make it great again.
Yeah. They're not sure.
Because to me, it's never been great.
Yeah, they're not sure. They don't know. That's okay.
I mean, I'm a black man.
Exactly. It's never
And
been
I can
great.
tell you, America has never been great. America has, I mean, just think about how America was built. America was built on racism, hate, all the things. But we're going to sit here and try to make someone who believes in 1800, like back in the day policies. Rick, come on, bro. Let's do better. We should be past this point, but we still stuck here. How?
Well,
I agree. I'm not laughing. I agree. I laugh so I don't cry at this point.
yeah. Well, hey, we love you, brother. I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna get to some opposition so we don't lose too many views. But thanks for coming up, man. Thanks for
I understand.
Thanks for the nugget. And yeah, thanks for hanging out with us, man.
Please.
Followed you, Justin. I followed you. Keep fighting
Okay,
the
I've
good fight,
already
Justin.
followed y'all. So
Much love, man. I appreciate it. All right, well, you take it easy, brother. Have a good one.
You too.
Alrighty.
I have to say something real quick. Chelsea says, I'm a broke girly, but I appreciate you. Thank you, Chelsea, so much. And that's us, two broke girlies. I think that's a show. We could start our own sitcom.
That's our show. I'm a broke girly, too. Hello?
Exactly. Three broke girlies.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Are you a Trump supporter?
You know what? It's funny. I didn't even realize that I my finger by mistake swiped and said request, but I won't waste too much of your guys' time. I didn't even realize I requested. Pickles, I love you. And Felice, I love you as well. Like truly, you guys are just really just bright and just really make this whole cope a lot easier. And also, Pickles, Foxy Shazam fucking rules. And,
Yes.
Followed you.
Thank you.
I heard
love
you talk
your
about them
name.
the other day. Thank you. It's my band's name. It's my band's name.
Awesome. Yeah, you
Thank
must have
you.
a good band. You have 250,000 followers, so you must be doing something, right?
I hope so. God damn it.
What? Please say
I'm gonna have
something
to
in
check
chat.
that band out.
Say something in
Sing
chat
us
so I
a
can follow
song.
you. I can't follow you right now because of my thing. Felice, you're getting flagged for harassment and bullying. I have to drop you.
Who did I bully?
I don't know.
She didn't compliment my band enough.
Say something real quick so I can follow you. I can't click on you right here, so I can follow you.
No,
I can't even see like how many followers my guests have. They keep it from me.
No, that's okay. That's okay. I do I do a half punk show, half comedy show, and my account is very much like mostly towards comedy, but also like band music humor. And I've been scrolling a lot these past few days, and just
Watch out!
Pickles,
I'm back to bully and harass people.
about time. Yeah, I don't want. I know you guys need ops to keep the train going. I just wanted to, as long as I by mistake hopped in, just wanted to say I love you both.
I'm gonna look up your
We love you
music
back.
and
Yeah, I'm
contact
gonna
you.
check you out too, bro. Thanks for coming up, man.
No problem, guys. Have a good night.
You too. W music taste. Last night we were going through my my Apple Music selection. It was fun. Listening to music.
Well, I need to really stop bullying people because
You need to chill down the rhetoric, Felice. We mean to talk to you about that.
Yeah. Are Democrats pro-war nowadays?
No, why would you say that?
Here comes the no new wars. I am very
we're not going there.
pro wars.
We're going to Biden authorizing U.S. launch missiles into Ukraine.
So I want to test your knowledge on this because you guys pick this up and you chew on this stuff, and then we have to remind you that Trump was like 70 times worse in this regard. So did you know that
Please explain how.
Trump increased drone strikes by 435% during his presidency?
Yeah, but that doesn't involve me.
Okay, and this does?
Yes, the potential threat
But
of
also
Russian
Biden
war with
doesn't.
us, yes, it does.
Okay, so Russian pushing into
Let's just give an example. Wait, finish your line of logic. The line of logic is this, though. When he increased those drone strikes, right, and specifically most of them were in Syria,
Yeah,
right?
and it was a
What ended up
protection for
happening?
me.
Well, no, hold on. Well, and then what happened was like.
Oh, she got a phone call. One sec, chat. Give us a sec, chat. We're almost at 250K, guys. Tap the screen, tap the screen. Don't go anywhere, guys. Wait till she gets back. One sec. And guys, let's get Felice up to 10K coins. Let's give her all the love, guys. We're very lucky to have her on our panel. Oh, she must have dropped. So one thing I will say is, like, Trump was not a super peaceful president. He likes to tout things in a way that allude to that.
He was peaceful for us, for United States.
How many did more soldiers die under Trump or Biden?
We're talking about the potential threat of World War III.
Okay.
Which soldiers are going to die either way, but it's about the civilians in the United States.
So how many times has Putin threatened to use nukes now?
I don't know. He just said, what, yesterday, that if we decide to launch our missiles, they are going to retaliate in that way?
This is the fourth time.
Okay.
We don't care.
So do you think it's an escalation of war or not?
Not really.
If
Putin didn't want to lose people, he would back out. But he's like up to 500,000 casualties, and Ukraine's only had 70,000. He's really hurting. He keeps reminding us that he has a nuke, but that doesn't mean we should do everything he wants.
Well, honestly, I hope you're right. But in all honesty, I feel like Russia, when we talk about the Budapest Memorandum and how we should be backing Ukraine, and I personally don't think we should, because Russia told Ukraine, if you inch 1 inch closer to NATO, we reserve the right to wage war on you, and that's what they did. And so why should we be protecting them when they broke their part of the deal?
I think you're just listening to Putin tell his side, and I get it, but that's not true. So,
is there not truths on both sides? Do you not think that's true?
Did you know that Lithuania and Latvia?
Recently, though, they escalated it.
Yeah, Lithuania and Latvia have been on the border of Russia in NATO since 2008. So this whole thing is BS. Like, and since Putin lost his pro-Russia puppet in the Ukraine government, and Zelensky got elected, that's why he pushed into Ukraine. He no longer had control of it. He wants Ukraine because it used to be the capital of the USSR, and it also has the only warm water port that Russia can use during the winter that doesn't freeze. They want it because they are dying. They are hurting real bad. They need it. This is just an excuse, and they're trying to get you guys to rally behind Trump to defund Ukraine so they can take it. This is part of their effort. They're not just fighting a war on the ground. They're fighting in the media. They're fighting it online. You and I here are fighting these battles right now.
Well,
and you're
I don't want to fight with you guys.
propaganda.
I just want to ask these questions. So you don't think that Zelensky was pro-NATO, like wanted to inch closer to NATO?
He definitely should be. He has every right to be.
He should be.
No, I mean,
but can we not expect Russia
Poroshenko,
to
the president
that way?
before, Poroshenko, the president before, that's what Pickles was saying. The president before Zelensky was literally in Putin's pocket, right?
I'm aware.
He was Russia, yeah. So Putin was controlling Ukraine, right? However, that Zelensky.
And how long was that for?
How long has Ukraine been in Putin's pocket? Pretty much since the dissolution of the USSR.
So was that during the Budapest Memorandum?
Let me just say my point really quick. So, anyways, And Putin started losing control because, for all intents and purposes, they had a puppet government in Ukraine, and Putin was in control. Right? There was so much corruption. His pockets were being lined. He had access to the waterway. He had all the things he wanted. When he lost control, Zelensky came in and stopped playing ball. They started ousting, the corrupt people that Putin liked to work with and could work with. That's when he invaded sovereign territory. But I just want to make the point really quick about the long range missiles. There was a provocation for that. Like, understand that Putin engaged another country on another continent, right, in Asia, brought thousands of soldiers, not just entered Russian territory, to the front lines who are firing on Ukraine. And then Biden said, okay, you now have gotten another country engaged in warfare, right? You brought them to the front lines to fight. So now we are countering that. So I just want to make the point that there was a provocation.
I
He
get your
literally involved another country.
okay. I get your point, but when we rewind it back to this point, the Budapest Memorandum was made during when Ukraine was in Russia's pocket. So obvious, right? Before 2014, right?
Well, no,
Okay.
yeah, and the point of the Budapest Memorandum was try to calm things, right?
Okay.
During the dissolution, after the dissolution of
So
the
let's-
USSR, right?
Let me finish this 2 point, and then I kind of want to hear what you think of it, because this is the other side of what you're saying right now. So the Budapest Memorandum was made when Ukraine was in Russia's pocket. Everything completely changed. They said before 2014, they said if you guys inch closer to NATO, we reserve the right to war. They get a brand new political government with Zelensky in there. They start inching closer to NATO. Ukraine made that decision, and now Ukraine, it's like your little brother on the playground, and it's not even our little brother, picks a fight with a bully who's way bigger than him, and now expects us to get in there and fight for him. And now the whole world is going to end up in this situation because Ukraine decided to pick a fight with Russia when they really shouldn't have.
Ukraine
Okay,
didn't.
so again, if you, so
I mean,
I
tell
would
me
be
what
on your
do you
page. I
think's
would be
so
on
awful
your
about
Matei. I'd be on your side. I'd be like, yeah, that's right. If that would be dependent though on if Ukraine had invaded Russia. Ukraine did not pick a fight at all. Ukraine
No.
didn't even entertain getting involved in NATO until they were invaded, their sovereign land, right? Now, if Ukraine had invaded Russia, I'd be on board with you. I'd be like, they picked a fight with their like big brother and now this, right? But they didn't.
Well, a couple of things. To my understanding, Ukraine, the whole reason Russia invaded Ukraine is because Ukraine was in talks with us about joining NATO.
Dude, NATO is a defensive ally, bro. NATO is a defensive ally. If they don't want people to
I
join NATO,
understand
they
that.
need to stop invading countries because since they invaded Ukraine, Finland and Sweden Sweden has joined NATO. Like they are the biggest recruiter of NATO themselves. They need to stop.
I get that. I get that. So Sweden joined NATO. Russia didn't have a problem with Sweden joining NATO. They only had a problem with one country, and that was Ukraine.
Yes, they did have a problem.
Yes, they
They've
did.
threatened you. See,
Well,
this
what'd
is
they
you
do?
just don't
What'd they
have a
do with
working knowledge.
Sweden?
Hey, for
Did they attack
years,
Sweden?
They're not on
Russia
the
has
border of
threatened
Sweden.
both Finland and Sweden out of joining NATO. Finland is on the border of Russia. You need a map.
Finland
have
is
to
on
go
the border
through
of
NATO.
Russia. And did they attack Finland? They're on the border of
Yeah,
Russia.
and they fucked around and found out, and
but
Finland fucked them
but
up.
you're asking for. Yeah, that's true. That's where the phrase Molotov cocktail comes from. Look it up. Turns out Finns can fight.
Okay, it sounds like Finland didn't need our help, so they had the right to pick a fight with Russia. But Ukraine,
No.
the whole reason
No,
we're
you
in this
said
predicament
no. Wait, hold
is
on.
because
But
they're
I just
using
want
our
to correct that.
missiles.
You said something incorrect. Yes, Putin has been threatening both Finland and Sweden for years and years and years to not.
But they're in
join
NATO
He
now.
said, "Oh, he didn't
They're
care if they
protected by
joined." No,
NATO.
you made the claim. Your claim was, "Oh, Putin had no problem with Sweden and Finland joining NATO." Yes, he did. He's been
Well, they
threatening
can't do
them
anything
for
about it
years
now.
and
They're in
years and
NATO.
years as well. Okay, so just to be clear, that's not the case.
What isn't the case? And I just want to bring up this point. They brought North Korea in because we're funding this war. They're fighting us. They're fighting with our money that we're providing to Ukraine. Ukraine would have no shot
They
in hell
knew
without us.
they literally signed the Budapest Memorandum too. They knew this was our due diligence if they were to invade. And they can't be
They were
clutching their
part
pearls
of
and be
the
like, "How
agreement."
dare you?" When they knew on paper we were committing to doing this.
Yeah, and we knew on paper if Ukraine inches inch towards NATO that Russia
That's not
would
on
do
paper
this.
anywhere.
No, that's not on paper. God, what?
How do you figure it's not on paper?
Tell me what paper
because
it's
it
on.
is
That's not an
not.
agreement we made ever.
I'll get it up right now.
We're going to talk about the Minsk agreement.
I'll pull it up now. While I'm pulling this up, please explain to me why.
No, we're just gonna wait in awkward silence for you
I
to
mean,
pull up
or
something that
we could
doesn't
do that.
exist.
No, that's fine. I love awkwardness. That's awesome. Let's do it.
Chat. Tap the screen if you're also a big fan of these Haribo frogs. This is my dinner
Yeah,
tonight.
tap the screen, guys. Those are good.
This is my dinner. These are the best.
Guys, let's get pickles to 300K while we wait. Tap, tap, tap.
Sorry, I'm a loud chewer. Stop. You never tried these? Dude, they're so good. And I also got these. Chat, if you want a cat-like figure like me, this is what I eat. This is freeze-dried Skittles. It's good. They're good for you. 21 grams of sugar for each 27 Skittles. The name Pickles is insane. That's right, baby. That's right. RFK says it's bad. I'm on no sugar November. I could do
have
no
eaten
shave
so
November
much
and
sugar since the election. I'm gonna have to go on a no sugar
Okay.
December.
Yeah, I don't think sugar is good for us. All right. The earliest significant date when Russia openly opposed Ukraine's alignment with NATO can be tracked all the way back to 2008 during the NATO Bucharest summit. At this summit, NATO members declared that Ukraine and Georgia would eventually become NATO members. Russian President Vladimir Putin strongly opposed this declaration, citing that such a move was a direct threat to Russian security and geopolitical interests. This opposition was a key moment in Russia's longstanding policy of preventing Ukraine's NATO membership. That was in 2008. So they knew what was coming, and they
Okay,
still did it
again,
14
we said
years
on
later.
paper. So again, the difference is the Budapest Memorandum was a signed agreement that Russia signed, right? Ukraine signed. It's a signed agreement. Now,
No,
Putin
no,
can
it's not,
say
though.
anything.
It's
Yes,
a-
it is.
No,
yes,
I
it
just
is.
researched this. It's not.
Yeah, Putin did never. If you're saying Putin signed
It's a political
something and
agreement.
America,
It's not a treaty.
if you're saying Putin signed something and we signed something saying we won't let Ukraine in NATO, we never did that.
No,
That's
yeah,
what I'm trying to
I
say.
agree.
You said
I agree.
you said that there was okay, but that's what you're supposed to be looking for is the signed agreement where we said we wouldn't let Ukraine in NATO. There's no such thing. I
No,
will give
no,
you
but
though, just to be
the Bucharest
listen. Let me tell you what did happen.
is
Right,
not a treaty.
like there have been memos, there have been security memos written. Right, like we've had CIA directors, we've had FBI directors discuss, the worry, like what you're saying, hey, if we escalate, if we bring more people into NATO, like it could provoke Putin, right? But we never signed anything saying we wouldn't.
It's not a treaty.
And again, most important thing here is I would agree with you. If Ukraine had entered sovereign territory of Russia's and attacked them, I would be on that page. I would say they decided to do this. Now they can handle it themselves. Russia is the aggressor.
Who's their
You're
aggressor?
saying
Who's the
I don't
aggressor
want
when
Ukraine to defend themselves?
after 30
if
years?
someone attacks your country, if Mexico invaded the U.S., would we defend ourselves? Yes.
Look, in all
I
honesty, I'm telling you guys, like we can argue about this, but the real problem I think we all can say is having a nuclear world war, and I mean we are inching closer and closer to that,
Yes,
and I
Putin
don't know
should
if we
stop
can defend
invading
that.
other countries. At any time, Putin should, he should take responsibility and stop invading other countries. I agree with
We
you.
need to show Putin that he doesn't get every single thing he wants every time he threatens nukes.
Who is it? Who is it for us to say to tell Putin, hey, like, why are we involving ourselves with Ukraine?
You know that this would affect the entire economy of planet Earth, not just us.
Yeah,
We
you
don't live
don't
in a vacuum.
understand how the
If
global
Russia
economy
was,
works.
all right,
Tell me you don't understand. Hey, the collapse of the
well,
supply chain
okay.
is why you guys say you voted
Excuse
for
me.
Trump, because of the economy. It was the
Excuse
collapse of
me.
the global supply
So
chain. That's
what
why.
was so
The
bad
collapse
about
of
the
the global
economy?
supply chain. I
What
just
would,
told you.
okay. Can I
It
ask
was
a
because
question,
of you. It
please?
was because of Russia
Hey,
invading
I don't want to go
Ukraine
back and
that
forth in a
collapsed the
pissing match.
global supply chain. So
Okay.
that's why.
So prior to 2014, what was so bad in our economy when Ukraine was in Russia's pocket?
Are you talking about why we didn't support them? Is because they were pro-Russia governments and they were Russian separatists in
No.
Ukraine. That's why we didn't get involved, because they were pro-Russia.
Well, no, I'm asking the question. She says if Russia would ever had their way with Ukraine, it would be a global economic catastrophe.
No, sir, can you listen when I speak? Because you're clearly not listening to my words. I said that the breakdown of the global supply chain, you obviously don't know anything about Ukraine's economy. It's the breadbasket of Europe. But anyways, how the global supply chain works is when there's a war, even nowhere near us, it affects the prices of things here.
What do you
That's
think
what the
World War
global
III would
supply
do?
chain is. That's what the
It'd be
global
10
supply
times
chain is.
worse,
Our
1,000 times
economy
worse.
is dependent upon the European economy. If
Do you
there is
not
a
think
war
World
in
War III
Europe,
would be 1,000 times worse?
if there is a war in Europe, that's the point of stopping them in Ukraine. If it gets worse, then we have to go in. Then troops will
No,
be on the
we're
ground.
forcing it at this point.
No, we are not.
Yes, we are.
If they invade Poland, then our troops will be there.
Then we would have
if
an
we stop
absolute
them in
right
Ukraine, we don't
to
have
fuck
American
with
troops.
Russia because
You
they
asked a
just
question and
attacked
I'm
a
telling
NATO
you.
country.
If you
Ukraine
understood
is
how
not
the
a
global
NATO
economy
country.
worked, so again, I'm going to say it slower. If you understood how the global economy worked, you would understand
You don't.
that if
Because
there
we're the
is a
reserve
war,
currency.
if in
Do you know what
fact
that
there is
means?
a war in Europe, we feel it here.
Do you know what the
Since
reserve currency is?
2022, the way that we fixed our economy, we did hold interest rates high. That's true, but the global supply chain had to be ironed out due to the Ukraine war, right? And then we had to fix labor problems with dock workers. It was because of the Ukraine war that the supply chain broke down.
We shouldn't be involved in this Ukraine war.
Okay, so again,
May I try a different angle on this? So first, like how you mentioned the Bucharest summit, yeah, that was a thing. That was when both Georgia and Ukraine. It was proposed not by them that they should work towards NATO membership. Essentially, the rest of NATO laughed it off, though, and went, "Yeah, these guys are nowhere even close. Don't even bother applying for at least 30 years." So that was laughed off. But it wouldn't even matter that Russia was upset because in 1997, in addition to the Budapest Memorandum in 94, in 1997, Russia signed the Russian-NATO Founding Act for Peace and Cooperation, wherein which 6 times they agreed to NATO expansion. Because, they already even shared a border with NATO, so it doesn't even matter. Ukraine did the
Did
whole
they
NATO
agree with it
argument.
when it comes to Ukraine?
Hang on. The whole NATO argument doesn't even matter because can you tell me off the top of your head, Matt, how many times NATO has applied to join, or Ukraine has applied to join NATO?
I don't know. I know Russia applied to join NATO, but we didn't let that happen.
Yeah, they didn't meet the requirements to join. So how many times did Ukraine request to join? Once. Can you take a guess when that request to join NATO was?
No idea.
It was after the second invasion of Ukraine. It was in September of 2022. The second time they got invaded, they still waited 7 months to apply. They had a goal to where they were supposed to set themselves up to try and join NATO eventually, but they were still nowhere even close, and NATO, again, had told them
So you're
it
saying
doesn't matter.
they formally tried to join NATO was already after Russia attacked, right?
Correct.
Okay.
September of
So
2022.
just because they formally did something, just like how Biden formally authorized missiles Sunday, doesn't mean they've been in the talks for years about it. So that's not a valid point.
Well,
wow,
again, it doesn't even matter
the
because
fact you
Russia doesn't
think
have
you made a point is sad.
Russia doesn't have a
I'm
say
sorry,
in
you
what
can't
other
understand
countries
the point.
do. But again, in 1997, Russia signed the Russian NATO Founding Act for Peace and Cooperation, where in which 6 times they agreed to NATO expansion, and they even offered assistance.
It's a you know what the difference between a political agreement and a treaty is?
One of
Oh
us is
God,
not making
what is the
sense.
end point
Don't
of
see.
this?
Yeah. There's no. That's what I'm trying to tell you. One
Okay,
of
can
us
we
is
just
not on the
trying to
line
make
of logic.
excuses for escalation in World War Three? Like, can we
That's
stop
what's
doing that?
going on. You're
So,
not
so
even on the
we're
line of logic. He
Like, I'll
just
be
made
cool.
3
Like, I'll be cool
points,
with
and then
Democrats
you
for real,
just
but
changed the subject. Is what
so
just happened.
I'll
like
be cool
she
with
was
Democrats.
saying.
Just
Hang
don't
on.
act like you want war, okay? Because you guys aren't the first
Hang on.
ones lining up.
I'm not
It's usually the
I'm not a
Republicans
Democrat.
lining
I'm
up
not a
for war.
Republican.
So,
I don't like either side. But here's the point she was making with either we deal with this now or we deal with it later, and it sucks more later. We either help Ukraine
figured.
now and abide by the Budapest Memorandum by not placing a single U.S. service member at risk, or we wait until they steamroll Ukraine and then they go after a NATO country because Putin has openly talked about wanting to rebuild the former glory of the Soviet Union, including taking over portions of Poland and other NATO member states. He's openly talked about this. He doesn't
Okay.
care about who belongs to what group. He
You
doesn't care.
realize all these Americans who are against this Ukraine war and funding Ukraine war, that none of those same Americans would be against going to war with Russia if they actually
What
attacked a
percent of
NATO
Americans,
Okay,
by the way?
ally?
you again
What
are
what
not on the
percent of
topic.
Americans are against supporting Ukraine? Against supporting Ukraine. Against supporting Ukraine.
Those
I
are
would
his
say
feelings,
about
not
80% of
statistics.
Republicans are sick and tired of funding this bullshit proxy war in Ukraine.
If you guys,
Yeah, well,
and
Wow,
that's
they
by
all
defin-
voted for it
hang
in
on.
Congress.
Yeah,
it's proof that
by
you guys are
definition,
just
it's not a proxy
The
war.
people didn't.
you guys are by definition just propagandized. So if I show you what the actual effect on the U.S. of the Ukraine funding, you would be like, oh, because this is our budget,
Yeah, but Pickles,
$1.14 trillion dollars.
I'm not. That's minuscule compared to what can
So
potentially pop off, and we
Yeah,
all know that.
no.
And we're
You're
acting
talking
like
about
it's okay.
everyone's tired of
Again,
paying
not
for
on
it,
the
but we're talking
subject.
about $40 billion of $1 trillion budget. It's
Well, you
it's
know what
so
more
small.
people are scared of?
We lose that much money on accident.
They're more scared
I'm
of
sorry.
World War III nuclear
You're not.
outbreak.
Yeah, you. Let's be real.
That's what
You
they're
are
more
not going to be
scared of.
affected by World War III. You don't have anything to be scared about. You're not the one that's going to be bombed because you're living in the United States. You're not dealing
How
with
do you
that stuff.
figure?
You're not the one who's getting bombed every day for simply existing. Ukrainians wake up every single day
Where are you
to
bringing this
explosions
up?
of missiles. Because you keep saying, "Oh, we're scared." Scared of what? You're not going to be affected by this.
How do you figure, man? How do you figure?
Because nobody's going to invade mainland United States and bomb the United States. It would have to get
Oh,
through a
so
multitude of defensive layers that
no
would not
one would
happen.
ever dare to nuke the United States.
Yeah, and even if they did, we have
You
countermeasures to
believe
deal
that?
with that.
Okay. I think you're going to be in for a rude awakening if we
Well,
continue on the path we're going
here's where
to.
I get my basis
No, I
from. I've
think that's
got over
the
10 years
biggest
in
thing.
geopolitics and foreign affairs, and over 7 of my 10 years in the Marine Corps as a doctor
Very
development expert.
good.
So this is literally my field of expertise. And again, nothing you have said is substantiated about anything. The most recent
Were
polls
you ever in
by the
special
most recent
operations?
Harris Cap polls. The most recent Harris Cap polls show that over
Were you ever
65%
in
of
special
Americans.
operations?
Doesn't
He's
matter.
not
I'm
listening to
going
you,
on.
Sam. Don't waste your breath. He doesn't listen when people talk. He just
Well,
says
no,
something
because his
asinine off
opinion is
topic
different from
immediately
other
after.
people's, and he wants me to take it as fact, and it's just not
No,
going to
I'm
happen. I'm
presenting you.
sorry.
I am not a source. I am relaying information from factual sources. You can fact check me on. By all means,
Okay,
don't believe
and
a
I'm
thing I
asking you,
say.
have you ever
Fact
worked in
check me.
special forces, Sam?
I literally developed doctrine to send Marines to war.
Okay, have you ever worked in special forces? Have you ever been to the
Why?
highest prestige in the military?
Have you?
Now, the reason I
So why
bring
does
this
it
up
matter?
is because my best friend is in the
Oh
fucking Delta
God,
Force,
So
and
not
he
an
has a completely
anecdotal
different
random
anecdotal.
opinion than
story
you.
that's completely off
He has
topic.
a
So
complete
What?
different opinion
bring
than
your
you,
friend
Sam.
up. Bring your friend up, and I'll talk to him instead then, because I don't care about your anecdotal story.
No, we're not
Fuck,
Over
doing
I would love to
65.
anecdotal
bring him up,
random
but right now he's
stories.
fucking doing
Matt
more
just
important things.
said,
65%
I
of
know a
Americans support
guy
He's
who
doing
Ukraine.
was
more
in
important
special
things, my friend.
forces.
Over 65% of Americans support continuing the funding to Ukraine because they understand the ramifications of what could happen if Russia is allowed to take Ukraine.
Okay, okay. Let's talk about the point where you say, "Oh, they won't stop it, Ukraine. They'll continue."
So he
That's
pivots
fine.
and does
Let
not
me
stay
say
on the
this:
line of logic yet
if
again.
they continue, and they actually attack a NATO ally, then everyone will be in support of that. Okay. So if they did
I highly
continue,
doubt that.
are you kidding me, dude? Do you not see the difference between Russia attacking
So
a
why?
non-NATO
So hang on.
ally and Russia attacking a NATO ally?
So why
Are
are
we
you
this
supporting
far
one? Hang
apart?
on. Why are you supporting one ally but not the other? What makes
It's
one more
not our
important than the
fucking
other?
ally. They're not in
You
NATO.
just agreed they're a non-NATO ally. You
They're
just
not
said
in
it yourself.
NATO.
It
They're
doesn't matter.
not.
We have plenty of allies outside of NATO. Is
It's
South
not our
Korea an
only
Okay,
ally to the
but
ally.
United? Hang
we're
on.
not
It's not our only
responsible for
treaty.
that.
Hang on. Is South Korea an ally to the United States?
We're not responsible for South
No.
Korea. I would hate to
We
fund a
are. We
war
actually
with
are.
South Korea.
We have agreement. We have a mutual defense pact with
Matt's
South
not
Korea. Is
smart.
Japan?
Save your breath.
We've got Japan. We've got Japan, South Korea, the Philippines, Australia. All these countries that are outside of NATO that are our allies that we have an obligation to help them. Like just because they're not a NATO doesn't mean they're not an ally. Fuck, even in the Iraq War, when we called upon everyone in the world to help us, you know who sent the second highest
Okay, I
contingency
think a
of
lot
troops
of
under
people
zero
are tired
obligation?
of
It was
that.
Ukraine.
I think a lot of people are tired of the handouts. And what has Ukraine ever done for us?
It's not a
Again,
Literally,
handout.
he has told
changing
you
the
to do it.
It's a
subject.
pretty easy
Never
common
on the
sense.
line of
I don't
logic.
think I'm a bad person for saying
never
this. This is just how people feel.
successfully stayed on the line of logic one time this entire
No,
conversation.
dude, you guys are
Never
defending.
once.
You asked
You
a
have been
question. I was
wrong, but you've been
actively
fact
giving you an answer
checked
to.
literally
Can
about
we
50
stop with the left
times.
and right? And
People
can we
make
like just get
salient
down to the
people
bottom
make
of this?
salient points and then you mumble off topic. That's what
I'm
we've
just
been
saying there's
doing
no
now
way
for
you
25
actually
minutes.
support what Biden's doing right now. There's no way.
Allowing an ally to defend themselves is an awful thing.
Mumbling off
It's not our
topic
ally,
yet
man.
again. Did anyone
Except
notice
that
that?
they
They
are
are
an
our
ally.
ally.
Okay, but just 7 years ago, they were Russia's asset, were they not? So just
No,
because they
not
went against
necessarily. No, they were
Russia,
still an ally. The
like,
reason we weren't
I don't know
abiding by
what
the
you're
Budapest
saying.
Memorandum is because we didn't need to help them because they hadn't been invaded yet.
What has
In
Ukraine ever done for
2014,
us?
in the Iraq War, they set the second highest contingency of troops under zero obligation because we asked them to.
You said
They went on
Ukraine helped
multiple.
us out in the Iraq War?
There was an American that was taken hostage by Iraqi soldiers. Ukrainian service members helped us on that mission to rescue them.
That's nice.
So that
sounds
answers your
like
question,
they're our
right?
So
ally.
does that earn them? Does that earn them the free pass to create a World War III scenario?
Yeah, yes, being invaded is their
Yes.
fault. Totally.
No.
So
You know
again,
that
by the way, also we're getting a
No one
massive
has the
boost to the
right. We don't
economy.
even have the right to start
Do
this.
you
But
do
yeah,
you
you guys
realize?
are defending it.
Do
I
you
don't
understand how the
understand.
breakdown of aid works by any chance? Like I know Pickles was showing you that just the overall budget, but do you know how the breakdown of aid works?
I do.
Like, do you think it's just like a giant pallets of cash like back in Iraq?
I think we need to get to something real simple, and I don't think we should be saying it's
I think
okay
you
to
should answer the
Mumbling
question.
and changing the
to
topic.
Yeah, man.
escalate the war.
You
I
got to
don't
stay on
think we
top.
should
Like,
ever say it's okay to escalate the war.
no, we're not
That's
escalating
all I'm
anything.
saying.
We're meeting them with
it's not
force.
escalation.
They
Okay.
escalated. They like Ukraine needs to do something
don't matter.
tactical.
It's
because it was
escalating.
escalated
It's
by
escalating.
Russia. Because it was escalated
It's
by Russia.
escalating though.
By Russia.
That's
So
what
so
it's escalating.
it's escalating because we're allowing them to do what they should have been allowed to do from day one by defending themselves. But Russia's not escalating by repeatedly launching munitions at
Why
civilian
are we
cities every single day.
Why are we funding? Why are we doing this? Why are we forcing ourselves into a predicament that we can't get out of? And you're okay with it.
You guys are
You're
just
okay
you
with
guys
it.
have this weird magical version of this where Trump is the only person who knows how to do diplomacy with Putin, even
Well,
though
that's
he's
what
like
it
the
seemed
hardest
like from
person to like on
2016 to
earth.
2020.
He's the most
That's
controversial
what it looked
person.
like.
He's not going to be able to do this. He said he was going to end it in 24 hours, didn't he? And it's not happening.
You know what's funny is Matt, you said that they didn't invade under Trump's presidency. What do you know what was going on between Ukraine and Russia during Trump's presidency?
No, he absolutely does not.
No, and you know why? Because it didn't involve the American people. It wasn't on Associated Press.
Actually, it
No
did
one
because my
talked
fellow
about it.
service members
So
were over there
why would
training
I
Ukrainian
care?
soldiers.
Why
No,
would I
it did.
care?
It did
The
involve
only
us.
reason we're
No,
talking
no,
about
Matt,
it now
it
is because the
did. You're
news
wrong.
is talking about it, and it's obviously
No, Matt,
escalated
you're
a
wrong.
1,000%. It's obviously escalated to the point where the news has to inform us
move
every
on?
fucking day about it.
I thought it was
So
the
who's
fake
the liar?
news.
Matt, my fellow
And
service members
CNN
were
is
over
covering
in
it.
Ukraine. Hang on.
MSNBC, ABC,
Matt,
they're all covering this.
following the 2014 invasion, my fellow service members have been in Ukraine training Ukrainian soldiers and providing them with munitions for the Budapest Memorandum. So it did affect Americans. I had friends who were over there training Ukrainian soldiers. It did affect us. And during Trump's presidency,
Well,
when Russia repeatedly
let me
bombed
say this.
Ukrainian
Let me
bases
say
and took
this
over
common
Ukrainian
sense
cities,
statement.
he didn't do shit about it.
Let me say this common sense statement.
Nothing you've said is common sense.
Okay. Well, this one's gonna be real common
Thanks,
sense.
Mark.
If you sign up for
Bye.
the military and you go into war and it affects you, I thank you for your service. But then, end of the day, people service the military to protect the citizens. So,
and our
me,
allies.
we were not affected during Trump's administration. Okay. The Associated Press, Fox, ABC, NBC, all these people, they obviously felt that it escalated so much that they had to let us know in 2020. So I
So
don't
when
get
we
what you're
had to
arguing.
provide African countries with more aid every year from the U.S. aid fund because Russia took over part of the grain industry, that didn't affect the U.S. economy?
To maybe to a small
It
certain
That didn't affect the U.S. economy?
to a small
It
certain extent.
absolutely infect the no, not
Yeah,
to a
to an
small
extent,
certain
but nowhere
extent.
to the extent of
Our
Ukraine
a
is the
big part of our
breadbasket.
reason
nowhere
our
to the
economy
extent of
crashed
Ukraine and
because
Russia.
the
Nowhere
breadbasket
to
of
the extent.
Europe was taken
Nowhere
over
to
by
the extent of
Russia.
Ukraine and Russia.
I can't. Yeah, you're not. I
Well,
don't
because
want you to take this
you're
the wrong way,
saying
but
us
you have no
supplying
idea what you're
money
talking
to
about.
small countries is the
You're
same as
adorable.
supplying money to
Yeah,
Ukraine. It's not the
here's the
same.
thing. Here's the
It's
thing,
not
though.
the same.
Hang on. Would you be happy if America was benefiting from this?
Fuck no. Because at the end of the day, if we go
What?
into if we, at the end of the day, if we go into nuclear war, no one wins. No one
Yeah,
fucking wins.
it's not gonna be
So like,
nuclear
you
war.
guys think you're all
It's
hot,
not
like
gonna be
hot
nuclear
shit?
war.
Just go sign up for the military again. Why
Go,
don't
go,
you?
Yeah,
go
if we
make
actually
sure
put boots on the ground, I
You
will
guys are
gladly
real tough.
re-enlist.
next
I
time
will here's
next time Putin wants something, we'll just let him know to threaten us with nukes so we can give it to him.
yeah, Matt. Next, if we actually go boots on the ground in Ukraine, I will gladly re-enlist and
Bro,
go over
hey,
there
you
because
can
the
send
last
a
time I went
million
over there,
troops.
hang on,
Hey,
Matt.
brother,
The last time I
you and
went
I
over
know
there, I
this.
went over there on my own
You can
dime,
send a million
taking
troops to a
vacation time
nuclear
from
bomb
work.
and they will all die. They will all
Cool.
die.
Matt has not
You
listened
can
to a
send 10
one word
million
anyone
troops to a
said.
nuclear bomb.
Matt, you
They
are
will all die.
painfully uninformed. I literally have a
They
migraine
will all
because
die.
you know so little information about the topics you choose to speak on. We've heard
I
it.
think you're
You
full
are.
of shit,
Let me
Fools. I'm
cover
sorry.
all you've said. You're terrified of Putin and nuclear war,
No,
and I
escalation,
assume
obviously. I
your
think you are
knees
too,
must
but you just don't want to admit it.
really hurt, Matt. You've been
You
on them
just,
for a long time. I
you
suggest you
literally
stand
rather
up. I
have
suggest
Biden
you
as the
stand up and
president
get
and we
off
go
your
into a
knees.
nuclear holocaust and
Just
have
get off
Trump a
your knees,
peacemaker.
Matt. It must
That's what
hurt.
your problem is.
Matt, I get it. You're terrified and get off your knees, okay?
Yeah, get off my knees.
$16.99 on Amazon,
I'm not
Matt.
even going to go there with you, Fools.
$16.99.
Wink, wink.
I don't understand how you can be mad at something where no U.S. troops are at risk. We don't have to do anything. We're depleting
Yeah,
one of
you're
our
saying,
biggest
bro,
enemies who
you're
open.
saying
Hang
that
on.
now. You're saying that
Could
now,
you let me
but
finish, Matt? Matt, let me finish. I'm
just
getting to
stand
a
on
point.
business when shit pops
Matt,
off. Stand on your
yeah, you
business,
know what?
buddy.
I
That's
stood
all
on
I ask.
business, Matt. I stood on
Just stand
business
on
when I
your
took
business, big dog.
Matt. I stood on business when I took vacation time from work to voluntarily go to Ukraine, unpaid, and train Ukrainian soldiers on the front lines.
Yeah, well, keep doing that. Keep doing that. Stand on business, brother. You too, Felice. I mean, you sound like a
How
warmonger
embarrassing
yourself.
for you
You
to
should go
tell
sign up
somebody.
for the front rows, ma'am. Go
I
sign
am
up.
left of left. I'm basically a
Yeah.
stone's throw
No, you're
from
not.
a
You're a
We are.
dumbass.
warmonger, fucking
We are on the front
fascist, dude.
lines.
You're
That's what you are.
talking.
We're literally on the front lines right now, fighting Russian propaganda
Fighting
coming out
off
of your mouth.
Russian propaganda. You are a
You're
literal
so full of
Russian
shit. Pickles.
propagandist. This
Pickles.
is
The
the
front
front
line I'm talking
lines.
about is Ukraine
You have
border,
no
buddy.
idea what's going
Please.
on. You should literally that's what we're doing right now.
It's all
We're
right.
doing
Hey,
our part.
you act all tough now, but when it's in your backyard, I don't want to hear it.
You like boosting in the economy, right? You
I
like
don't
when our
want to hear
economy
it,
does,
please.
Matt. You like when our
Tough
economy does
girl.
better, right?
You said what?
You like when the American economy does better, right?
Of course I
Okay,
do.
cool. So with the aid to Ukraine, we are giving them 20-plus-year-old equipment that was already paid off and charging them full sticker value in a lend
So
lease
you're
program.
bragging about
So
us making
hang
money.
on. So when
You're
it comes to
bragging
like
about us
Humvees,
making money
Matt,
off
could
the
you
war.
ever let someone finish a talking point, please? I'm
It's a
trying to make a
stupid
point to you.
point, dude. You're bragging
You have
about
no
us
Stop.
idea where I'm
making
going.
Let
money.
him talk.
So Matt, like for example, with a Humvee right now, you can go buy a fully functioning Humvee for 10 grand from a U.S. government website and just drive it off the lot. We are selling that Humvee at brand new sticker value price to 100,000. So when we sell or when we send 10 Humvees to Ukraine, that aid package is $1 million instead of $100,000 worth of crap. We are offloading old equipment. In exchange, we are also making deals where we're giving small discounts, like 10% discounts to our allied nations who are sending Ukraine their old equipment and buying our brand new equipment, F-35s, HIMARS, Patriot missile defense systems. The sales for all those assets have skyrocketed, boosting
Okay.
boosting the pockets of over 2 million Americans hired by the defense industry right
Okay.
now.
$80 billion.
This is a boost to the
with what
American
you're
economy.
saying.
$80 billion
I got two
in
problems with what you're
trades.
saying. The first problem I have is you're bragging about making money off the war. Second, if we're making so much money, why aren't we seeing it? Why aren't we seeing the economy in such a good place?
We are.
You're full of
You
shit.
guys don't look
You
at
are full of shit.
you don't look at the economy. If you can name me, I would be shocked if you could
But
name
we're
me
making
one
so
metric.
much money off Ukraine. No,
name
the
one.
fuck we're not.
Name one metric in our economy that's doing bad right now. Go for it.
The fact that a 1-bedroom rent in a 4-bedroom house is $1,200 in California.
Matt, can I give you an actual example
How about
of where
eggs
we
are
are seeing
$8? Milk is
Matt,
$7. How about that?
No, it's not.
Matt, do you want to see an example of where we're actually benefiting and where we're seeing it in our pockets? Like you asked the
No one
question, right?
believes that. No one believes the shit you're saying
Matt,
right now.
the semiconductor
You can say
manufacturing
it's
industry.
misinformation, but it's
Matt,
common
my
sense.
primary job is in the semiconductor manufacturing industry.
Look,
My
man, I
company
don't
used
know
to be.
you. I don't know what you actually do. I know a lot of
I'm
people come
telling
up
you
here
right
and
now,
bullshit, but
Matt. I'm just listen. I'm trying to answer your question. So my company
He
used to be in the
waits for
government
people to
contract
start
industry.
talking so he can talk.
Yeah. We used to be in the government contract industry and we got out of it. Right now, though, because of munitions being remanufactured and resold to allies in Ukraine and for ourselves, my company has gotten back into the contracting for the government for making certain things in the semiconductor manufacturing industry. So because of that, my company is experiencing more profit. Every year, we get a profit share, meaning the employees here get a percentage of their base pay for the profit. Because of that, I am now getting a boost in my profit sharing this year, where I may get up to 20% of my annual paycheck. So
I'm
I
glad you're
personally, and every
profiting
other
so much
employee
off the
here, will
war.
be getting
I'm
a
not.
bunch of money
I'm
because it is
not.
boosting our American economy.
I'm glad you're profiting off the war. I'm not. A lot of Americans aren't.
I'm an American citizen that
I'm
is
real happy
within the
for you,
economy
man.
benefiting.
Real happy.
Okay. Hey, we've had you up for about 30 minutes, all right? Or 40 minutes. So do you want to say one last thing before we let you go?
Yeah, man. If you guys love war, just go sign up.
Got it.
Especially you, Felice.
Thought
Equal
provoking.
rights,
Deep
right?
thoughts.
Equal rights.
Deep thoughts for bad. Deep thoughts. Well, that was my community service for the month.
Anyone else want to get smacked around on Ukraine?
Oh, Sam, but that was way too good of information for him. Don't waste your intellectual labor on that. God,
I like educating people, though. It's just the thing is,
I
like,
like
when
it. I learned
a
a
lot of
lot.
people,
Believe me, I'm a sapiosexual. I truly enjoyed that.
a lot of people, it's like you're not going to convince the people on the panel 99% of the time, but there's what is it, like 15% of commenters on lives actually, or people in lives actually comment. So you've got 70+% of your people that are sitting there just listening. So at least you get a chance to educate some of the people there that don't know anything. Like I've had like 3 people now just from this chat DM me wanting to learn more. I have a pinned video on my profile that is literally just the basics of the war in Ukraine. It's from Ukrainian freedom up until now. It's like 7 minutes, but it gets you caught up. It gets you the information, the basics, and then you can go on and do the research yourself from there. Because if you're not willing to learn on this stuff and you're going to try and formulate an opinion on something you don't know about, you're doing a disservice to yourself and everyone you try to talk to the topic about.
Exactly.
I concur.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we appreciate you, man. Yeah, we'll definitely tag you back up if someone else comes up, though, for sure. Thank you.
I'm gonna go back to. I literally walked outside for a smoke break to come do this.
Nice. All right.
So I'm gonna get back to work now.
All right. Have a good night at work, man.
Thanks
Don't
for
be
having
a
me
stranger, Sam.
All righty.
I just have to say, Chelsea, thank you for the personalized note. I won't tell anyone what it says. It's our secret. But again, thanks for the personalized note. Super personal.
Who we got next?
What I was trying to say was like, that was such good information on Ukraine. I wish it was like more of a debate. You know what I mean? I
Yeah.
wish he was talking to someone like who was debating in good faith, because yeah, like he would be great, like actually having a really good conversation.
Yeah. Hello? Hello, CMB?
Call me back.
I feel like it's more painfully obvious here on a debate. I guess I don't know. I feel like we're able to dig into conversations more because we stay decent and civil, but it's more obvious when people are being, disingenuous because it's annoying. Hello? Top G? All right.
Yeah.
Oh, well, there he was. You're welcome to try again, bro.
Guys, tap the screen. Keep tapping the screen for pickles. Work on that carpal tunnel. No, I do love when people have information. Sam has information on Ukraine I am not aware of. I love that. So
Yeah.
that was actually a treat.
Hello? Hello? Vex? Bunch of AFKers, chat. Damn, I should probably eat. I'm already tired for some reason. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter, hop in the box. Debate us. Tell us why you like Trump. And also, Felice's Cash App is right here. Her Cash App and Venmo, guys. This is the best way to support us. If you want to send her a donation, it's right there, and mine's in my bio. We appreciate you guys.
Oh, I'll give you guys an update on Russia because, I started this show today, the broadcast. It's me and two really smart women, and they just sent me an article. So Putin is now outlawing, they're banning child-free propaganda to try to boost the birth rate. Right. So they call it propaganda, but any information available to women about not giving birth is now being banned to try to boost Russia's birth rate.
Did you see what happened? I sent in my robots and
I thought that was Z-Pack. You're
they
getting
flagged
bigger,
Felice. They flagged Felice. They did it. I was sitting on my couch and I called Elon. I said, Elon, can you send in the robots and can you flag Felice? Can you do that?
It was Starlink. It was the satellites. I just was hearing a video.
We had the results hours before, and we knew we were going to get flagged. Starlink told me. I was on
I don't
my
want to brag, but Sam just messaged me. I just thought.
Oh, nice.
Well, I need to tell you, people, if you haven't joined the Discord, what are you doing? You need to join. It's a great Discord, a phenomenal Discord. And if you can't tell, I'm actually getting very tired. Very tired. Every day I'm getting tired. I'm 78. Why couldn't we get somebody younger like Kamala? Why couldn't we do it? We'll never know. We will never ever know.
I love when you do that because that's the important part.
Kamala.
Have you been eating McDonald's every day on your plane? Do you
Every day I actually, actually, I can't afford it because of Joe's economy. You think about a quarter pounder, it looks more like a cheeseburger now. It's unaffordable. We can't afford our cheeseburgers. We can't.
I want to try the chicken Big Mac.
Ooh.
And if you voted for me, I need you to come up and tell me why you voted for me. And if you do, I might send more robots towards Felice. We might do that. We might send. What a beautiful population! 1.2 thousand people should be 1.2 trillion people. Actually,
Hi.
Hello, are you a Trump supporter?
Hi. Oh, sorry. Finally, you can hear me. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Hello.
Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
What am I Trump support? I've just really enjoyed all your guys live.
Well, thank you.
Yeah,
I love your accent.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, my whole point was because I find it really interesting. And I'm a British person, and obviously, and it's just a whole nother ball game over here.
Yeah. Pretty good.
Obviously, when
Universal healthcare type of ball game.
Well, I mean, many.
Wish I could
things.
play on that team.
Oh yeah. But even regarding that, like, people like Trump, and obviously we've had our own, like, MPs and whatever before this have tried to destroy our national health care and whatever and stuff like that. It's just really interesting. And when I saw Trump was running again, like, us as Brits were like, what? I had so many things to say, and now I'm under pressure.
You're fine. You're fine. I'm taking a moment to zone out too.
No, because again, like, I don't know what you know about, like, us over here with our, you know, MPs and stuff like that, but we had our fair amount of shit with, well, I think we had probably about 3,000 prime ministers in the space of like 2 weeks.
Is there I am trying to do debates, so do you want to say something really quick?
Yeah,
and kinda
no,
get to the
sorry.
point?
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. No, I didn't really want to debate. I was more like, I was hearing your stuff, and it was more like, you speaking about Trump. Okay, so like, if I'm thinking about a debate, when you were speaking about the Ukrainian situation that was going on, and whatever, and you're like regarding it to Trump, and whether it's not really a debate, but it was more sticking up for us when this shit happened. We absolutely supported the Ukrainians, and I think we were the only country that we were, well, yeah, we had our shores like invaded by like refugees, people that had been on boats, makeshift boats and whatever for like 3 weeks, 4 weeks and whatever. And we as a country, we took these Ukrainian people in and gave them homes, and we charged nothing, like nothing at all. It was like, yeah, you're here now, you're safe, here you are. And I think when you were speaking about the Ukrainians and about your like financial state and whatever, I didn't agree with that to a certain level.
Well, hey, listen, I want to get on to more people, but I appreciate you coming up and sharing. Are you there?
Oh, I hope I didn't offend, but like, I just wanted to say, like, obviously from what Brits hear to like what Americans hear and whatever, it's a very big like difference, a real big difference, actually.
Yeah, I agree.
Of where, because I mean, we're in, I think, you know, you're smart people, we are in a ridiculous like financial crisis at the moment. After COVID, after everything, after having shocking prime ministers trying to lead us.
Yeah, Boris Johnson is like the Trump of. I feel like I was just
Oh
thinking,
yeah,
like, who is the Trump of the UK? It's
yeah,
Boris
it's
Johnson
Boris.
for
Yeah,
sure.
it's Boris Johnson, and they're both like identical. They've not ever been, you know,
It's not attractive.
they're people that have
By
been like
identical, you mean not
financial
attractive. I agree.
uprisers. They've never been, you know.
Oh, one of my mods, guys. If you're friendly, my mods will boot you. I'm sorry, guys. Chat. If you're not
Yeah,
opposition,
it wasn't us.
yeah, it's not us. It's if you're
Have a
if you're
good
not
night.
opposition,
I'm
yeah,
an
we love you.
Anglophile. Love England. Don't change for anyone.
Hello.
I may need asylum. Yeah,
Hello?
Nigel Farage. Good one.
Hello.
How's it going?
What's up, man? Are you a Trump supporter?
No, I'm not. Absolutely not. I do not like the guy. I'm just wondering why everybody's voting for this guy if he's doing all this stuff to these women and taking advantage of people.
Yeah, I agree. That's what we're here to talk about. I don't know, but yeah, we're only taking opposition, so I'm gonna boot you. But guys, debates only right now. Especially, we're kind of losing a little bit of traction with the algorithm.
Guys, tap the screen. I can hear the stress in Pickle's voice. Will everyone share the live with 5 people and tap the screen as hard as you can to cheer Pickles up? Tap, tap, tap.
Yellow, yellow.
You're the best, Pickles. It's gonna be okay.
I know, yeah. I probably need to eat something. I've just had nothing but sugar. I feel like I'm gonna crash here in a sec.
Me too. I've been doing this to myself consistently since the election. I need to stop.
Chat, if you're a Trump supporter and you want to tell us why you like Trump, hop in the box. Oof, look at all those shares. Appreciate you guys. Go Eat and Felice can host for you. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll go grab a bite. Feeling a bit peckish. Go eat, please. I'll be fine. Here we go.
Let's see. What is happening? Did anything happen today that I don't know about in the news?
Hello?
So, did you vote for Obama back in the day when he was president?
I didn't even vote. No.
Now, did you think Obama was a good president?
Yeah, he was fantastic.
So, you're saying that it's perfectly fine for a man to take millions of guns and dump them over on Mexican borders?
Can you explain to me what happened?
Yeah, it was his considered Watergate. You can look it up. It's called Fast and Furious.
Are you talking about the Central America thing?
Actually, how many people got killed by them guns, too?
You're talking about, yeah.
I mean, you can look it up. It's right there online. I mean, look up.
No, I am. I'm looking. I have it on the ATF set to destroy guns associated with Obama-era Fast and Furious scandal. So, hold on. Operation Fast and Furious. I'm just looking for. Hold on. That's just. I'm looking for that. Let me find a definition so I can read it. Okay. Obama's first scandal. Sorry, I'm just waiting for this to load. Okay. Obama administration scandals never resolved. They just vanished under new scandals. So it was one of the president's earliest embarrassments, Operation Fast and Furious, designed to help Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and ATF and Explosives dismantle the drug cartels operating inside the United States and disrupt drug trafficking routes. Instead, it put into the hands of criminals south of the border some 2,000 weapons, which have been used to unalive hundreds of Mexicans and at least one American, U.S. Border Patrol agent Brian Terry. Now, Fast and the Furious is back in the news earlier this month. A raid on. Okay, well, I think that's what he's talking about. Where did he go? Yeah. So I did know this, but like, I have a larger issue with that. Like, we do track these guns. That's how we know about Border Patrol Brian Terry. Right? Because we know when these guns are used in the commission of a crime. And we are arming the cartels, period. American gun companies are, right? They sell them, they ship them to other countries and then straight to the cartels. We know this. It's much worse than just what happened with Obama. Like, it's arming cartels.
So in a light, this looks horrible, but there's a reason for it. So what they were doing
is a reason, isn't there?
What they were doing is they were watching these people who bought guns. They wanted to trace where they went with those guns. So at first glance, it's like we're arming people. But what we were doing is we were tracing them so that we could see where they went and we could track down more of the network of traffickers. So we were trying to build a large...
ATF's field office in Phoenix, launched an operation in which guns bought by cartels,
Yeah, it was a large, complex conspiracy case. They were trying to build a big case, not just pop people with gun purchasing charges. So I don't think
they were trying to.
Yeah. I don't think this is the boogeyman you think it is.
Yeah, they were going to track their guns as they made their way through the ranks of the cartel, like that. And that this is something we do. Like we reverse try to find out how guns are ending up in the cartel's hands. Like this,
Yeah, he ran away. I
But
don't
I
know.
just have a larger problem. I don't know where he went, but the larger problem I have is more that forget like what the ATF is up to for like sting operations. The larger problem is American gun companies are arming the cartels. That's capitalism, right? Like, I mean, should we stop that? Should we say to gun companies, hey, when if these guns are used, if all these serial numbers are ending up in cartels' hands and unaliving people, like, I mean, should there be a penalty, or we can't because of the gun lobby? They call them the three wise men: the alcohol, tobacco, firearms. Right? Like those are the strongest lobbies in Washington. If you want to change that, you'd have to go against the NRA.
Yeah, I don't think anything even holds a candle to Trump's criminality in his presidency. Like there's so much more in-depth, horrible, like disgusting stuff in plain sight for Trump. I love their little. I think my dad told me the other day. He said that Obama like maliciously fired half the military. I'm like, hello.
Oh,
Hey, how you doing?
I remember you from Montana.
Yeah.
See, I remember.
What's up, Montana?
How you guys doing tonight? Well,
I'm actually glad to talk to you.
Yeah, I was. It's about. Pickles was talking about it earlier. This is about one of the only lies you can get on, where you can actually have a decent conversation. So, and I, but anyway, Felice, I liked way earlier. You guys were talking to somebody about banning ARs. And while I disagree with the idea of banning ARs, I liked your argument. I thought it was a good one. It needs some thought. However, I really believe that at some point, we as a country, because of the unaliving of children on school grounds, we need to start looking at our values again as people. We really do. Because when I was a kid, we went to school and hunting season started and everybody had a gun. Everybody. Because we were all going hunting after school. I mean, and none of that ever happened. What changed?
The NRA, didn't they used to go to schools and do like trainings? Like the NRA used to be in schools and they would do like, I mean, in a good way, like they used to teach gun safety at public schools.
Yeah, I think gun culture got carried away. Like you just heard us literally talk to a grown man who, in short, said he enjoys the luxury of having his toys more than saving kids' lives. Like it's like kind of gross. I think it's a y'all thing. It's not like a society. We're just somehow more violent than every other nation. It's the tools we use to enact these things. It's the guns.
No, okay, kind of. Yeah, I think his point was he didn't want his rights infringed. He hadn't done anything wrong. He didn't feel like he wanted his rights infringed to control a problem that is a minority problem. However, Felice, her point is one is too many, and I agree with that too. I think that.
But we could debate 2A and like what a well-regulated militia is, right? Like it's not about personal pew-pew ownership. A well-regulated militia. Well-regulated militias, they kept their weapons in an armory. Like I think it's a misinterpretation of 2A, which by the way, were slave patrols to go and bring back runaway slaves. But a well-regulated militia, that's fine, but that doesn't mean that's not everyone's right to have an AR.
Well, at any rate, I appreciated your argument. The reason I came up, though, is I wanted to ask Pickles and you about something else completely, something else entirely. Hold on, I gotta look at it again. I can't remember the name of it now.
Chet Chat, tap the screen. Let's get to 500K while he's doing that. Tap, 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 chat.
Investment and Jobs Act. Because, and the reason I wanted to ask you about this, and I really want to know what you guys think. I have my own disagreements with it. Is the goal to have half of the U.S. Run in EVs by 2030?
That's not an actual. It's not an actual goal. I think it's like an idea, but we're not cutting people off from gas cars at that date.
Okay, but well, yeah, it says 50% of vehicles by that date.
I don't think we're enforcing that. I think it's a goal, but like you've seen like the rise of EVs, like they're everywhere now.
Right, and but I think it's to me it's part of it. I mean, it's the stated goal of a law that passed.
There's California that kind of did something, but I think that's it.
No, I got this right off the Department of Transportation's website.
Okay, what's it say? What's it called?
It's called and I think it was part of the Green New Deal.
When you minimize, we can't hear your microphone. So what was it called?
Oh, it's called the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act.
Yeah, it's yeah.
Oh,
and I think it was part of the Green New Deal.
Okay. So
this was fact check. There's
Green
not a ban on gas vehicles.
There's no ban.
No, and I'm not saying there is. But what my problem is that we're spending and investing as a nation a lot of money in a technology that isn't viable, in my opinion.
It is viable. It is viable.
Okay.
Absolutely viable.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
We'll start with some of my favorite peeves then. What do we do with the old batteries, Felice?
Recycle.
There's currently no place that recycles them. Do you know what a battery weighs?
Yeah, probably like 900 pounds.
They weigh about 15,000 pounds. They're about half the weight of the car. Yeah, they're really heavy. The battery for a Tesla takes up the entire bottom of the car.
We did the weight of batteries the other night. It's not that much. Semis way more. Should we bin semis? Stop.
The average weight of an EV is about 4,100 pounds. I used to have a Dodge Challenger. It weighed the same. It weighed more. It was 4,300. But it says yes, electric EV batteries are recycled. They do.
Who's recycling them?
Probably the people making them.
Okay. Do you know what the average life of an EV battery is?
I don't know, 5 or 10 years.
Between 5 and 10 years.
Yeah.
What's the replacement value?
Probably $10K.
$15,000 to $20,000 for it. And that's for the low end.
So how much money do you pay in gas every year? It's about $3 or $4 grand, maybe 5. Multiply that by 10. That's 50 grand. It's way more than 10 or 15 for a battery.
Okay. How much ground are we raping to get the material to make these batteries?
Just as much as we need.
Well, okay, but I mean, this is a group that's supposed to be green.
This is a lot more
It's
green.
not a ban. It's not a ban. Yeah, it's just so EVs could account for up to 56% of new passenger vehicles sold for model years 2030 through 32, meeting a goal that President Biden set in 2021. Yeah, it's not a ban. They're just planning on taxing automotive people. Not anymore because Biden's not in charge, but I think that was the idea. It's not a ban. Biden outlines target of 50% electric vehicles sales share. It's a sales share in 2030 to unleash full economic benefits of Build Back Better agenda and advance smart fuel efficiency. Yeah.
Okay.
So when you talk about EVs versus ICE internal combustion engines, ICE engines are about 20% efficient. EVs are 90%. So no matter how we're getting the energy, period, it's better spent in an EV. It's more efficient.
You say. but the resources that we're getting, that we're using up, the nickel, the
No, we're
cadmium, the
saving
lead,
resources. That
the
listen. Did you
lithium.
read this part of it? So it would if this program, the reason they're doing it is to save money. It would deliver around 140 billion in net benefits over the life of the program, save about 200 billion gallons of gasoline, and reduce around 2 billion metric tons of carbon pollution. For the average consumer, this means net benefits of up to $900 over the life of the vehicle in fuel savings. So
Well, that's according to the Department of Transportation, the study that I mean, you're talking about using up non-renewable resources.
Same thing with oil. Isn't that the king of non-renewable?
No,
that's and releasing
no.
carbon.
Now, and there's the deal. Copper, lead, nickel, cadmium. These are not renewable, right? Petroleum is renewable.
What?
Petroleum is,
What?
as
You're
long as
kidding,
it's dead,
right?
dying, decaying material, we'll have petroleum forever.
If we use it all up, we have to wait a few million years for
You
more.
have to be kidding. Not, do you know how long it
No,
takes
wait a
that to
minute.
happen? You're saying we have to wait for fossils to decay? No, not at the rate we're using it.
Well, actually, fossils, oil doesn't come from fossils. It comes from the material that dies around the fossil.
Okay.
And that material
But we don't
dies
have that
way
kind of
sooner.
time.
Yeah, we don't have time for that. We
Well,
want
I'll
to.
tell
We
you
want
what,
to.
if you want to do an experiment sometime, that would give you an idea how long it takes to make oil. You got a tree around your house somewhere?
We're gonna make
Do you-
oil. I love science projects. How do we do it?
Okay.
Do we have to plant a dead animal in your trees?
What I would suggest you do is in the fall, take some dead and dying leaves and put them in a 5-gallon bucket of water, right? At the end of the season, later in the winter or in the spring when that thaws, look at the water on top. Look at the oil on top of that water. That decaying material is actually turning to oil that fast.
All right, man. All right. No one's if it was that easy, we'd be just making oil out of like our compost.
Oils.
Yeah, like
You ever heard
this
of
is not a
synthetic
thing.
oil?
What we're talking about is things that will spread out the use of energy. So like alternative energies. So instead of just having like one main thing, oil, we have a bunch of things and we can diversify. So if oil gets really expensive, boom, we can lean on this. And if that gets expensive, we can lean on this. We can diversify. It makes us more viable.
But you're using a whole lot of that oil to make something to make one battery. It takes.
No, you're not.
I'd have to look it up. I'd have to look up how much.
The
But you're
output
burning
the output
literally-
is so much better. I don't think you are like you're talking about saying that every other country who's started investing in EVs haven't done the simple math that you're doing right now. And I just think it's silly. Every single South Korea, China, Japan, everybody is like sprinting towards EVs and alternative fuels. And you guys, the right wing, who've been shilled by big oil, have people like Trump being like, windmills are bad, they're killing whales and they're giving people cancer. Like what?
Well, windmills now that's a whole nother topic. Windmills are one of the biggest wastes that there is.
Oh God.
Look, first of all, do you know how much oil you have to put in a gearbox to run a windmill?
Heavens to bed.
It's like 100 gallons
We
of
have
gear
to
oil.
diversify our
Right, you have
energy. I am a huge fan of nuclear. We're going to do nuclear because that's the most efficient. We're going to do some wind, and we're going to do some solar. We're going to do electric vehicles because we've got to diversify that portfolio. And you're still going to be able to get a gas. Don't worry, gas isn't going to die either. It's going to be okay. You're always going to be able to go to a gas pump in your lifetime. I promise you. It's going to be okay.
Well, I don't think. Okay, my thing is with that bill is this is one of the reasons I disagreed and voted against Harris and Biden is because I don't think it's economically feasible for the U.S. government to be invested in it that way. I think it's
It's
spent a
best
lot of
for us to
taxpayer money
invest
that
in
should be done.
alternative energy and new
That should
technologies. That's what we do.
that should be done in private industry.
Okay, if
Do you
we
know how
don't
the
if we
internet was
don't
created? I mean,
push,
I don't think you're aware how much we invest in things.
yeah, like we do this, and it's very like the fact that we pushed out the Chips and Science Act to manufacture like microchips. If we would have just left it alone and just hoped and prayed that someday maybe someone would do that, we'd be waiting forever. But we did that, and that like made it to where we'll eventually be doing things like this. We'll be self-sustaining, and we won't have to worry about China invading Taiwan. We'll be like, fuck that, we have our own chips. But until then, we have to.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. That's another discussion. I can't.
Well, let me hit you with this though.
Okay,
It's because of the automotive lobby, right? That and it's because of the oil lobby, right? It's because of ExxonMobil. It's because of BP. It's because also of Elon Musk and his interest in Tesla. I'm gonna say it again. Everyone, check out the high-speed railway plan. Every other developed country in the world that is civilized travels by high-speed rail. We should get rid of the planes. We don't need as many cars. We should all be traveling by high-speed rail. This is the future. But the aviation lobby, the Tesla, the automotive lobby, these people keep us involved in this BS. We should be traveling by high-speed rail.
Okay. Well, all right. And we should be traveling by high speed rail. We should diversify. Except that it seems like when the Democrats and the Democratic Party get a hold of something like this, we want to do it to everything. We got people wanting us farmers out here to drive electric tractors. Do you know how unfeasible that is? I mean, you can't.
I want you to keep your tractor, JD. I won't pry it out of your cold. You keep that. We'll bury you with that in your tractor. I promise. You get to keep your tractor.
Well, we need tractors,
What is
and
that?
we need.
It's my little roulette wheel.
I think I bored Pickles, and he went to gamble, and he's playing roulette.
Is that what that is? I was like, what is happening?
Oh, we got black. We got 12
It's
black.
like
Whoever had 12 black wins 36. 30. What is it? 32x. Anyway,
Are we really gambling?
I did bore him. Anyway, but this is my thinking is that I don't think the U.S. government should be. I agree that make a law that says our industry needs to go this way or whatever, but we shouldn't be investing tax money in it. I don't think.
we it's like the best. It's the best way to use our tax dollars. It's so. Didn't I show you that map last time of all the things that Biden started? Did I show you?
No, I don't think you did.
White House. Is it build? It's either build or invest. So this is the 56,000 projects that we started. That was good. That helped the economy. That's a lot of jobs. I mean, you can't say these things are bad. Like, if we would be waiting forever if we thought, like, hey, maybe some private company should come out of the kindness of their heart, build a park or a new train rail. Like, no one's going to do that. It's better when we can work in tandem with the government to get these things done. But here's a map of all the manufacturing jobs that Biden created, and this is from subsidiaries. This works so much better than what Trump did. Was like just wrote everyone a free check for coupon on their taxes, and it's like, hey, making jobs, right? And they're like, yeah, sure, and then they just like invest in stocks and real estate.
Okay. Yeah, and I in that respect, what I will say is as a conservative is that I can see the need to go that way because again we need to re-examine our thinking as a nation. We need to go back to traditional capitalism and not modern capitalism. Modern capitalism doesn't work. It's not the way it's going.
We're literally doing the best at it, and it's hurting the you're fighting for the left wing talking points while standing on the right side, like
Well,
on the wrong side. It's
my
very
idea of
weird.
modern capitalism, and
You
here's
are.
what I
I
believe
agree. We
also.
should go back to the capitalism of the 50s and 60s. Let's go back.
Yeah.
60s,
Because
70s.
traditional capitalism said, if I work and I produce a product and my profit margin at the end of the year is between 6 and 12%, that's good, and I can take money and give it to charity and give it to people who need it and give it to get, and create incentive programs because I'm a wealthy person. Modern capitalism says take everything you can get at a 30 to 40%, 50% profit margin and screw everybody else. And that really, to me, that's wrong. That's not how capitalism was meant to work.
Yeah, but like right now, I've heard someone else say this, but like right now, you could say capitalism is a meter, and it's like it goes one way, and like the super ultra rich get way too rich, and then we have to push it back to the middle again and even it out so that the middle class is healthy again. What you're doing is your needle is all the way over to the side of the rich people, and you're the party that pushes it there. And you're talking to people who want to push it this way, and you say, hey, we should push it this way. This is what you're telling me. Like, yes, welcome to the Democrat Party.
Well, yeah, but I can't vote for again, I can't vote for investment in things that I don't believe in. I can't vote for principles like women's bathrooms because they identify as a woman. I can't follow those things. Does that make sense?
So these are
I'm not a single issue voter, and I can't.
So like these are things that you need to start looking out for. So the next time they bring up this trans in women's bathroom, I want you to see who started this. Did we come out and write legislation and said from now on, if you're a trans woman, you're in women's restrooms? Or has it just always been like this, and you guys have been fed these little tiny isolated incidents or whatever because they know that you'll listen, that gets clicks and views? But like, how prominent is that issue you just brought up? Have you ever even seen an article of that happening?
Oh yeah. I mean, we've seen it. Unfortunately, I live in a very small area, and we've had trouble with it here. People who have gender dysphoria, and they all of a sudden want to be the gender that they identify as, and want to have their rights respected above all others. When in fact they're a minimal percent of the population. I mean, so it becomes a huge problem.
Wait,
I mean,
what's the problem?
In the
Like you guys think they're icky,
Yeah,
but there's no
JD,
actual
use the
problem.
bathroom at your house, and then
Yeah.
nobody will be in the bathroom.
Like
with you.
if
You seem like
Well-
there are certain people that just need to not use public restrooms, and I think you may be one of
like
them.
if we had a pie chart,
Go to the bathroom at your house.
if we had a pie chart of like all of the horrible, heinous crimes against kids, we would have like maybe trans people would be this. We would have straight white males here. We would have the clergy like of churches here, and then like the rest, who knows? But this is what you guys are focused on, and this is like the church people or something, which you guys totally ignore. You don't give a flying fuck. But this this bothers you.
Well, the church people thing bothers me just as much. Believe me.
It should bother you more because it's way more of a problem.
The reason that small thing bothers me is because it occupies about 50 to 60% of everything that's reported on. I have to hear it all the time.
Yeah, because they know that's what you'll listen to. It's not because it represents all of the that it is a representation of the smallest piece of the big picture, and you and that's all you think about. That's a you problem.
But it's an issue that's pushed by the Democratic Party.
Wait, how are we pushing this?
Well, we're pushing for trans rights, for
For
and
humans to have
and
rights?
Listen, do you for
yeah,
humans to have equal
for trans
rights? Yes,
people.
yes. If you are, yes, who are human beings who have the right to self-actualize, just like JD, no one tells you who you are. Everyone has the right to self-actualize, which, by the way, is backed by science. Right.
Well,
So
I don't want to
you listen, you are incorrect about this issue.
Hey,
You are
I
which
don't want to
completely
which
tell
which
incorrect.
my kids how to
Right.
self
And
actualize.
human beings have the right to decide who they are, period. Just like you did, JD. No one told you if you were a man or a woman, right? You
Well,
decided. And
which
you, no, but this is the point. You're allegedly for small government. Nobody needs to tell anybody how to live their life, period.
but the
bathroom should this
Democratic
person
Party keeps
use?
telling me
You are
that
trying
I
to
should.
tell somebody else how to self-actualize. It
No,
is
no,
not any
no.
of your
I'm being
business,
told that
JD.
I have to. I
Mind
have
your
to.
own business.
Which
Is my
bathroom should
advice.
No,
this
I'm
person
being told
use?
that I have to. I have to respect their right to do that in
No, you
public
need to
places.
respect all human beings' right to
They're just
self-actualize.
trying to piss
Yes.
and shit, dude. What bathroom does this person use? Do you know? Which bathroom should they go into?
Well, if they're a man, they should go into the men's bathroom.
But which bathroom should this person go into?
The person that dresses like a woman that's got gear like a man,
I don't
well,
know.
they better go in the men's
I don't know. Are
bathroom.
you checking out their genitals before they go to the restroom?
Well, I'm not, but that's not the point. If you're a man, you need to go in the men's bathroom. If you're a woman, there are
Okay.
there are two genders,
Okay.
men and women.
Then you're saying, so would this person, what's his name? Which bathroom should this person go into?
Well, he looks like a man. He probably should go in the men's bathroom.
That's a woman, or that's a female.
Okay.
That's a man, but it's a female.
Okay. So then she should go to the women's bathroom.
You want this person in the bathroom with your young daughter?
No, but you know we're the answer. There are two genders.
But you're
I mean,
saying that's what you
there
want.
has to be-
So which one is it?
there has to be an absolute.
Which one is it? Do you want this person in the men's or the women's
There
restroom?
must be an absolute somewhere. So if it's a woman, then she needs to go to the women's restroom.
So
So,
this
you know,
person, you
if-
want
if-
this
if
person
this
in the
person
women's
is-
restroom. You want this person in the women's restroom. You think that
Well,
wouldn't raise any eyebrows?
Yep. Yeah, I'm sure it would.
So you see how like you haven't thought about
But
this for more than 5
person
seconds?
self-actualized. Now wait a minute. This person,
that's
as police said,
that's a horrible
self-actualized and decided that this is how she wanted to be. So she gets to if she wants to be this way, she gets to experience life among people who don't agree with her.
No, I'm sorry, but you're just going to have to accept that these people exist and that this is a part of life in reality, that this is a condition that you just can't help. And you don't even have a plan. When I ask you which bathroom this should go into, flagged for hate speech. Oh, God. Yeah, he was kicked.
I could see why, but it's crazy. The party of small government wants to tell people which bathroom to be in. And that's the crazy part, is because that guy is actually a Democrat in reality. Do you know what I'm saying? And this is the point of culture wars. This is the point. While JD spends all day long thinking about who's in what bathroom, we're all being robbed by billionaires, literally in real time. And JD's like, well, actually, I do kind of understand capitalism, and I understand that we've moved towards crony capitalism and that we're being robbed. I can correctly identify that, but I've been thinking about who's in what bathroom. Like, that's... So, yeah, we deserve what we get. We deserve to be slave laborers, handing our surplus profits to shareholders because of how asinine that is. Let's all just vote away our country because JD can't stop thinking about who's in what bathroom. We'll hand our country to the capitalists and be slaves. We will never get health care insurance. We'll never switch to and diversify to alternative fuels because some people are in the wrong bathroom in JD's mind. How about this? None of you know what I do when I go in the bathroom? I don't look at anyone. I look at the floor. I try not to touch anyone. I hold my breath, and then I leave. Like, let's just all focus on that.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Nice.
What's up, man?
Nothing. No hostility here. I just, what? I guess I should start. What do you guys think about the escalation with Russia and Ukraine?
I think Russia asked for it.
Do you think Russia asked for it? Do you think Do you think Biden should have just given it 6 more weeks? I'm not saying Trump is like the all peacekeeper, but there seems to be a little promise here, and it seems. Go ahead.
So Putin went and they got like North Korea involved. So they have North Korean soldiers there. Like he got a whole nother country. So yeah, I think that kind of that changes the game a little bit.
That's an escalation. When you you bring another country into the war from another continent and you ship thousands of troops to the front lines and then you have them attack another country, that's an escalation.
Yeah.
I mean, do you think it was maybe them getting it ready? If they popped off, I could see it, but it seemed like
pop
it was
off
getting
unequivocally.
ready.
Look it up. They did that first. They involved another country in the war. They delivered troops, thousands and thousands of troops to the front lines. 12,000. They're using them on the front lines. That's what they're firing the long range missiles first in the Kursk region at these people. They're on the front lines. You can look it up. They did this before the long range missiles.
The long-range missiles just happened. It's been like 2 days, but it seems.
Yeah, I know. That's what. But I'm saying you're asking why it happened. You're. It's like we're telling
I'm not asking why it happened.
There's more provocation.
I don't need a Google search. I'm not asking why it happened. I was just asking your guys' opinion on it. If you see it as, do you think this? I wouldn't say going too far. Obviously, this already went too far. But I think after the election, look, I didn't vote Trump. I mean, I would have if I could have, but I'm in West Virginia, so I didn't really see that as an issue anyway. I think West Virginia was like the first called.
I think if we want countries to be scared of us, like the right is always touting, like everyone's scared of Trump, they need to know that we're not scared to use force. Just because they have nukes doesn't mean we should bend to their every need. I think we should just say, hey, fuck around, find out. Like, no, we're not gonna play nice and patty cake. It's been 2 years.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's scared of Trump. I mean, maybe that's how you guys see it. So, I'm not trying to tout his peacekeeping here, but it seems pretty promising. And then even after everybody was calling for peace, it was a little refreshing, I'd say I guess I could say for most of America. And then you got Biden in his little, I guess, lame duck session. He only has 7 weeks, 6 weeks. I don't think Biden's pulling the strings. I don't think he's going to bed at night. I'm 35 years old. I don't think he's going to bed at night trying to come up with some wartime strategy in Ukraine. I think he's trying to figure out how to go to bed by 8 o'clock and eat ice cream. Nobody thinks he's pulling any of this thing.
Biden has 30 years of experience in foreign affairs committees on the Senate and like in Congress. He knows a lot more than Trump. And to think that Trump can even point at these places on a map is silly to me. I don't think you
guys honestly think that Biden is sitting there trying to strategize how to win this war.
Yeah, so Trump has propagandized the right so hard about this. They think Trump, like Biden's a bumbling idiot, and like if you put speeches of them next to each other,
I don't think that's from Trump at all.
Okay, but listen, if you put videos next to each other of Trump and Biden's like worst moments, Trump beats him times, I think, 100, in my opinion. Trump is the dumbest person I've ever seen hold a microphone.
Okay, I'm saying...
Quite literally.
Probably most of America is convinced otherwise. Maybe it's because of Trump. I don't think so. That was just everybody's opinion without Trump saying it. We were all seeing it.
Did you know that half of America is below average intelligence?
Okay, that's not fair to attack half of America.
That's literally every country.
I'll give you, I'm 35, right? I grew up in California. I left when I was 22. I've lived in, I think, 5 states now. So, like, when you were just talking to that guy earlier, and I was trying to civilly get in there, but you're like, when did this ever happen? I'm in Loudoun County now, in Virginia. But that's where the big the big thing happened with the Loudoun County schools, and they let the transsexual kid go into the bathroom, and then the school district hid it, and then the same kid did it again. I think it was like a month later.
Okay, so you've pivoted to bigotry, where you were talking about Ukraine, and now we're pivoting to bigotry. Is that
I mean,
what we're doing now?
it's not bigotry. I was just saying, you guys asked the previous guest on here, name a time that's happened, and you're like, name a time that's
Okay.
even happened around. It happened to me right around.
So what I would say is,
Nothing happened to you, sir. Like, hold on. Nothing happened to you. Someone
You're
going to the
saying
rest.
that-
Someone, hold on. Someone using the
Word for
restroom
word.
is not something happening to you, and it is bigotry. But nothing happened to you, Casey.
what I would show you
And that's
is
why
you need to look
nobody's
at. I would show you statistics that people like trans people account for their respective, probably even less than their respective, share of data for like violent or sexual crimes. There's no inherent like pattern that shows trans people are more likely to do this. It's actually way more likely to be sexually assaulted as a trans person in a bathroom. That's the stats.
Oh, okay. I'm just saying, you guys are asking for a time that's happened.
Okay,
a time
so
that you
again,
didn't.
nothing happened to you, Casey.
I'm not even saying to me. I'm literally answering your question, and you're just interrupting it. I'm saying you asked the
Yeah,
previous
because
guest.
for the fourth
Name a
time.
you
So,
read it.
okay,
Name a
breaking
time
news,
read
you
it.
guys. Kate,
And I
what
don't-
county are you from? What county are you from? Someone used the bathroom. Someone used the
Loud-
bathroom near
it's
Casey.
it's
Someone
Lou-
used the
it's Loudoun
bathroom
County.
close to Casey's house. Thank
Oh
you,
my
Casey.
God. Yeah, and you're just not even listening.
Hi,
And that goes to prove the point.
Casey.
Yes, sir.
That's ma'am.
Ma'am, sorry. I'm not looking at my phone. I'm driving. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Lainey, and I'm a transgender person.
Okay.
We're human fucking beings, man.
I'm just saying name it. Look, I'm not. You guys had a longer talk with this the previous guest. And
Yeah, and
all
I
of
was
you guys
begging to
said
come
name a
up there
time.
to talk to him.
Yeah,
Okay.
Because I think y'all need to see the human faces that are being. They spent $215 million demonizing us during this campaign, and y'all fucking bought it. I don't want to read you something, because listen, Loudoun County, any county in this country, trans people have been going to the bathroom in the restrooms that align with their gender for decades. As long as there have been public accommodations, they've been using them, and nobody gave a shit. Nobody did. Until the Republicans lost the fight on gay marriage. The organization's exchanging emails with South Dakota Republican State Representative Fred Deutsch, which began with the text of a bill he planned to introduce that would make it a felony for doctors to give transgender children under 16 gender-affirming care, and his other collaborators, they're not shy about their agenda. Several, including the American College of Pediatricians, which is a fake medical organization run by religious zealots, Eagle Forum, and the Christian Medical and Dental Associations are listed as partners. There's a lot more too. Are listed as partners in a campaign dubbed The Promise to America's Children, co-led by Alliance Defending Freedom, the Heritage Foundation, you might recognize that name, a major conservative think tank also represented in the emails, and the Christian nationalist lobbying group Family Policy Alliance. The campaign pushes anti-LGBTQ plus legislation. There have been over 650 bills introduced into legislation in state houses this year, and the current the new coming administration is looking to do this nationally, on all fronts. They're claiming that the government and media are imposing an explicit sexual content on children, meaning that information about sexual orientation, gender identity, consent, and safe sex, they're calling that explicit sexual conduct or content. The president of the American Principles Project, a member of the coalition, recently told the New York Times that the group's goal is to eliminate all transition care, starting with the children, because that's where the consensus is. So they are created, it is a fully manufactured fear campaign. It started with an anti-trans bathroom bill in North Carolina in 2016. And it is completely manufactured in order to give you something to be mad at, to convince moderate people who might otherwise vote for Democratic policies to say, well, I can't have this because what if my daughter sees a trans person? Or what if my wife sees a trans person? But there was a study done in Massachusetts where they compared towns that had laws protecting trans people to towns that didn't. And they found absolutely no difference in assaults in restrooms, changing rooms, and other private/public facilities. No difference. In fact, there was actually a slightly larger increase in the before and after the laws were in place in the areas that didn't have laws protecting trans people. You know why?
Go ahead.
Because trans people were getting attacked in bathrooms. So when you send someone who looks like a woman into a men's bathroom, they're much less safe.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I don't think there's any way to solve it, to be honest with you.
There is a way to solve it. Leave us the hell alone.
Yeah, it's just the politicians making this an issue. Like, there's entire countries with gender-neutral bathrooms, and there's no like rape numbers to reflect like that this causes issues. This is a social issue. This is a political issue.
Or not. It was just the point of the last guest couldn't name an instance. And you're like, name an instance around you. Name an instance you've read. You can't.
Yeah, and what was the instance that there was a trans person that was discovered in a bathroom?
What is it?
Someone went to the restroom.
No, I don't see how you guys haven't heard this one. This is like the one that was around the world. It was Loudoun County got in huge trouble for it because the school board hid it. And then the same kid did it like a month later to another
I don't
one.
know that kid was ever even confirmed to be trans.
He was. Or she was. I don't know, but it was. School board got in trouble for it.
He was, she was, you don't know.
It's the big one in Loudoun County. It's what caused the law well, you're in Virginia. It's what caused Virginia to go red.
So like one incident is enough. One incident that doesn't did it end in sexual? Was there violent nature? Or they just went into the bathroom. Oh, hello.
It sounds like was traveling. So.
Was it violent or anything, or did they just went into the restroom?
Apparently they were found guilty of assault. But again, this is one single freaking instance in the entire country.
Okay.
One in the entire country. But you know what happened in Oklahoma, right? That a trans kid was forced to go into the girls' bathroom, because they were born female, and were jumped by 3 cis girls and had their heads slammed into the floor and were barely able to walk out on their own recognizance, and then unalived themselves the next day.
Yeah, it's terrible.
That's because they were forced to go into the restroom that the Republican, school board wanted them to go into, forced them to go into. And they had been bullied for months, and the school did nothing. And do you see, like, any Republican folks up in arms about protecting trans kids?
No.
No. That kid unalived.
Yeah, I'm just saying you just wanted me to name an instance. It's not hard to look up.
But we can find instances, of trans people, many, dozens.
Yeah, what's easier to find is straight people. Straight white men do a lot of it. Do a lot more than trans. Like, those don't make the news. No one cares until a trans person or a minority does something.
Care that women are assaulted in bathrooms by straight white men constantly. And actually, we can never reduce instances of crime to zero, but we can look at trends, right? And if you're interested in protecting children from SA, do you know how you do that, Casey? Because because it's not by being a bigot and bothering trans people who want to use the restroom. I can promise you
Nobody's
that. No, so
doing
let me
it.
help you out. So if you're worried about people being SA'd, then you look at
I'm
familial
not.
relations,
You keep
right? You look at
assuming that I
familial
am.
relations, right? Or you can also look at, I don't know, the Catholic Church.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
that's
can
terrible.
just.
There are places, there are concentrations.
I
There are
agree with
high
you.
concentrate. There are places, there are high concentrations of SA happening, and none of it has to do with the transgender community.
Yeah,
But thank you,
it's
Casey.
probably more in the Bible Belt. Like, actually, teen pregnancy is more in the Bible Belt. That's the capital of teen pregnancy and divorce. So, if anything, these strange ideologies that might have the ideologies that might have harmful outcomes might be the religious ones, not the LGBTQ ones.
Yeah, it wasn't even supposed to get on this spiel. There was a couple of other things that you guys talked with the previous guest that I wish he was able to say. Not that I'm like defending his ideology or any of his ideas.
You kind of did, though.
Literally all I said was I brought up one instance and you guys said he couldn't. So I just brought one up and you guys
Okay,
went,
but why though?
huh?
Why though?
Because you were saying that it didn't happen or it doesn't. And it did. That's all it was.
Is it like was there any statistical data behind it to show that it was like, you know,
It was
Yeah, there's no this isn't a correlation. It's not some
that's
trend.
basically an anecdote.
That's all you have when you talk about the transgender community. Now, has the transgender community, have there been individuals inside that community that have committed a crime? Sure, right? But is there any correlation or trends? Like, is there a
That's
crime
all I
wave?
was
No,
saying.
it's the same thing you guys do with immigrants. You guys tried to you tried to
I'm not even
dehumanize,
against
and you
immigrants.
tried to say that certain communities are involved in criminal activity they
So
are
I
not in
think-
fact involved in.
I think
And
you're
again,
just
I would like
generalizing.
to women are in much more danger from straight white men. That's a fact. So if you care about women, then look up crime
Where are
statistics.
you going with
and
it? Is this how you
what do you mean? I'm telling you, you're acting like you're concerned
Nicole,
about
I think
crimes
you
that
can
happen
tell
in
that she's
bathrooms,
trying
and
to
I'm telling you that you're
generalize,
wasting
and
your
you're not
energy
saying-
unfairly demonizing and targeting the trans community.
Oh my gosh. I
Like,
wasn't
that's
even
what I'm
talking
trying
about
to
that.
tell you.
And then
Well,
were
I
just
feel
saying
like
that
you're
you
trying
really
to tell me you care about
women.
women in bathrooms.
What?
And I'm telling you that we're in more danger from straight white males. So next time you go on a live, you should express concern for women and the violence that we are befalling at the hands of straight white males.
I think, okay. I think you just went really far. I think everybody can tell that you're just generalizing. Just because
No, I'm not generalizing. That I stated facts.
She's saying that you're generalizing. She's saying that you are.
No,
You
I was
are choosing
You're
one
the one that's
anecdotal
generalizing.
incident. I'm not. I'm talking about trends of crime. I'm talking about if you care about women, let's talk about who's perpetrating the crimes against us. You chose one anecdotal instance, and you're repeating it over and over and over.
I didn't repeat it over and over again. I repeated it one time because you guys asked the guest.
Okay, you've repeated it at least 5
and went
times.
on with it. That's okay. You're getting way too upset over nothing. Then you went on saying I'm against immigrants. If I cared about women's health,
No. Let me. I was following a line. Let me explain to you how the line of logic. No, I didn't, Casey. Let me explain to you how. Okay, can I finish my line of logic? The line of logic was, Casey.
Please let her talk.
I said that you other and
Because it let me
dehumanize
talk
groups
this
of
whole
people.
time.
Now, are you joking? Now another. One of the lines of logic that's coming from MAGA is you are othering and dehumanizing the trans community, and in addition, immigrants. That you're trying to say there's a migrant crime wave, and I'm making the point there is no migrant crime wave. In fact,
not even against migrants.
migrants are
I don't know how many
30%
times I
less
gotta tell
likely
you
to
that.
be incarcerated than who? White
Why do you
males in
keep
this
saying that
country.
that I'm
If
against
you want
migrants?
to be safer, you will live amongst an immigrant community. I am actually telling you statistics, Casey. Again, you have one anecdotal incident of something involving someone from the trans community in a bathroom, and I'm talking about actual crime statistics.
And that's probably the whole point, and probably why, if I could imagine, that people just speak with their vote, and that's why I think the Democratic Party just lost. you guys just rambled on and assumed that I
Yeah, I
agree
give
with
you
all of
crime
you.
statistics, and I'm the one rambling.
Okay.
No, you just brought up migrants.
Casey,
I'm
why
not
did you
against
vote for Trump,
migrants.
though?
Listen to me. Listen to me. Did I say I was against migrants? Not one time.
Again, that's not the line of logic, Casey. I never said you were.
Trump's anti-immigration rhetoric is not a deal
That
breaker
doesn't
for
mean
you.
that I'm against migrants.
It's not a
you
deal
guys.
breaker for you.
Okay.
And that's an example of you
But
guys
no, Casey.
generalizing the whole thing.
Casey.
You're putting people
Why did
in
you
a
vote for
group.
Trump, though?
I didn't vote for Trump.
But you didn't vote for her either. But you're for him.
Is that the best you got?
Oh,
But I
I
didn't
could
vote
go
for her
on why
either.
I voted for her and why I voted against him.
You guys, it's just kind of crazy how far this went, and it.
So did you not vote at all?
No, I didn't
Casey?
vote.
Then why are you for him?
Why am I for him? I'm not for him enough to get up and go vote, but if I had to pick between Kamala and Trump, I'd probably pick Trump. Kamala,
There you have it.
Kamala, well, you say there you have it. Kamala just.
Well, okay, no, sorry. Why would, if you didn't, so you didn't vote, but if you would have voted, why would you have voted for him?
Why would I have?
Yes.
I mean, I know you guys are going to go on about economic policy and stuff like that. It just seemed like that we were more well under control under his administration versus this one.
Are you chopping something?
Did you?
Huh?
Are you chopping something?
Did you?
No, it's a part of. I'm driving.
Somebody's chuck-a-lucking along.
You can't. You gotta say traveling. Like you can't say it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Driving on a full flat?
Oh shit! No.
Chopping a zucchini on the dashboard.
It's the wind. It's the wind. But yeah.
Yeah, the noise is real bad, bro. Casey.
I listen
Yeah,
to you.
that is
I agree.
bad.
Listen, I listen to you guys. I agree with you guys on half the nights. Half the nights I don't. That's all.
All right, Casey, please come back. Go straight. Okay.
Yeah.
Don't go to AutoZone. Don't tell him to go to AutoZone.
The noise is bad, though.
That's a bad thing to do.
Thanks for coming up. But
I know.
Yeah. They'll
Okay,
diagnose that.
You
for
can
free.
drop me in a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they can't tell you. They can't tell you what's wrong with it, though. My husband is a mechanic. Felice, can I talk about her for a second? I did send you money, Felice, because I love you and you're amazing.
Thank you so much. But I actually just saw this while he was going on about about his anecdotal statement. Does it say "can the love" really quick about school shootings? What does it mean? I didn't know what it said.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you tell me what it says. Can the love, or did you mean live?
Yeah, I love your live type of thing.
Oh,
I didn't
okay.
want to get in on the school stuff, but I know, Pickles, you're gonna drop me. Can I please just have?
Yeah, go ahead.
I know you want your debates. It was. I've been watching you guys all night. It was about the pew pew stuff.
Yeah. That's pew pews. Yeah. I didn't want to say the word.
Yeah. I had to sit there and listen for 2 hours about it.
I followed you.
And nothing against
I appreciate
Pickles.
you so much,
or you.
by the way.
You followed me, Felice?
Yep.
Oh, I have a girl crush on you. But that's besides the point.
The nicest thing anyone's ever said to me.
My first pew pew was Columbine. I was 15 in 1999. Yeah, 1990. Is it 1999 or is it 2000? 1999.
I was in Inglewood
Gosh, that
day.
makes me sound. Yeah. That makes me sound super old, but that's besides the point.
You calling me old? Because I was there too. I was in Inglewood. Like, I saw the ambulances go by.
Yeah. That I'm going to make my point and then I'll get off. That school shooting pretty much is why I fight so hard about the AR pew pew one. Nobody needs that gun. That pew pew, sorry. Pickles. The pew pew. We don't need that one because they did that.
I agree.
And
I concur.
I was 15 years old when that happened. I'm 41 now. And still to hear about it, it still makes me sick and disgusted. Pickles, go ahead, because I know you want to say something.
You're fine. I'm just playing with my fidget toy. You're fine.
What is your fidget toy, by the way?
I need a fidget spin.
It's a mini roulette wheel.
I need a fidget spinner.
It's
What
so
is
cool.
that?
It's a little.
Where did you get that from?
I won't
Is
tell
that
you.
on Amazon?
I won't tell you.
Schmamazon?
But it spins for days.
Oh. But yeah, that was the first pew pew story that I had. And then when Sandy Hook happened, and yeah, there is no reason for that gun. I want it to go away. It needs to be banned. And now, and I just want to talk a little bit, if I can have just a couple of seconds, about the education. One, I have a son that has ADHD, ODD.
Same here.
Pretty sure he's I'm by. Felice, did you just say that too?
I have ADHD.
I was diagnosed bipolar. I'm pretty sure I have ADHD, though, not bipolar, but
it's possible.
I'm scared.
They have
I'm scared what is going. Yeah. I'm scared what is going to happen with my son if this gets overturned. And everybody's like, "Oh, Dr. Oz, he's a doctor, but he ain't a great doctor."
I think are you talking, Dr. Oz has been put in charge of like Medicare, Medicaid, and so is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, and I'm scared of that.
It's concerning to me too. I just was reading that.
Yeah,
I was just reading that article.
Yep, because my ex-husband, the biological or my kid's biological father, he's like, "Oh, we're gonna get them double insured," because my son is on Medicaid because with his mental health stuff. I also have a nephew who is bipolar and also is autistic, and he's 21. He has the mental capacity of a 6 or 7-year-old. And what's going to happen when his rights get taken away?
Yeah.
I'm scared. Yeah, it's scary. And I'm sorry. I will drop down, Pickles, because I know you want your debates. But
Okay.
thank you for letting me join.
It was very nice to meet you,
All right.
and I share your feelings on that. I think we're all terrified with pre-existing conditions.
Yeah.
What happens if they change the laws around insuring people, especially if they, if we become uninsurable? Yeah. I mean, we're the only developed country in the world that doesn't have universal health care, and it should keep us up all at night. We should be ashamed.
But thank you, Pickles, for letting me up. And Fleece, I love you, girl. I love Pickles, though, too, but I love Pickles' girlfriend more. She's amazing on the Discord, by the way. She needs, Daisy. Dude, you gotta get her a board, because she's like, flashcard. It doesn't always work, though, but yeah. I'm glad I found a safe space, though.
Amen.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, we love you back, and yeah, we'll let us know if you need anything else. Thank you, Ash. Thank you so much for the donation as well. Thank you for the support. You're awesome.
You're welcome. I will be back down in the conversation.
Alrighty. Catch you later.
All right.
Bye. W. Ashley chat.
W. Ashley,
Very
you're
generous.
amazing. It was a pleasure to meet you.
Yes.
All right, I'll head back down. And just want to let everybody know that it is Trans Awareness Week. So at least for 1 week, be nice to us and stop being weird.
Fail, Casey.
And I will be on Steve's live on Fact Still Matters live in the morning for Trans Day of Remembrance.
Great.
With several other trans panelists.
That is awesome.
That's at 8 a.m. Eastern.
So glad you told us. I'm gonna watch.
So please come and watch that in the morning if any of you are awake that early. Oh, one other thing, just a little request to not use pictures of trans folks in the arguments.
Oh, okay.
Unless like they give you permission.
Okay.
I know that the two that you use are like kind of wieners, and
yeah.
I don't care about their fifis so much, but just as a rule, it's
Okay, I'll stop doing that then. Thank you for letting me know.
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right.
Okay.
Well, anyway, thank y'all very much for having me up, and we'll see you later.
Okie doke.
We'll be there tomorrow with my learning hat on.
Yay.
Oh, shit. I accidentally...
Max's live is 8 to noon. 8 to noon.
I'm sorry.
Eastern.
I'm sorry, lady. I clicked it and then you kept talking. I'm so sorry. Much love, Lainey. Much love. And yeah, I think that was a good... I think we should stop doing that. When you put it that way. It's just what I've seen Parker do it so often. I never thought about it. Eight to 12, which time zone? What did you say? Pacific?
I might have another Cash App to read, actually. I think Jess says,
how is everybody doing tonight?
Hello. One sec.
Okay.
I'm not sure. It says, can we email? I don't know if I was supposed to read that out loud. I don't know how I'll give you my email address. I'll figure it out.
What do you like about Trump, say?
You talking to me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I think everybody that voted for Trump is just, I mean, I can't believe it. I really can't. Are people stupid? Can't you read what's going on? I mean, the guy's just, he's so far out of it, but anyways, excuse me, I'm sorry about that.
You're fine. Well, listen, say we're looking for opposition, so I'm gonna boot you. But thank you so much for coming up. We're trying to get back into the swing of the algorithm's good grace. We dropped a lot in views, so let's try to climb back up, guys. Steve is EST. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so Steve is EST. It might have been 8 EST. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter, hop in the box.
Yeah, let's chat. It seems like there's Trump supporters in the comments.
When will eggs be $1 a dozen? I'm waiting. Goddamn that Biden egg price increase inflation act that he passed. That we all know happened. Old darn Biden.
Hey, let's do a restart.
You think?
I mean, I don't know, maybe not.
everybody just went live.
Honestly, if we're restarting, I probably need to go to sleep because it's almost 11 and I've got to do a show tomorrow and get some sleep.
Hey, it's 11:30 where I'm at.
Darian, are you a Trump supporter?
Oh yeah, good point, Darian.
No.
No?
No, I only joined for one simple reason. You guys are going to hate it. So I only joined because I supported Trump only and solely only for putting RFK on his cabinet. That's the only reason. I know you're going to hate it.
Bro.
I know, dude. I know you're going to hate it. I grew up as like, and the only way I can explain this is like, I grew up as like one of those rabbit hole kids, like going down rabbit hole after rabbit hole. And then I seen all the other countries have like these ingredients that are legal in the U.S. but not illegal in other countries, like European countries.
We know. I know. You guys all say that exact same line. And then
listen. I know it sounds so silly, but I have my third kid on the way, and I just think about all the food supply, and I feel like.
Do you vaccinate your kids?
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you heard Robert? Have you heard RFK's position on that?
I know. Yeah, and it's very scrutinized, and they mix it up, constantly.
What do you mean?
He's actually retracted a lot of the statements that he's made since he's
after being called out.
Yeah, no, I completely agree.
Because he has to run for president.
I completely agree.
He also has done a lot of bad stuff to women. I know it seems like that nobody cares about women anymore, and if they're horrifically harmed by men, but he's also harmed a bunch of women.
I very much care about women. I don't know how to express that verbally enough. I just I see
through not cheering on people who attack us.
Yeah, I just don't know. I just feel like Kamala is not the best thing for women at all. But I know she's a woman running for president, but that doesn't necessarily mean she's going to, provide the best economic and support for everybody.
The thing is, I can test this, but I highly doubt you're informed on either one's economic policies, are you?
Well, I'm not gonna come out here and portray to be the most intellectual person. I'm literally sitting at the table with a bush light and on my phone. So like you could picture like a Midwestern guy just wanting to talk to somebody. Like I'm not.
That is very Midwestern.
Yeah. Like I'm not coming out here trying to portray like, a screaming hawk eagle at you guys. Like that's not what I'm doing. I'm just simply stating I didn't vote for Trump. I voted for a healthier America. That's all I wanted.
I know.
And when the
silly.
Democrats turned down RFK, I kind of went that route.
So we, at every turn in most recent history, like throughout my whole life at least, the left has been the one that has championed putting in consumer protections, like funding the FDA.
110%. 110%.
And then RFK is going to come in and he's somehow going to make the worst person that does all of the defunding and all of the rollback of the FDA guidelines. He's going to somehow make him be the better option than the people who have been championing this the whole time. It makes no sense.
I completely agree with you in a certain way. I think that it's very far-fetched to think that RFK is going to do something notable, but I am in high hopes that he will. He's the only person that was a presidential candidate to show the things that I thought Americans should be focused on, and their high obesity.
Name something specific. Okay, Michelle Obama was focused on that. You're saying but you're saying no one's ever been focused on high obesity.
No, Michelle Obama.
Everything RFK talks about there being poison in the food, that was Michelle Obama's cause. And then Fox News attacked her for it. Literally attacked her. Said you're not taking our salt and our sugar. This is America. We can be fat if we want to. And then a white man, RFK comes along and says, "Hey, we should look at what's in our food and we should work on obesity." That's exactly what Michelle Obama did.
Can I talk for a second?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm not saying Michelle Obama didn't do that. I actually, I just turned 28. I got my third kid on the way. I was in high school when Michelle Obama started those things, so I know it very vividly. As somebody that got their Gatorade taken away from high school. Yeah, no, Michelle did fight for that, and I was completely for it. I lost 85 pounds my senior year, so I was a huge advocate for health, So I was very much on that page and rooting for Michelle Obama. So I struggle to find like the common balance to argue with you guys on that. Because I know that's what these live streams are for. Like you're looking for like the argument.
I'm just saying, yeah. So, like, what I'm just gonna say again is like RFK is going in there with the same rhetoric we've been saying forever, and he's doing it with a stacked deck against him. That's what you're voting for, or like RFK is gonna somehow move past all of this red tape that Trump's gonna fucking tear down, and he's gonna put in even more.
I didn't see the House and the Senate both going completely red at all. I didn't see that at all. I figured they would at least went blue, and then the popular vote probably would have went red, is what I was picturing in my head. I was completely wrong on that.
Yeah, I think actually, yeah, it's a little maddening to hear you say that, and I think some people thought that too. I think now that the Republicans are going to run roughshod over our country because, like, I think I think you know what I was going to say there, but I think my point is this: with RFK, everything RFK talks about is stuff the Republicans did. It's about deregulation. That's what the Republicans will do now. We need to fix what's in our food. Well, the grocery cartel, like ConAgra, the Heinz Kraft merger, right? They lobby the U.S. government with billions of dollars to be able to not put poison in our food, right? Like this doesn't happen in other countries like the U.K. They have much better food quality. So my point is you want better, you want less poison in your food. You want, to work on childhood obesity or obesity in Americans.
Yeah, 100,
That's cool,
110%.
but listen to me. The people that vote for those initiatives and want to do those things those are progressive issues. Those are democratic issues. So
Okay,
I'm
but
saying
what Democrat was
voted
bringing
for?
that
But
up?
listen to me. Are you? Okay, so just let me finish. You voted
I'm
for
sorry.
a party. Every time we try to invest money in healthcare, right, or we try to regulate what is in our food, the Republicans vote it down. You can look up votes in Congress. Every time we try to make laws, when Trump talks about deregulation, that is specifically what he is talking about.
Okay, can I say something?
Companies like ConAgra and Heinz Kraft
So can I
lobby
say
the
something to
government
combat that?
so they don't have to regulate, so they can't regulate what's in our food. It is the Republican Party that is poisoning us. It's the Republican Party that allows pollution, environmental terrorism, right? Like chemical dumping. That is the Republican Party
combat that for a
through
second?
regulation. So if you care about our health, then those are progressive issues.
Okay, can I combat that for a second? So you're and I agree with you. What you're saying does make sense. But the thing I would have to say against that is there was nobody running on the Democratic side for this election.
Everybody was running on the Democratic side for that. That is not true, Darian. Every Democrat says that. This is what we do. We put regulations in place to keep the American people. Hold on. That we should eat healthy? Kamala Harris.
When did she say that?
Hey, can I just help you out with this? The Republican policy platform is 16 pages. There is nowhere in the Republican policy platform it talks about regulating the food industry. Nowhere.
No. Yeah, I agree.
Nowhere.
I agree.
It does not exist. And if you can look, who has ever brought bills to regulate the food industry? It's not the Republicans. So I don't know. I think you just heard someone say something, but I suggest in this age of misinformation and disinformation, you actually look at people's actions. You look at how you look at how people are voting because
I'm not
the Republicans.
a Republican.
The Republicans are pathological liars. You can no longer listen to what they say. You have to look at the votes in Congress and see how these people are voting. They vote to deregulate what's in our food.
Can I say something for a second, please? Okay, so I am not a Republican. Like I said, I only voted for RFK because I thought it was a good decision. I did actually get to meet Bernie Sanders at a rally. I was like pro Bernie, all this other stuff. You know, I'm sorry. Like I get it. You know, I was looking at
I
an
love
idea.
Bernie.
I get what you guys are saying. I was looking at an idea that would align with a pro left. You know, in support. But I personally never seen anybody on pro left support that. And I watched both sides. Like I tried to look at the podcast. I tried to look at the news. You know, that seemed to be the common media theme. And I could never find anybody that was like in pro support of all this stuff. And that's just what I seen as a person. Like I'm not saying that I'm like wrong or right. I'm just saying I didn't see it.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll just I guess follow us, and we'll keep you updated with all the FDA regulations Trump tears down.
I hope he doesn't. But I did give you a follow, and I do like you guys. You guys seem intellectual, and you seem to have good conversations, and you seem to be trying your best to inform people.
I followed you too.
You know, you guys seem very like good people. So I'm not trying to sound like an ass at all. I promise.
For sure. Thank you.
You seem like you're a good guy. Trust me. We talk to horrible people all the time.
No, and I've been on these live streams recently, and it's insane what I've heard like people say.
Like, let me just help you out because I just did some research for you. So, recent food safety and regulation legislation from Democrats. A major example is Food Safety Modernization Act, FSMA. You can look this up. Food Safety Modernization Act, Enhancement Act of 2023, introduced by Democratic Senators Dick Durbin and Richard Blumenthal. This bill aimed to strengthen FDA's oversight, that's regulation, requiring more inspections of high-risk facilities. Right, because Trump caused the boar's head breakout, enhancing traceability requirements for food products, increasing FDA's authority to access records during food safety emergencies. Other notable Democratic-led initiatives, the Food Chemical Reassessment Act of 2023, which required the FDA to regularly review food additives and chemicals for safety. The Food Label Modernization Act, sponsored by Democratic Representatives Frank Pallone Jr. and Rosa DeLauro, which proposed updated nutrition fact labels, clearer front of package labeling, stricter rules for health claims, and the Food Date Labeling Act, aimed at standardizing expiration date labels to reduce food waste and confusion. This was all in 2023. This is all legislation brought by the Democrats. I'm telling you, Darren, if you care about it, join us. You seem like a nice guy. Let's fight.
I'm telling you,
let's work on progressive issues together.
No, I promise you, I am not like a hardcore red wing Republican. You know, like I said, I went and I met Bernie. I talked to him at SIUE University. I just want to see America healthy again. And I want to see us get back on track. And I want to see everybody have their rights. And I want to see, you know, a lot of these problems being solved that we're dealing with currently in America. And I don't think it's a left or right issue. I think it's just common sense. And it's like people need to start being for each other and not against each other. And every time I get on one of these lives, it's like this insane statistical attacking, you know. And like I appreciate you bringing up the statistics, you know.
But those aren't statistics. Those were bill. You asked. You said you never heard of legislation brought by Democrats. Listen,
I used the wrong word.
I'm trying to be. Listen. I do. I think you're on track with Bernie Sanders. I think he's a good guy, and you should read up into what Bernie is doing because it's great stuff. I think we're right. We all need to work together. The way forward is becoming a community and working together to change things. And I think these conversations are important. So
it's what's so scary to me, and what I want to bring up before I leave, because I know you guys are probably tired of me. I want to bring up this fact that just because somebody has some right viewing things doesn't mean they're some crazy neo-Nazi. You know, it just means their environment probably is affected by right or left. You know, because I know a lot of people that are left that live in my community, and I live in a very rural community. You know, and they're great people, and I'm friends with them. And I know people that are very right that, you know, are farmers, and they're great people that aren't, you know, mean people or narcissistic or racist, you know. So I think that if everybody just kind of came together and agreed to be good people, we'd be a lot better off versus this whole left or right debate constantly.
Okay, but yeah, so I agree with you. I don't think all Republicans are racist, but all racists are Republicans. So those are two different things. So yeah, I do agree with you. And
Okay,
it's
see,
not, and it's not, do you know what I'm saying? No, I agree. I'm agreeing with what you're saying. I don't, I don't think everybody on the right is a bigot
yeah,
or racist. I don't think so. But I think
that
all
to
the
me
bigots
that's
and
the word.
racists are voting right. But that's because, right? Like, this is because of conservatism. Like the word conserve, it means to save, they want to dig their heels in and stop progress. But progress is what gave women the right to vote. Progress is what gave black people the right to vote, Native Americans the right to vote, that got us recognized as people, right? So
I agree. I agree.
progressives is about progress. So it's not so much about like looking at people on the right and saying, oh, you're a bigot or something. It's not that. It's the legislation that is being introduced by the Republican Party is
Mhm.
meant to take away people's rights. That's what it's about.
See, but there's another part of me that goes, the left is now what the right used to be, and the right used to be the left. The left seems to be like pro-war now, and the right seems to be like no war. To me. So it seems like the flip.
No,
The script is
I
kind of
am
flipped.
anti-war, and no, that's just a MAGA talking point that you believe. We are in
Why is
forever
it okay?
wars.
So, but why is it in?
Okay,
Okay,
listen,
are
here,
we in?
let me give you an example of that. Trump
I
told you
should say I
guys
have
no new
friends. I have
wars, no
friends
new
that are out
wars.
of the country in the war zone.
Trump appointed Marco Rubio as Secretary of State. You know what he said in the halls of Congress? A woman who's like, wants a ceasefire in Palestine caught him in the halls of Congress and was filming, and he goes, "Are you filming this? I hope you're filming this." And he said, "There will be no ceasefire. They're going to let Israel run roughshod over the Palestinians." He's like, "I hope you're filming this." And she's like, "But what about the civilians?" She's like, "Blame Hamas." He said, "Blame Hamas. It's
Well,
not our fault.
I
I
hope
don't
they
care
see
how many
peace.
people are unalived. It's not our fault. Blame Hamas." So my point is, stop listening to the words they say and watch what they do.
So am I supposed to
Because
stop
I am
listening to everybody though?
anti-war.
Because
No,
Biden just supported the use of the U.S. missiles being engaged into Russia. So it's like, how am I supposed to give anybody a fair opinion when the left side is like pro-war?
If
okay,
you have no
again. Well,
context,
I agree.
then that works on you. Yes, if you know absolutely nothing, and this is all you heard, you'd be like, the left is so pro-left. I mean, it's so pro-war. But no, Russia just brought all their buddies from Korea over there, and it's time to let them escalate. We need a
Well, I
break. Like
guess
we want to be
you
scared
want it
on the
to
world
escalate,
stage,
is what you're
right?
saying.
You want us to look tough
That's-
on the world stage, right? You want us to look
No,
like big
I do
badasses?
not want us to look tough. I want us to sit back and stop letting people die.
No, this is not true because you don't care that Trump wants to give a blank check to Netanyahu to kill Palestinians.
No, I don't want any war at all. Period.
Well, then the solution isn't to like put your head under the covers and hide. We have to fund the right side of the war and help them defend their sovereign nation.
But how are you going to be able to justify what's the right side when fucking babies die in the rubble of missiles? Are you able
I don't know.
to justify
We
that?
can look at Putin, who's been in power for 20
No,
years.
no, you can't redirect it to Putin. Redirect
we
it
can
to
look at-
America.
Wait, what do you
Redirect
mean?
it to America. How are you able to justify what's the right side of the war when kids die on both sides? There's no right side.
Yeah,
May
we
I
just look at the
answer that
aggressor.
genuinely? May I
Yeah.
may I answer that? Yeah, can I answer that genuinely? Because I agree. I do agree with you. Like, I want you to know, like, I am so critical of the United States. I have a degree in history. A lot of it's in postmodern America. I do not agree with the American military complex. I don't like that we have forward military bases all over the world. We are aggressors. We are complicit. We have literally started and finished G-sides. Like, we have done horrible things. But like, my line on it is, right, because none of us, our votes, I don't even know if the American military complex anyone can do anything about it at this point. But what I'm against is authoritarian aggression, right? Like, I'm against Putin invading sovereign territory. I'm against the aggressor. When we invade sovereign territory, when we go do coups, I am against that. I hate it. When Netanyahu aggressed, right? When he went and what he's doing in Palestine, I don't agree with that either. Like I'm against authoritarian aggression. So whoever the aggressor is, I want them to stop. I mean
That seems like a
that's the only
very
thing that makes sense to me, you know?
yeah. I get what you're saying. That seems very faint, I guess. But what
Faint.
faint is in like it's not very expressive, but I kind of see what you're saying.
Okay.
The best
I'm against the if listen, I've said this to 3 people tonight. If Ukraine had invaded Russia, I would be like, "Up, Ukraine needs to stop." Right? I'm not against authoritarian aggression. There we have sovereign territories for a reason, and we need to not go enter sovereign territories of other nations and occupy them and unalive people and leak nuclear waste into the
I
air
love
and
that
things
we've
of that
become a
nature.
society that says unalive people, as is it
No,
as
it's for TikTok. It's for TikTok.
oh,
It's for TikTok.
it's just so crazy that we're at that.
No, it's for the algorithm because
Yeah, so like all my friends, I mean, when I say all, I mean legitimately all. My friends have been in the military and family, and they all have experienced actual foreign, they've seen shit, the stuff they come back and tell me is just absurd, and I have friends right now that are still in Iraq, and when, Kamala was on, talking on TV and was like, nobody is in an active war zone. I know people. I know people that are over there right now.
Well, listen, I
that
actually
doesn't-
agree with you. I don't like the way she said it. The words she used though were technically true, but I agree that like we have to stop
they're not.
doing
It's
this
not
thing in
technically
America.
like they're not in the
Yeah.
middle of a
Oh no.
gunfight.
Yes. I'm just saying technically she said a true statement, but I agree. But Trump does that too. Trump's no new wars thing.
Trump is
It's the same
awful
thing,
when it
Darian.
comes to it.
Yeah, he carpet bombed Syria while saying we're not at war anywhere. So I
No,
agree.
no,
America
no.
needs to
I'm
stop.
I'm
America
not
needs to
disagreeing.
stop being in proxy wars and unalive bombing. I don't think like when a drone, someone's house is drone, that they're like, well, I guess technically I'm not in an active war zone, so this is okay. Like I don't think anyone
and
cares. I
and
agree with you there.
I think that's a big issue that splits the left and the right is the way that warfare is done these days. Warfare isn't, boots on the grounds anymore. It's a lot of AI drone warfare, missiles being launched.
No, it's a lot of the media. It's the media that's being used. That's the war. So like when
How do you
hear
feel about the media though? Because when you bring up the media, it seems almost if, it can be skewed both ways.
Sure, but I'm talking about like specifically we can look at players like Russia and what their interests are and see who they're paying and who they're siding with and the rhetoric that comes with it. So like the DOJ just unsealed indictments for a social media company or a talent agency that was being paid by Russians, and they were handing people like Tim Pool and a few other Benny Johnson and a few other big like influencers to say things like Ukraine is the enemy of the United States, like saying crazy shit. And that's what that says to me. Hey, most of this pointless jargon, America first, it literally just doesn't make sense on its own. I wonder if that's just Russia trying to get us to stop funding Ukraine. And it turns out that's probably what it is.
You're talking about the bots. You're talking about the bots and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I've noticed, which I know you guys probably hate the guy. Rogan talks about bots a lot. He experiences it a lot on his media. But
that's how wars are fought these days. So Russia will never, ever invade us on land. They'll never try to bomb us. They'll never do that. What they're going to do is they're going to install somebody. They're going to fuck with our politics. They're going to install people in our governments. They're going to do things to affect our politics. They're not going to shoot a missile at us. That's what they do now. So you have to be very weary.
So what you're saying is you think that they're going to actually infiltrate our infrastructure politically.
Yeah.
They have.
Yeah, that seems not very far-fetched. I could definitely see that. I'm definitely not going to argue with that at all. Oh, God, I forgot I forgot what we were arguing about, because like it's so hard to disagree with you guys, because like every other thing you guys say, I agree with it, you know. But I don't know. I just can't see. I can't see things going in a continuous motion the way they're going right now. You know, with everything that Biden is setting up, and then Trump is going to take office, you know, in January. It doesn't really make sense to me, you know, if he's setting up for missiles to do this, and he's setting up, you know, 50 million for the Brazilian rainforest, and not setting up for money for hurricane victims that still don't have housing. And
so this is still like this is something
mind.
this is something that you've been taught to complain about. Like, I can sit here for about 30 minutes and teach you on why all of those things you just said don't mean anything at all. Like,
is it FEMA? Is it like FEMA? Like, are they actually paying for people to get their stuff together, or is it?
Yes, they had 7,000 people on the ground day one. Biden was sitting around the phone, like he was there around the clock trying to help the governors. He called them the day before, he called them the day after.
Because I seen that he called, but I seen that Trump actually showed up in person with semis,
and that's
full
bad.
of supplies.
You know why that's bad, right? So when you're it's
media,
yeah, he's
you know,
just
confusing.
getting his picture taken, and he's obstructing the like emergency services in those areas. It was very selfish, and then he said false things like Biden's not talking to the governor. Like he's raising the alarm and causing panic on things that aren't true. And people even were scared to take the $750 from FEMA because they thought it was a loan. Like, there was so much propaganda going around to make Kamala look like a bad person.
I wouldn't be scared of that.
That's just so much propaganda that we couldn't fight it. Yeah. We couldn't stop it. There was just so much. No, that's how wars are fought.
The most important thing to know, though, Darian, just like you just said, the thing about the food, and you never heard of any Democrats that brought legislation about keeping poison out of our food. I'm telling you, I'm gonna, and you can look this up. I won't start quoting you things, but who votes every single time to put money in the disaster relief fund? Republicans or Democrats?
Oh, always Democrats.
Always. And who every single time, including this last time, including literally
2022,
a couple weeks right before the hurricane, who voted against it?
Yeah, listen, and
the Republicans. Every single time they vote against it.
Yeah. I also got to say very, very shortly, because like in between your conversation and the comments, I'm not pro-Trump at all. I promise you.
Well, I'm just saying, like, all of these talking points that you've had, like that you hear, that's what we're talking about. That's probably that most of that is Russian propaganda. Most of that is just misinformation.
What I wanted to say is like, okay, so like I work with this guy. He's a buddy of mine. His family's from Asia. He works at the same company I work at. We talk about politics all the time. Okay. Now he always brings up left. Sorry, I'm sorry. He always brings up. Left-sided politics, and I'm always bringing up like right side to middle side politics, and we always discuss it. And I'm like, well, what does your phone show when we
middle
look this
side?
Up? You know, and then I'll be like, you know, what does my phone show when we look this up? You know, and like we'll be on the same exact, you know, internet search browser, and we'll look up something, and it shows us something completely different. You know, so it makes me feel like the media is completely against the United States citizens. Like it.
I sit up here all day and I fact check things on screen with other people in the audience who could have at any time come up and been like, "Hey, this is not what I found." Like, this is what I do all day: is I test my facts versus everyone else's, and just so happens that no one ever comes with facts. No one ever comes with data. And I am the only one that has it. And they just try to like dismiss it and say, oh, well, they're corrupt, or that's a government agency, so that could be corrupt. Or that's not a government agency, so that could be corrupt. Or that's not a .org, so that could be corrupt. Like the goalpost moves wherever it needs to move for these ideas to stay alive.
Yeah, I'm definitely not going to try to do that with you. I followed you. Like I truly believe you guys are good people. Like I don't think anything bad at all. I just am kind of curious on a couple things, and I see her scratching her head, you know.
I'm not scratching I was just adjusting my hair. If you had long hair, you'd understand.
I used to have very long hair, and I cut it. But anyways, yeah, I
Heard
just
it
kinda,
here first, folks.
sorry. I kind of see both sides of the playing field, and I don't really know where to lie on it. I see things on both sides that I agree with, and I don't really know where to fall with it. And that's kind of why I came here to talk about it, because I don't know where else to go.
Well, we've had you up for about 30 minutes. What I usually tell you will tell people who are kind of fence sitting is it's probably best you like hang out and like watch lives like that. That's what I did for a while. Like watch this live, watch another live that you like enjoy, get a good mix of it. But like I didn't know what I didn't know, so I like wouldn't know like the questions to ask or the things to point out. I more or less just had to listen.
I'm not trying to sound like down on myself or embarrassed of myself. I simply, there's both things I agree on both sides with.
Yeah.
And I think you guys are very intellectual people, and you have very smart things that you're opinionated on and also educated on that seem correct. Like you guys honestly seem correct on a lot of the things you talk about. So
appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not, even though I voted right side doesn't mean that I can't agree with you guys. You guys are very intellectual people.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Well, I appreciate you hanging out with us. You're welcome back anytime, all right?
Yeah, no, great talking to you guys. I hope I didn't make a mess of it all. You guys are great people.
Yeah, you too, man. No, you're all good. Thank you. Have a good night, all right?
You too, man. See ya.
All right. What's up, Tantans?
All right. I'm a few hours late. Did you? I don't know how I just figured this out. Did you see who Trump picked for his education secretary?
No, who?
Yeah. Oh wait, is it Ryan Walters?
Linda McMahon. Linda McMahon is
Linda
Vince
McMahon.
McMahon's
Wait,
husband,
no.
wife. Sorry,
on.
The wrestling.
and you talk about you talk about WWF all the
her?
time. Yes, this is Linda McMahon, is the Secretary of Education now.
At least
Education
it's not
Secretary.
Ryan Walter. Be glad it's not Ryan Walters.
Do you
But I thought,
know the shit that Vince McMahon has done?
well, hey, I don't know if you know, but she was in charge of the Small Business Administration, his last administration. She's on the transition team. Linda McMahon has been in Trump's administration this entire time. Like, so it's better. I mean, better education probably than
Lord
freaking, I mean, better her. Let me just say, she has more experience in government than Trump Bible buying Ryan J. Walters.
Yeah.
Like, I thought it was going to be the guy from the Christian nationalist from Oklahoma. So I'm actually saying she's smarter than and less scary than Ryan J. Walters. So onwards and upwards. I know Dr. Oz is now in charge of our Medicaid.
I'm just concerned about all the fucking. I'm just concerned about.
Oz is a doctor.
Yeah, I'm just concerned about just the whole Vince stuff. Vince has done some fucked up stuff. So, like a lot of stuff with racism and misogyny in his company, and it's like, oh god. So you hadn't heard of that either?
No, I woke up. I saw a headline. I didn't actually scroll to see who the choice was, but no.
Oh god, no, Felicia's disconnected. All right, well, okay, I'm dropping, dude. Oh god, this is so fucking tough.
Gotta love it.
This is so bad.
Gotta love it. What's up, Tazer?
Oh, so you blocked me from committing.
What?
To saying anything.
I'm sorry?
You blocked me from having messages.
No, messages are turned off.
You absolutely did.
Messages are turned off because Lemonade acquired TikTok.
Huh?
Messages are turned off because Lemonade acquired TikTok. A company acquired TikTok today.
So?
That's why messages are turned off.
I was commenting just fine until you blocked me.
I didn't block you.
You absolutely did.
You're a silly goose. I don't even know who you are.
Now I'm a silly goose.
What were you saying to me?
I mean, we can go back through them.
I guess.
You officially blocked me, and I couldn't
Was that today?
post anything else. It was literally right
He's talking
now
in
in
the
the last
comments.
hour.
He was commenting in the comments, and then he couldn't anymore, and he's upset.
Oh, okay. That
Yeah.
wasn't me.
He was mute.
That was
He
one of
was
my
muted.
moderators. Don't agitate my moderators.
Oh, so I agitated because I was speaking the truth?
That's right. We hate when people talk the truth. Get on out of here with
Yeah,
that.
and I see you do.
Sure. Are you a Trump supporter?
What did you say?
I was speaking the truth.
I don't even know what you're saying. Do you want to say what you were saying up here?
Well, can you speak it up here to us so we can know?
Oh no, because anything I say at this point is going to get blasted from you guys, and you're going to ban me again. So I guess it doesn't matter anymore.
Oh
Because
no.
you want to suppress the truth and
I'm literally
free
platforming you
speech.
right now with 1,000 people for free.
No, it's fine.
Okay.
Well,
It doesn't break my heart. What do you think? Hello?
Hi man, how are you?
Doing good. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, I think the guy is not too bad. I'm from Australia, so I'm coming from an out of view perspective and seeing what he's been doing for this has been very good for the country. And I think his perspective, which is coming in from differently from a point of view about tackling all this woke stuff that's happening at the moment, is a major issue that's happening.
Oh, okay.
Well, what would you say about that? So there's obviously we have seen an increase of, there has been woke culture, and it has been increasing dramatically over time.
Yeah,
You would agree with that, right?
That's not an issue. What's woke culture
Well,
to you?
it currently is an issue at the moment because we are seeing that kids are transitioning at young ages.
Okay,
And Trump's coming
what's
and
the
said,
problem
okay,
with that?
that's not good.
What's your problem with that?
Well, do you think it's okay for kids under the age of 10 to transition?
No, no one does.
Well, exactly. That's what Camila is saying. That she's okay with that. She's all right with young kids transitioning.
She's never stated an opinion on that. In fact, this is just gaslighting. So like Republicans have done this forever. So like first it was like black people, people of color, and then it was gay people. That was okay for that. Like they hammered gay people through the 90s and early 2000s, and now that's not okay anymore. So they're hammering trans people. And they're like, oh, they're in the bathrooms, or they're teaching your kids at school this, or they're doing whatever you're saying. But there's not a single piece of legislation that Democrats have proposed that does any of this. You guys just see it happening, and you know how to react to it. So like, they're playing you like a fool, bro.
I wouldn't particularly say that, because what Trump's especially done is he's said that, okay, we've got all these problems that are happening and let's just get on these, because we have seen there has been a border crisis as well.
So a border crisis now.
Yeah, well,
smart to
we
pivot.
have seen that.
I think this is actually a smart pivot.
Well, we have seen that it has been 500,000 people that were coming in during like Trump's era, but then now we've got during Biden's we got over 1,000 people.
So what I would say is most people who look at this immigration issue, they just don't know much. And they just look at numbers like, oh my God, so much. Like, Biden opened the border. But if you actually know how to read the data, what it shows is that Biden applied laws just like Trump did to every single person who tried to cross the border, which just so happened to be a lot. There was a lot of people that came across the border. We applied our laws to them. And if they belonged here, we let them through. If they didn't, we kicked them out. I don't know where that guy just went. But like, it is a big, huge misconception that
I think it was smart he left.
Yeah, like no one's been able to substantiate a law difference, like a law change between Biden and Trump's presidency in regards to the border. When I ask people like MAGA that, they don't have any response. They don't know. They just know like the three sentences that they've been taught from Trump. The border's wide open, build a wall,
It's just so embarrassing I mean it's horrific to dehumanize and demonize the trans community, but it's just we're arguing over something while we're being robbed by billionaires, and we're all sitting here being like, I have to talk about who's in which bathroom. It's so asinine.
Yeah. Hello?
Hey.
What's up, man? Are you a Trump supporter?
Nope. I used to. I voted for him before, but not this time around.
Well, WW, bro. I'll give you something to say real quick, but then I got to get on.
I have some questions for you because I'm trying to understand some MAGA stuff and it doesn't make sense. So I was hoping you could educate.
Sure.
Because when I was a conservative Republican voter, like Republicans were way more like war friendly, if you would say, like Bush era times with all the wars that were going on back then. And I always was taught about, United States as back-to-back World War champs. And then I think about like D-Day and how we invaded France to fight against Nazis, and we won, right? So it's like really, really weird to me to hear all of the MAGA talking points about how we just need to get out of Ukraine and we need to stop with Israel, which, like, in my mind, I'm looking at that as the same as, oh, well, let the Nazis do whatever they're going to do. Like, we're not going to do anything about it. Who cares? It's not our problem.
Yeah,
Same
I don't
thing
want
in
people
Israel.
like they wouldn't be sitting here going, "We don't want people to die." Like, don't fund. Like, they wouldn't say that. They'd be like, "Yeah, fuck those people. Like, let's give it to them."
Yeah. What is it? Just the media propaganda, all the Russian stuff that you guys were talking about, that's like completely fundamentally changed the mind of like, let's fucking go hard and stop like tyranny? Or just why are they buying straight into that?
Someone in the comments said, "Russia is scary." Yeah. Yeah, it is. Most wars are fought through the media these days. Listen, I don't want to keep you up for too long because we just got like a bump in the algorithm, but you're absolutely right. And yeah, it is. It's messaging. And when you actually ask these people about their opinions in regards to like the Russia-Ukraine war or just about anything, they don't really know what they're talking about.
Yep. Can I leave you with one point that when you were talking about all the media stuff, the media warfare?
Mm-hmm.
There's a YouTuber, Smarter Every Day. Love the guy. He's got 10 million subscribers and stuff. And I was watching a video of his where he was interviewing one of the generals of our military, talking about like the psychological warfare that they're fighting. About halfway through the video, Destin, the Smarter Everyday host, was like, wait a second. Are you using me right now for your psychological warfare? And the general just sat there and smiled at him and was like, yep, that's exactly why we invited you here.
Yeah.
So yeah, everybody does it.
Yeah.
So thanks to you, Felice, and Pickles, for everything you do. You two are amazing, and keep doing what you're doing.
Hey, man, thank you. I appreciate you.
Yep.
Have a good one, dude.
Have a good night. It was nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Who was first? Almost to 700. Oh, yeah. Let's get to 750K, chat. Tap the screen. Let's go on. Let's get up there, chat. Guys. What was the YouTuber's name? What was the user's name? Learning every
Smarter
day?
every day?
Yeah.
Smarter
every day. Yeah. Zach, are you there?
I am here. What's going on?
Like, did he say he's talking about Destiny?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes.
Okay. What do you like about Trump?
Well, I mean, I guess I want to run some. You guys seem like some good enough people. It says a lot of these lives are usually a combination of somebody got a poster up with the middle finger saying "fuck you" and "fuck Trump" and "fuck you for voting for him." I'm like, oh yeah, that's really one way to unite the country and move forward together. And so you guys seem like reasonable, intellectual folks, and I think that's a great thing for the future of America. But I will say this. One thing I don't see talked about a lot, and I want to get your guys' thoughts on this. You know, Kamala was running to be president of the United States, and I believe there's a certain responsibility that person has as the president, as far as the leader of the country. And currently, as the sitting vice president, I believe that they've been sitting on crucial information, the entire administration for that matter, in regards to the president's health. And this was extremely concerning to me because, I think something above 80 something percent of voters thought that Biden should have dropped out a year ago from the election. And I think, all the efforts that they took to try and tell us and gaslight the public and say, no, he's actually really dynamic behind the scenes and all this other stuff. And they covered for it and covered for it and covered for it up until the point where we got to the debate where it could no longer be hidden.
So, okay,
and
I'm going to stop you. So you're saying that you're basing Biden's entire mental health on the one debate. And this is what everyone does.
No, I don't. I'm viewing
Where
over the
he
last
had
several
COVID.
years.
Yeah, he had COVID. But the thing is, we can do this right now, and let me know if you want to, because I will. But we can go point by point. I can show you a video of Trump and my favorite gaffes, and then you can show me Biden and what makes him worse. But Trump, in my opinion, is 70 times worse. And to begin with, Trump is very, to say it frankly, he's very stupid. So his gaffes, and you can actually hear streams of consciousness that weren't mistakes that prove he's very dumb. Saying the sharks and batteries rant, or saying that Russia should be allowed to invade whoever the hell they want if NATO doesn't pay their fair share. It wasn't even an accurate way to motivate me. It didn't make any sense. He says these things all the time. And it makes me, I'm 100% sure, and so are other nations' leaders, 100% sure that he's dumb.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I mean, I don't really subscribe to the idea that he's dumb. I just don't subscribe to that. But I will say this, I think everybody would much rather see some candidates.
His college professor said that.
I said I don't. I'll cover that here in a minute. I just want to say I think everybody in America would like to see some under 50 candidates show up in 2028 and really bring a youth to the electorate. I think that would be very important. But as moving on to, you kind of said, okay, well, this college professor said this, about him, or whatever. I want to actually cover that, but I want to cover that from the big picture. Somebody said this about Trump. Somebody said that. What did the media say about Trump or this, that, the other thing? And I'm sorry, guys, but when you spend years, not you guys, I'm saying just the media in general, spends years calling the man a Nazi. He's, Adolf. He's, all these things under the sun, right? And then the election's over. And now he goes to the White House. Biden's like, welcome back, man. It's really good to have you here.
Because we didn't do a coup? Oh, okay.
Okay.
I've said this a million times. Everything I have observed, I've never missed a Trump rally, right? I'm not somebody speaking on, I watched the media and the media said this. I have seen every Trump rally since the inception of Trump rallies.
Right.
The man is not, something's going on. He can't put cohesive thoughts together. He has no clue about foreign policy. He's a bigot. He's been found by a jury of his peers to be liable of sexual assault. None of these are sexual abuse. None of these things seem to be disqualified. I mean, these are facts.
And let's be real, even if
Biden's distorting something, no one's distorting anything.
So you're sad that Biden's inner circle didn't come out and say that maybe he's unqualified. But the fact is,
I think the electorate should have been able to have a primary and actually vote for the best candidate.
And also, the fact is, though, Trump's cabinet did come out and say he was unfit, and you guys really just don't care. So it doesn't matter to y'all.
Okay, well, that's a misrepresentation, and I'm going to tell you why that is. Because I'm just saying, again, let's look at the behavior post-election. We just had Joe and Mika Brzezinski go down to the Mar-a-Lago and have a nice little friendly brunch with Trump. When they were talking for the last several years, including 6 months ago, Joe Scarborough literally said he had no problem saying that he thinks that Trump would have people put in front of firing squads. I'm sorry. I don't care what you're saying. if you're willing to flip flop and go and have lunch with a man you think is capable of that type of behavior, how is the American voter supposed to take anybody in the media seriously when they show that they actually don't have any integrity, any
kind of like
consistency
JD Vance
whatsoever?
calling him Hitler and then joining as his VP?
Yeah, you have to be joking, right? Like, and by the way, the left doesn't approve of Joe Scarborough. He's pretty much been ousted from the left. But let me just throw out a fact about Joe Scarborough. Joe Scarborough comes from a very privileged background, right? Like, this is a guy, a rich man who comes from a rich family, and he works for NBC News. I can't remember who their parent is, but I mean, this is a capitalist country. Trump is going to be the president of the United States and has been threatening to control, shut down the media, sue the media. So I think that was a move by NBC and by Joe Scarborough to try to somehow crawl on their knees and save face. Nobody on the left that has any shame. I have not listened to Joe Scarborough for all intents and purposes for years. He is a Republican. He's a moderate Republican.
Yeah, I know. He was a Republican in Florida for a very long time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't listen. I think most of them, we're all at the point where the media can say anything because it's for profit. Do you know what I'm saying? The media is for profit. We can't really, I don't. Joe Scarborough. Am I surprised? No. But
yeah, but I think if we're looking
I agree. You should stand on what you say, but. Those are two different things. Joe Scarborough going and crawling on his knees to Trump is disgusting. I concur with that statement. Joe Biden allowing a peaceful transfer of power to happen and not doing a January 6th. I mean, that's Joe Biden.
Gotcha.
He's an institutionalist.
I would be with you on that, but I mean, I feel like he would have been going through the motions, but I mean, the guy looked ecstatic. He looked like just downright happy that he was there, and it just doesn't track with what he's been telling us.
Interpretation.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? I don't know. Do you want him to say "F you"? I'm not coming here. Joe, you have to understand who Joe Biden is. He's a uniter. He's an institutionalist. The most important thing to Joe Biden is that our institutions remain intact.
It's like if your parents are fighting,
everyone,
do you fight in front of your kids, or do you kind of keep that? He's trying to keep a calm face and a steady hand for the country. He's not trying to make a fucking scene out of the transition of power. I think that would be just that's something Trump would do.
And I think I think that's a reasonable assertion. It just I'm just telling you again, as as an average American voter, it's just I feel like all of American voters that have been told about Trump for all these years that he's the biggest threat ever to everything. He gets shot.
Well, he is.
And
he is.
It doesn't track with the behavior post election. Now everybody's just like, oh, let's just go, and
no one is doing that. Every fact about there is truth. Trump is convicted of 34 felonies. Trump has committed crimes. The Supreme Court in oral arguments, even after helping him consolidate power in the executive branch, said not the fake elector scheme. That's a private act. An unofficial act. He can be held accountable for. Even the people that helped him consolidate power and get away with a lot still said, not this. Trump did what he did. The fake elector scheme is unacceptable. He is a danger to the peaceful transition of power. We all saw it with our eyes. Those are facts before the election. They're facts now. You saying,
to be fair,
I don't like the way
yeah.
people reacted to things. I don't know what we can do about that. That's not
right.
evidence that Trump's not a threat.
I will say this, like I said, I don't approve of his behavior between November of 2020 and January 2021. I don't approve of it. But I also I have issues with the characterization of, having a rally and a protest, near the Capitol, I can say, hey, there's a level of responsibility there for him in that institution. But at the same time, if you tell people to go peacefully and patriotically and, hey, don't, just peacefully and patriotically let them know that you're really mad about this, and some idiots go into the Capitol, my position is that's on the idiots that went in. And
Trump himself resorted to saying that we should tear up the Constitution. He may have amped these people up.
This is something that
he amped these people
Trump
up for
says,
weeks.
I put that in the bucket of Trump says a lot of wild shit. He does.
No, you can't just dismiss those things.
You have to look at the actions. Where did he tear up the Constitution in his first term? You know
what
I mean?
The fake slates of electors and trying to get the DOJ to sign a document saying that there was election fraud when there wasn't.
I mean, if we're going to get into presidents defying the Constitution, we'd be here all night. I mean, that's just...
No, we're talking about clear and cut dangers and people who've tested the bounds of our government and our Constitution past the line, way past the line. Classified documents, sharing things with Australian billionaires, like the nuclear submarine capabilities that we have, and sharing things with Kid Rock about like North Korea, sharing things with like a random reporter and out loud on audio recording saying, "Hey, I know this is classified. I could have declassified it when I was president, but now I can't." And then showing people that on audio, and you're like, this is political persecution. What?
Yeah, but I mean, you're also talking about the Constitution. Regardless if he said something stupid about tearing up the Constitution or this, that, the other thing, or whatever any president tries to do to violate the Constitution, you have to understand the Constitution is a pretty durable document, and the courts will usually stop a president from doing.
So you're going to rely on the bumper rails.
Because I'm saying until the bumper rails fail, which they haven't, even in a situation where people said this was the worst act ever, and you understand
who was the bumper rail?
Some of that is American privilege, because you look at, they say, oh well, this was the worst thing ever, and he was trying to overthrow the government. Well, bullshit, he left.
No.
Two,
who was the bumper
that went in and tried to take over the government? A bunch of dudes in Viking suits are taking over the government.
Who stopped all this from happening? Who stopped this? What stopped Trump last time?
The election was certified and he left.
Because Mike Pence didn't decertify the election, because he didn't pause certification and use his fake slates of electors. That's why Mike Pence isn't around anymore. So we have JD Vance literally saying out loud that he will do what Mike Pence didn't do this time. That was the safety guard you're talking about, and it's not there anymore, bro.
Yeah, so I mean, Trump can't run again, so how is he not gonna? I don't understand how that's.
Well, I don't know. Maybe if he just puts the FCC and the FEC beneath the executive branch, like he plans to do, and no one else can investigate these things unless he lets them. He can pass the next presidency on to whoever he wants.
Yeah, I just think that's just.
Just think it's kind of crazy.
I think it's a baseless concern, to be honest with you.
Why do you say? But we have a pattern. We have him saying that every election and everything he's ever been involved with that he didn't win, he says it's been stolen and that it was fraudulent. He didn't win an Emmy once. He said it was fraud. It was a scam. He didn't win. He said 2016 was stolen from him before he thought he won. Before he knew he won. He thought the Ohio race against Ted Cruz was stolen against him.
I've never bought into the whole stop the steal, and I don't buy into the blue stop the steal either. I don't buy into the people sitting here saying that Starlink stole the votes. I don't buy into that garbage. It's just all
Trump
nonsense.
Does. That's the guy leading the country. He still thinks that.
Well, so I guess then my question is if he was able to be this beacon of stupidity, and yet increased his support across all demographics, where was the failure on the Democratic Party side?
It was Trump. I know you're not going to like to hear this, but Trump used very dishonest messaging and misinformation to win his election, and it's a fact.
So you're placing the culpability on Trump to then that. It's Trump's fault that he increased all his
pathological,
voting.
We hold him accountable for
his
pathological lies,
Hitler got elected,
and disinformation. Sure.
Hitler got elected, right? Why on earth would Hitler get elected if his ideas were so bad?
Yeah, that's a fine question.
Huh? Because he lied.
Yeah, I'm sure he.
And he manipulated people.
Said the Hitler crap.
It's easier if you promise. Like I said, never missed a Trump. Whoever's in front of Trump, he promises everything to them. It's just like what was that example we learned about recently? Like he went to the farmers and said, "Don't worry, farmers. I'm gonna make the oil industry put corn in the gas, so you guys make some money." Then he went to the oil industry and said, "Yeah, don't worry, guys. I told the farmers that, but I'm going to sell you guys exemptions." Whoever Trump is in front of, he promises a different thing to everyone. Like I always talk to, like one thing I've heard is, oh, Trump's not going to tax overtime. Well, you know why? Because there's not going to be any overtime. A Trump judge in Texas just not even, this is not local. This is not in Texas. This is a nationwide, like Biden passed a law to make people who make, it's like under 58,000 something eligible for overtime. And a Trump appointed judge just struck it down. Now, no one's reporting on that except for just a couple places because they don't, these corporations, the media is for profit and they don't want to pay overtime and they're not going to report on it. But yeah, certainly we don't need to, Biden's not, or Trump's not going to tax overtime because there's not going to be any. Trump went and sat on a live before the election with the richest man in the world and said, great job. You got sued. I'm not going to say the name of the company. They wanted you to give them overtime and you fired them all. I thought that was great. Trump hates workers. Trump hates unions. Biden is the most pro-union president ever. Like Trump will say anything to you guys. Look at his actions.
I don't know. I said, forgive me. It's not what you're saying. It's what you're not saying. You're saying that Trump is misleading people in his campaign rhetoric and all this other things.
There's a database that tracked in Trump's first administration. There's a literal database of lies. He lied over 30,000 times in his first presidency.
Like I'll give you a few.
Database tracking his lies. If your claim is that Trump doesn't lie or spread misinformation or disinformation, that's crazy.
Yeah, like so. Yeah, I'll give you a few.
Be a crazy assertion.
I'll give you a few.
That would be a crazy assertion.
Here's what I say. Like his whole campaign is a lie. So like. Are women having abortions 2 weeks after birth?
No.
Okay, that's a lie that he says all the time. Have migrants killed 63,000 people in the United States since the Cold War?
I don't have that information, but I don't think it is true.
No, we lost 29 people this year. Not even close. Are the borders wide open? Do we not have the same exact border walls that Trump had in his first 3 years?
No, it's not wide open.
Are they coming in and raping and killing everybody?
This is the issue that I have. It's the overcorrection between the parties. It's always.
Are they emptying? Is South America or all over the world? Are they emptying their prisons and insane asylums and sending them to America?
No, I don't believe that's happening.
That's Trump's running on that too. Is like he just talks nonsense all day and people dismiss anything that he says that's a fuck up because he's trained you guys to know about the fake news.
Yeah, like I said, but there's so much of this that goes on that's all overcorrection where Trump says something like ridiculous.
Trump's a pathological liar, and then you guys
let me get what I'm going here. What I'm trying to get to is everything is an overcorrection. So Trump will say something crazy that like, people are unloading these criminals into the border and it's, blah, 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 blah. And I'll hear that and be like, nah, that's probably not really going down as bad as you think. And then the problem is then you'll have the people on the left will say, no, there's actually the border's great. And it's the overcorrection.
No, because you can't. That's the reason there is no middle. Because you either think what Trump's saying is a complete exaggeration and a lie, and you don't side with that, or you just believe it. So, like, out of everybody that he talks to, if he says something egregiously false, there's gonna be at least one or two people that believe it, and then what they're gonna do is they're gonna tell all of their friends. And then their friends are going to tell their friends. And then his echo is messaged through all of perpetuity because he was president, dude. So he needs to be more responsible with what he says. So when Hitler said that like Jews are committing all of these crimes at an extra rate, do we just go back and say, oh, he was just exaggerating? That's what you do. No, that is literally how he got elected. He lied and he said all of these exact same exaggerated lies to get elected.
I guess, yeah. Again, I go back to my original framing, which is like, it's not that Trump lies. It's that I almost feel like it's the assertion that the candidate Kamala Harris or Joe Biden or Barack Obama wasn't lying about so many things that they were going to do. That's what I feel like is the assertion. Oh, my candidate doesn't lie. Yeah, they do. And if we want to talk about the big lie, which is why we're still
comparison. Stop both sides.
Here's Obama and Clinton and all them. Here's them. Here's Trump in his own league. Trump's way up here.
No, I mean, so that's garbage. Barack Obama said in 2008, as soon as he get in the door, and he got in the door, by the way, in 2008 with a super majority of the Congress, said, "Oh, I'm going to make sure that Roe v. Wade's locked in forever." Did he do that? No. And he's first thing he did, as soon as we asked him about it in 2009, he said, "That's not a big deal."
You're oversimplifying.
I'm not oversimplifying. It's a quote. He said, "I don't really care about that right now."
No, that's not true. So Obama
the Democrats aren't going to take that off the table, so they can keep making you vote for them because of it.
It's not true.
That's what they're gonna do.
Obama had a supermajority for 47 days, and in those 47 days, he passed as much legislation as he could possibly pass to help the country and the economy. It was one of the most productive moments in history for presidents. And no, nobody thought that we would have to protect Roe because it had 50 years of precedence. No one thought we had to do that.
It was a fragile precedence, to be fair.
No, every single Supreme Court pick we asked in the hearings, we asked these people if they thought Roe was precedent, and they said yes, and they lied.
Yeah, I mean,
Brett Kavanaugh.
and I don't, like I said, I don't buy into precedent. I mean, Plessy versus Ferguson at one point was precedent, but it was garbage. So, I mean, precedent is just a garbage reason to say, "Oh, well, it's going to be safe." Well, not necessarily.
Okay,
history shows that.
But
that's
no
not
one
the way
expected
it
a
works.
president to elect 3 Supreme Court judges out of the 9, and that, no one thought that was. And then Trump's going to get 2 or 3 more. No one thought that was going to happen. This is going to affect us for the rest of our lives.
I think somebody figured that whoever won that election was going to get 2 or 3.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's just the whole idea. Now, again, to be fair, I'm somebody that thinks that, I'm a guy that likes, federalism. Okay. I like the idea of states making their own decisions, and typically states can get more progress for themselves on their own than when you leave it up to DC. If you leave your hopes and dreams to DC, you're screwed. I mean, I don't know how people haven't figured that out yet.
If you by progress you mean dragging us back to the Confederacy, then sure.
It's not dragging us back to the Confederacy if you vote in your state.
Making it so women don't have bodily autonomy?
No, I mean, I'm in Michigan. We voted on it, and we have it secured.
What is states' rights about? What has it been about?
No, I believe something that is as personal of an issue.
States' rights started about slavery.
No, so I mean,
right?
so yeah.
That's what states' rights about. Slavery.
It's
about gerrymandering. It's about suppressing the vote. It's about taking women's bodily autonomy away. That's states' rights. No, that's what it was originally about. Why did states' rights happen?
But I've heard this before. Is that basically oh well, if you like states' rights, then how come that somebody just can't put slavery back on the ballot? It's just a ridiculous.
Because we obviously think that we deserve.
That's the inception of states' rights.
That's because we obviously think we deserve federally protected rights. Federal protections.
Do you think it's a reasonable fear? Do you think it's a reasonable fear that somebody would put slavery on the ballot today in a state?
Federal protections are not big government. Federal enforcement is.
Slavery exists in the United States. What do you mean? Have you ever heard, how do you think a lot of states run their economy? It's through slave labor and slave laborers in prison. Yes, I think it is very reasonable when Trump's talking about work camps that slavery could end up in real time back in the United States. Absolutely. Capitalism runs on cheap labor and slave labor. Yes, I think
well,
we are
okay. I'm going to disagree with the framing, but what I was really going for was that if you look at the way the public votes, I mean, again, Joe Biden's big promise, hey, we're going to get $50 minimum wage. As soon as they ran into the tiniest little brick in the wall, they said, nah, we're not going to do it. The Senate parliamentarians said, oh no, you can't do $15 minimum wage. So they just threw it off. Didn't really fight for it. Look at Florida. Florida votes for Trump every single time, but they voted for a $15 minimum wage because it was a ballot initiative. Because the people that vote wanted Trump and a $15 minimum wage. Because to be honest with you, the average American doesn't have a home. The average American does not have a home. If you're somebody that is pro-life with exceptions, you believe in the 3 exceptions plus a reasonable amount of time, 15 weeks, whatever, which I believe is 77% of the public. If you're somebody that's pro-gun, if you're somebody that wants Medicare for all, $15 minimum wage, you don't have a home in this country. You got to pick a party and get half of it. That's the way it works. You don't get to if you did things in your state on your own, We did that in Michigan. We voted for $50 minimum wage. Florida voted for $50 minimum wage. Last I checked, I mean, Michigan flip-flops.
There are
Republicans. It is the Republicans that vote against a federal minimum wage. So make sure you know that while you're extolling the virtues of minimum wage, it is the Republican Party that you voted for that strikes it down.
Okay,
And
again,
not to mention that you guys,
if you're somebody that is pro-life, pro-gun, pro-$50 minimum wage, pro-Medicare for all, you don't have a home. You vote for a party, you get half of what you want. So you need ballot initiatives that gets things done. So I can be a Republican, I can vote for Trump, I can vote for $15 minimum wage on the same ballot, and I get what I want.
Yeah, that's not here.
Works.
So like in Texas, they actually don't get to give it. They're not giving us the initiatives on the ballot. And in many other states, they're doing this. So it's at the perfect level for the few to rule over the many.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I understand. I understand what you're saying. Is that I'm just talking about I've seen it places it's been effective. Same thing with this last election.
Maybe some economic stuff makes sense, but human rights
were on 10 state ballots, and they were passed in 7.
Yes. Okay.
So
because there were higher thresholds. Because there were higher thresholds. But yes, Republicans, if they just didn't exist, we'd get a whole lot done.
Yeah, so that's garbage. I could say, oh, if it wasn't for the damn Democrats, that's just not the way the world works. We need both of us to move the country forward. And it says there's plenty of people in this chat that are like, fuck yeah, MAGA won. You guys can go screw yourselves. And I see just as many of those people from the Democrat side saying, we're not going to work with MAGA. Okay, that's one way to live. But if we're going to actually,
we're not going to sing kumbaya with fascism. Okay.
Well, and again, that's American privilege. The Trump is not a fascist. If we have no clue what it's like to live.
Then you don't know the definition of fascism. It's a 14-point ideology. He absolutely is. Okay, tell us what fascism is.
Fascism is basically saying like, hey, we believe that, Trump's. You're saying that Trump believes that a certain type of person is superior to everybody else.
What is fascism? No, that's not what it is.
Okay, so what is your view of it, and then I'll explain my view of it, so that we can see where we're split.
So fascism is ultra paleogenic nationalism. So like nationalism to a point where it hurts yourselves. So like for instance, Trump wants to put all these tariffs on China. It's going to kill companies here and consumers here in America. We want it no matter what. So for some reason, people don't know anything about the economy. They want it. They're so stoked. But it's gonna be horrible. He wants to enforce religion and economic beliefs at the border. He wants to vet people to make sure they're not Christian-hating Marxist, communist, or socialist at the border. He wants to start a Christian task force to make sure that Christians' rights aren't being trampled on. He's constantly reminding you guys that the borders are wide open. These are all fascist tendencies. And if you want to, we went over this 3 times last night. I'll be happy to do it again. We did 14 tenets of fascism. We went through every tenet, and if you want to, we can do it right now.
So you're talking about a guy who people continue to call a fascist, and he's a racist and all these other things.
Yeah,
and he goes and does Trump dances with freaking black UFC fighters. You know what?
He gets his picture taken with black people.
Wow, that is a crazy thing to say.
It's not crazy at all. It's just it's a mischaracterization and it's overcorrection.
If you're under the impression that dancing next to a black man excludes you from having racist values,
well, I will say this. I will say this.
Tokenizing. That's tokenizing a black man.
That's just
ridiculous. Look, he danced next to a black man. He can't be a racist.
I'm a man
that's actually
a product.
not a great thing to say, sir.
No. I will say this. I'm a product of a mixed marriage myself. I had a black father. I had a white mother, and
same here.
And you know what I used to. And you know what when I would have ever experienced racism, like as far as like seeing it happen to my father, the only time I ever saw it was when people would ridicule him for being a black conservative. That's when I would see it.
So you're trying to tell me that because you have not personally witnessed your dad being the victim of racism, that racism does not exist? That's more tokenizing, and it's crazy.
Well, it's garbage because it's not what I said.
You are very privileged to not know that racism exists, and
No,
that's a
first of all, if I had made that statement, then your response would be
thing to
justified.
say.
Okay, so
wild things to say.
There's obvious. You're not going to win an argument.
Everyone here knows I did not say that racism doesn't exist, so that was just an unnecessary statement.
Thank you, Wise. Yes, thank you for the $50 cash up. There's nobody here that's going to. You're not going to convince anyone here that racism doesn't exist today. It's very well here. We're going to go through the 14 points of fascism real quick, all right? Powerful and continuing nationalism. Fascist regimes to make constant use of patriotic mottos, slogans, symbols, songs. Make America Great Again. We have people with wrapped trucks, like with Trump face tattoos, you name it. Disdain for recognition of human rights because of fear of enemies and need for security. So like everyone's like, Trump's going to be this big, strong leader. People respect him on the world stage. He's big and strong and no one will mess with him because he's such a loose cannon. Supremacy of the military. He spent $2.2 trillion beefing up the military the last time he was in office. He wanted to do show of force parades, which is fucking weird. Kim Jong-un does those. Rampant sexism. He's 28 allegations deep for sexual assaults. He's been adjudicated for one time in civil court. The youngest being 13 years old. Controlled mass media. Trump wants to have the FCC put beneath his executive branch. He wants to take away the journalists' rights from news stations that he doesn't agree with. Obsession with national security. It speaks for itself. The border, religion, and government are intertwined. He is selling Bibles. He says we're a Christian nation, all that shit. Corporate power is protected. Trump has pretty much slid the bar as far as you can in the richest of the rich favor. If you look at the tax cuts,
First lady is Elon Musk.
Yeah, like he literally, when he writes his tax bills, he writes as much in as possible, as humanly possible, that you can write in one bill, and gives himself a tax break for that money and his rich friends. Disdain for intellectual arts. Could you ever imagine J.D. Vance confessing that he got like a liberal arts degree in gender studies? No, they would make fun of him all day.
The point of fascism is you first discredit the intellectuals. You discredit the people that can point out what is happening.
Yeah.
You discredit and disappear
like
them. It's what Hitler did.
Wokeism. So like wokeism is just being aware of social injustice. It is literally an insult if you ask someone on the right wing. Rampant cronyism, corruption. So Trump and Elon Musk holding hands, making decisions about our country. Him basically spouting off to billionaire like oil oligarchs that he will like deregulate the oil industry if they give him $1 billion. Like just straight up ripping down FDA regulations and environmental regulations so that people could feast and pour pollution into our air, into our waterways. Fraudulent elections. I don't even need to go into that, but he did try to steal the 2020 election by putting fake slates of electors in 7 swing states, and he has an indictment in D.C. for it, and a 160-page additional report that was released a few weeks ago.
And Georgia.
And then Georgia.
Yeah, so it sounds like the usual. So it sounds like the usual things that we've been told for however many years, and Trump is already president. So I'm trying to again. Looking at history, I'm trying to find where the U.S. fell during the 2016 to 2020 time period, and I guess it's going to happen the same, nothing is going to happen again. And
here's what I'm afraid of happening again. So Trump is coming in telling you guys that this is...
And for the record, if we look at the results of the election, these critiques just don't land. So... Is the solution to continue with it, or is the solution to go back to like a Barack Obama type of campaign?
We're just talking about facts. The results of the election, right? Trump's are the results of a bunch of misinformation, disinformation. We said that. I don't care what Trump says. He lies to everyone. He lies continuously. It's
okay. Well, Trump was there in 2016 to 2020, and when
so
Biden
I'm showing you,
it's not the Super Bowl. It's not the Super Bowl. Trump lies. That was true before the election.
I understand that.
It's true after the election. I'm just saying, you're trying to say he won the election, so he's not a liar, or he's not a criminal, or he's not a fascist. None of those things are still remain. Those things still remain.
I'm sorry,
those
are not statements. Those are not statements that I'm making. You're just adding that in when I'm just telling you what.
You said he won.
Yeah, that's all I said. I said I won. I didn't add on all the other nonsense about, oh, he's not lying
I'm
anymore
just
because he
saying,
won.
all of the things that Trump has done before remain true after.
He came out
That's
the other
fine,
end of his
but I mean, what you're
presidency
understanding
with
is
4
that
indictments.
I'm just trying. What I'm trying to say is that I don't believe that even your party leaders even believe any of this stuff. I just don't think they do, and it's evident in the way they act.
Wow, that's a
Now,
delusional
look at the way
opinion.
look at
It's
the
not
way
delusional.
Trump.
Look at what Chuck Schumer was doing at that whatever the Smith dinner. There was like the Catholic dinner
That
a few
is,
weeks ago.
no, quite honestly, I actually think you're one of the smarter people we spoke to tonight, but that one opinion is delulu.
It's not delusional. I'm just telling you. Look at the way these people act. And Chuck Schumer's sitting there with him, and he's
So
like,
you're
"Oh,
like,
he's a wonderful guy. He's actually a great guy." And they sit there and
You're
shut it
asking.
up.
Listen, you're asking me what was so bad, what crashed so hard during Trump's term, and I'm going to tell you, Trump spent $4.8 trillion giving himself a tax cut and giving all of his rich friends the biggest tax cut in history, bankrupting the country into like negative $200 billion deficit yearly, year over year. And his next tax bill is expected to add $3 trillion onto that, while Kamala's was supposed to pay for itself and add $1.6 trillion in revenue. He's coming in and he's bankrupting our country, and we will be paying this money back for 40, 50, 60 years. And you're like, what's wrong with this? What did you do wrong?
Well, I mean, so I understand what you're talking about with the deficits. The deficits are absolutely crazy. But I will say this: if you're talking about the electorate's opinion of how they felt during those time period, the electorate felt that they were in better shape.
Yes, they were tricked into thinking that Trump did something good for the economy. But when I ask any of you guys, you won't be able to tell me something he
You can
did.
trick somebody into thinking that he did something for the economy, but you can't trick them into thinking that they didn't feel good when they didn't.
Right. Yeah. So they're trying. He's trying to associate his face with that feeling, and that's where you are. So if I asked you what he did to help the economy, you wouldn't be able to tell me, would you?
If you look at the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, which was the thing that they did in the very beginning, a lot of people would say,
TCJA was a fail.
well, okay, there's always this thing they throw on that says, well, the benefits went to the top 1%. It says, well, if you cut taxes 10% across the board.
That's not why it was a fail. That's not why it's a fail. It's a fail because you do not like when you're balancing your house budget, you don't say, "Hey, I'm gonna bring in less money, and I'm gonna spend 10 times more." Trump, Republicans are supposed to be the party of fiscal responsibility. Trump mismanaged the budget. He was terrible.
Okay, let me ask you this. What is your
And then he
opinion
said,
of the-
"Don't you worry." The only thing he did was he inherited a robust economy. Now remember, the economy doesn't turn on a dime. I love to talk about the economy. It turns slowly, right? The first 3 years, that's Obama's economy. He inherited a robust economy from Obama. He did the TCJA, and then he said, "Don't worry, these tariffs will make up for it." And the truth is, the tariffs did not make up for it, not whatsoever. And then nobody could have predicted the pandemic. And then the pandemic, that's it. He was only in 4 years. I agree with you that the American people, you're right, they feel like things were better under Trump. And this is not an American thing, right? What I will say is around the world, the incumbents in office during COVID were ousted. Right? Like, that's just the truth. And I agree with what you said. I don't think people look at these numbers. Like, people aren't sitting around like us having these conversations. Like, people around the world were just like, "Hey, I just went through 4 years of pure hell. Like, I don't need to hear anything else. I want some change." And I wish it wasn't that simple. I wish there was more critical thinking. I wish people did a few more Google searches. But, like, this is a trend around the world.
So what is your guys' opinion on the Department of Government Efficiency?
It's not real.
I think we're gonna see them.
That's not a real government department, right?
Well, obviously he's not in office to create
so it's a
it,
commission. Yeah, so it's a commission, right? Like presidents often have commissions, right? And then they they do interview people, do research, and make report recommendations. So I think for all intents and purposes, that's what it really is. But he's sitting there because Elon Musk. He owes Elon Musk a lot, and this is just one of the ways in which. The other thing they just recently announced, if you look, is driverless cars. And Elon Musk is about to get another. I mean,
Subsidiary, yeah.
imagine the guy who says he's going to cut $2 trillion from the budget, which, by the way, the discretionary is like 1.7. So that's got to include some Social Security and Medicare. I mean, the numbers don't make sense. But imagine the guy who says he's cutting $2 trillion from the budget being the biggest welfare queen in America. This man, somehow I don't think any of Elon Musk's government welfare will be included in that $2 trillion. Why don't we cut the welfare Elon Musk gets?
I mean,
should the man getting the most money from the government be in charge of what is or is not efficient?
Well, isn't Elon Musk like the biggest taxpayer in human history?
Well, I think we can agree on this because I listen. Like I said, I really mean it. I don't. You are probably one of the most intelligent people we spoke to tonight. So just be honest. Do you feel comfortable that the richest man in the world, and then, or let's just say 2 South African billionaires, one bought literally owns JD Vance, and the other one is now the first lady, Ilania Muscardina, are sitting in the White House? Or do you believe we should get money out of politics? Would you want to end Citizens United?
I can get down with ending Citizens United. But I guess I would look at.
Me too.
But I will say this.
You gotta get the money out.
I will say this. I don't look at Elon Musk as the richest person in the world. I look at him as really freaking smart, and nobody can.
That's the wrong perception. It's not true. He inherited he's a nepo baby who inherited a bunch of money, just like Trump. Truly, he's not a coder. He's not an engineer. That's not his technology. He just bought it.
Oh, and it says
you have to know that he's a nepo baby. He inherited money from his very rich father, just like Trump.
Well, yeah, it says. I just don't.
If we had capital, you're smarter than he is. Listen, that's just a fact. Everyone on this live is smarter than Elon and Trump. If we inherited hundreds of millions of dollars, we could reproduce that. Do you know what I'm saying? And better. This is not somebody who's innovating.
Yeah, I understand. You could make that argument probably with the Tesla technology, but
yeah, he bought the Tesla technology from 2 very smart men. You can look at that. He didn't develop that. That technology was developed.
So maybe we could go all on day on Elon Musk, but if we're being, if you look at somebody like that, you can take a lot of money and you can inherit a lot of money and screw it up a lot. But I don't know how many people have ever existed that can inherit that and then turn around and you got SpaceX, you got Tesla. He's enabling whatever role you view he thinks or doesn't have in SpaceX, for example. We're going to be going to freaking Mars on SpaceX rockets, not NASA rockets.
We're not going to Mars. That is not true. The technology is not there. And the fact that you believe that we are anywhere near have the technology to go to Mars scares me.
Well,
you have to know that you think we're going to Mars. Okay,
he said today.
I'm disappointed, Zach. Oh man,
no, don't be disappointed. I'm just telling you what he said. He said today. He said that we're 2 years away from putting Starships, the actual test rockets, uncrewed for the record, test rockets to Mars within 2 years, and then would be, as long as they don't crash, that we could do crewed flights in 4. Do I believe we have the technology to do that today? Absolutely, I think we do.
Here's the thing. What scares me is I don't think that Elon Musk is so dumb that he agrees with Donald Trump on most of this stuff. I don't think that at all. I'm scared that Elon Musk has alternative motives for some of his moves in the political sphere. And I think he really, really wants to go to Mars. And I think he'll do it to our detriment. He'll do it, he'll suck the life out of our government, or he'll do something to his own benefit that doesn't really involve our best interests. I just don't trust him.
If you look at the 1960s, that was an incredibly powerful time for America, especially as America being looked at as an engine for world progress. And if you look at what the space program and the moon race did at the time, that was extremely beneficial for the morale of the country and just for our progress in general.
Hold on, though. You guys are the people that said, you better secure our border before you secure Ukraine's. And now you're about to, you think that the America First isolationists think it's important to bankrupt our country attempting journeys to Mars?
Well, who said that our country's paying for it? It's all going through SpaceX.
No, you don't understand. These are government contracts. Are you under the impression that Elon Musk is not getting welfare from the government?
Like
I just
by
don't
the
know
to
how
the
you
tunes
can
of
think that
billions.
he's not.
Like he's
billions upon billions
yeah,
upon
he
billions
gets more
upon
than he
billions
pays.
of dollars.
He gets more than he pays.
But do you acknowledge he's the highest taxpayer that's ever lived?
It doesn't matter. He still gets. He's also the biggest receiver.
Do you understand how percentages works? It's so
Oh
crazy.
yeah, percentage. You can make an argument
Come
for percentage.
on.
We're talking about
His
in the
effective
tens of
tax rate
billions
is
of dollars.
ridiculous. Please, come on. He has so many government contracts. We are bankrolling Elon
I think
Musk's life.
he paid like an 8% tax, which came out to like I think it was like 20 billion or something. We gave him like $200 billion for SpaceX alone. I'm pretty sure.
Well, I mean,
don't think you understand how much
I
we're
understand that was
paying
because
Elon
NASA
Musk.
wasn't stepping up.
Well, for what? To fight
No,
aliens?
it's because he privatized NASA, and now we give more money to him.
Yeah, because I said, but SpaceX is doing a hell of a job in that area, and like, my gosh, I mean, I think. Look, listen, I work in IT, so I love space shit.
This is crazy.
It's not crazy. I work in IT. I like space shit. Okay, I think space is cool. It's not like
I also like space. Nobody here doesn't like space. But
Teslas
it's crazy that you are dying on this hill of Elon Musk pays the most taxes. No,
Tesla alone, someone in the comments just says Tesla's been awarded 109 subsidies at 2.8 billion. That's like a big chunk of what he's paid already. That's like crazy. I'm sure if we look through it over the last few years, I'm sure it's a lot more than that.
The biggest receiver of government welfare is going to decide which government programs to cut. Just
my mom, we're
talking
talking about taking food,
go to Mars,
food stamps out of kids' hands so that Elon can play Rocket Man.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I mean, if we're going to do that, then we need to talk about why Kamala Harris took the donations of working class people and gave it to Beyonce. Like, come on, we can do that all day. That just doesn't land.
Okay, then Trump did the same thing and hired Kid Rock. He did the same thing and hired Kid Rock and Hulk Hogan.
Okay. Trump had a campaign that cost 1/3 what Kamala's cost.
Yeah,
and it didn't fail
because he was
donating money to a campaign is completely different than getting billions upon billions of dollars in government welfare.
It's not related. I'm saying
that line of logic does not follow. People are donating of their own free volition to a campaign. We're talking about our tax dollars going to a billionaire. Those are two different things. Stop conflating the two. Oh, actually, it's 11:55. On that note, I really have to go to sleep. I have a show to do tomorrow. Guys, come see my clip show tomorrow. It will be at 11 a.m. Pacific, 2 p.m. Eastern. Thank you guys for such a lovely night hanging out with Pickles. And Zach, it's nice to meet you. I'll follow you.
Yeah, I think, like I said, I think these conversations are very important, despite some of the chat being, the tribalist, people that are like, oh, we have to be enemies of the other side. It doesn't work that way. I mean, we got people in New York that were voting for Trump and AOC on the same ballot.
Oh, wait, someone just sent me a message, and this is kind of relevant to the conversation. Let me read it. Phil says, thank you, Phil, by the way, for the donation. He said he is partially so successful because a majority of his business work of governmental contractual investments or government subsidies. Absolutely right, Phil. You are spot on, sir. Without the welfare, Elon Musk is nothing.
Beyonce wasn't paid anything.
I would certainly hope not. I think they would want to stop. Like I always jokingly say, shouldn't they want to stop the biggest threat?
Candace Owen spread that
to
rumor.
America for free.
Candace Owen spread that rumor.
But we do accept that several of these celebrities were paid like 7 digits to come stand up there and hang out with her. Like Oprah, I believe, was confirmed at least $1 million.
Listen, everybody has an advertising budget when they campaign, and how you use it. You can frame it however you want. I'm sure Trump put billboards and took down a billboard of like some old nursing home or so. Like I'm sure Trump did some horrible things too. He definitely paid some of his celebrities to show up, but the truth is he couldn't get anybody to endorse him because it's a dumb idea. Because Trump has said some very troubling things, and you know it, and I know it, and you'd be a fucking idiot to show up as a real relevant celebrity at one of his things. You literally just get trashed. And he was jealous.
I mean, I said, we're talking about the guy that was supposed to be a president. So, we know who he was. But I mean, to be honest with you, I think if if the perception of Kamala Harris's campaign wanted to have been better, she should have did Joe Rogan. She should have went and sat there for 3 hours.
She was on the campaign trail. He wouldn't come to her.
Yeah, so that request was garbage because Trump found a way to do it, and he does 3 and 4 rallies a day and did the freaking podcast the same day.
But Kamala also has to run a country.
The vice president doesn't run the country. Don't start that.
She does plenty of stuff.
It's a symbolic job.
She's met with 150 world leaders. She has done many things as vice president. She does have a job.
Yeah, I understand that, but she excused that to do her campaign. She didn't do she wasn't spending a whole lot of time doing vice presidential stuff. I mean, come on.
She crammed a presidential election into 8 weeks of her life.
Yeah, no, I said that whole thing was, more on because Biden didn't drop out when he should have. It should have been a real campaign with a real amount of time. And that's just.
Well, Trump ran for 4 years. Do you think that's normal?
I mean, no, it's just. I mean, I don't think it's normal, but I mean, I don't expect that out of him.
Yeah, so Trump ran for 4 years to convince you guys that somehow Biden's incompetent. It really worked. If you say it enough times, you guys just believe it. You just think it's fact, no matter what I tell you. But Biden is competent. He is a great president. He will be remembered very kindly in history. He was fantastic. He's the most productive president we've had in my lifetime. There's not a single thing anybody's been able to point out that he did that was bad. They just say vague things. They've just been trained. They don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, so I said I think she should have sat with him for 3 hours and told us about it. That's all I'm telling you. Because it's really hard to hide who you are in 3 hours. It's just the facts. So I could be wrong. It may have still been the same result, but I think that should be the standard for presidential candidates. And it doesn't have to be Joe. She could have went on Pod Save America.
She went on
3 hours.
60 Minutes and Trump skipped out. Very notoriously, very ceremonial thing for presidents to go on 60 Minutes, and he very notoriously skipped out.
Are you really going to bring up 60 Minutes and how they edited her interview?
Are you going to bring that? That's weird. So you guys have been trained to discount these weird grievances that you guys have that you guys all agree to repeat. They're just so strange. Because we can point out things like Trump saying
are you
that
going to say that it's not true? Are you going to say that it's not true though?
No, you're it was so edited. She's so incompetent. I promise you, if you put Kamala and Trump in a room and hear them talk for an hour, Trump will say 0 things of substance, and Kamala would be the only coherent adult in that room.
I will agree with this. I think that J.D. Vance made a much better case for Trump's presidency than Trump could make for himself. That's a fact. J.D. Vance's 3 hours on Rogan was much more substantive to the actual case that Trump tries to make than Trump could ever make. That's a fact.
Yeah, sure. But it's not hard to beat Trump. Trump speaks at a 5th grade level.
But I said, I'm telling you, I think it should be a requirement for candidates that want to run for president. Throw on. She should have found 3 hours. Go talk to Pod Save America. Go talk to. I'm talking about not edited, not with a bunch of handlers in the room.
Nothing was good enough for y'all, dude. Nothing was good. We have actual video of Trump explaining sharks and batteries and saying that there were airports in the Revolutionary War, and that magnets go poof in water, and that we should nuke a hurricane, and that Puerto Rico had its own president. Things that very much illustrated how stupid he really is. He's very dumb. And for you guys to be this lawyer who's been working in all 3 branches of government, who has 27 years experience, somehow managed to skate by being completely incompetent, rather than the guy who was handed $420 million from his dad.
You're not making false points. What I'm trying to tell you is, it would have been in her benefit to do something like that, 3 hours unedited, and tell us who you are, everybody. And I think it would have been to her benefit and to the country's benefit for her to do so. Now, you may disagree with that and think, because your assertion is basically, the voters are still stupid. They still would have fallen for whatever. I don't believe that. I think that there's a value to, because her terms were ridiculous. Oh, you can come to me. I got 45 minutes and are you going to? No
one's ever scrutinized somebody's choice for doing this kind of stuff so hard. This is the dumbest thing. We could scrutinize Kamala's choices of who to sit down and interview, but on the other hand, I'm scrutinizing Trump for raping people. We're talking about Trump raping people, and you're Kamala's interviews were just wishy-washy. I'm Trump raped people, bro.
Well, I'm sorry. You don't have nobody has any evidence that he raped anybody. Nobody has evidence of that.
Okay, we have like 28 allegations and Epstein files with his name in it. That's still not enough to raise suspicion for y'all.
Okay, so yeah, but I said, but you guys, nobody. I said we could do that all day. It's always whataboutism. Nobody cares that Bill Clinton was there 33 times to the island and Trump never went to the island because we have the flight records. I mean, it's just garbage. Nobody
We also
seems to
have
care.
people that were literally scouted out of Trump's Mar-a-Lago to be sex trafficked.
I said I've never heard any reporting of anybody being sex trafficked on Mar-a-Lago.
Oh, well, you should look into it.
And I'm not stupid because I don't know that. I just have not heard that. And I think that's huge. And I think that's the biggest issue is that so many people still on the Democratic side. It was the voters' fault, and it wasn't. It says Barack Obama won 2 elections easily. He won 2 elections easily because he ran the correct type of campaign. He ran a campaign.
You think
on what
Trump
to vote
ran the
for.
correct type of campaign?
He won
the cats
twice,
and dogs.
And he almost won a third time.
Saying things like cats and dogs, like being indicted. Like he loved being indicted.
So your party lost to that. Where's the mirror that we're going to look at as the Democratic Party? What mirror are they going to look at to figure out if cats and dogs and this, that, and left and right? What mirror is the Democratic Party going to look into to figure out how they can run a better campaign and defeat that?
We don't want to stoop that low. Trump is the only person who's ever ran for president who's willing to stoop that low, and it's a practice that he's been like fine tuning for his whole life. He's been doing this his whole life.
So you're telling me that you weren't willing to do what needed to be done to stop a quote unquote fascist?
Sure. I guess if we didn't say things that caused actual violence, that makes us incompetent.
No, I'm just saying you're telling me that he was a fascist and these 14 points and all this other stuff, but you're like, I tell you, like, okay, well, what kind of campaign can the Democratic Party run to keep a fascist from being in power?
I guess another fascist campaign.
Oh, well, we're not willing to do what's necessary to stop a fascist.